do. Do. Dun, dun. Okay. Okay. Bum bum. Right. That's sorted. Hey, Chick-fil-A, nice to see you. Nice to see you too, RGN. Hopefully you're good. Nice to see you, Claymore, and also Noob with Pallet. Hopefully everything's all right. Nice to see you too, Logsmat. Hopefully you're doing well today. Hey, Volton. Nice to see you, Sid. Nice to see you too, Elias. Doing good today. Ready for a long sesh in of course doing the dev server stuff if it comes, which, you know, it'd be amazing if it doesn't. So but I thought we would chill just for like an hour, because I'm pretty sure the English dev stream is supposed to start in like about an hour, right? They've announced the Russian one, but I don't think they've announced the English one. So yeah, unless they have. Hey, Manuel, nice to see you. Yeah, the way they're implementing the multi-vehicle stuff's kind of interesting, right? I like it. Basically like the ammo box mechanic. Those stream starts in an hour. So for the English one, they've actually put the schedule out, right? Like that's what you're saying. Yeah, usually the English one is like the English one is usually an hour before the Russian one, or at least recently it has, but I don't think they've announced it. That's what I'm saying. Thank you for the subscription, Sofa Rocky. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Nice to see you, Flues. Hopefully everything's all right. Yeah, it's dev stream. It's dev stream day and dev day. So I've muted all of the different things, by the way, just because we're going to be recording, but it should be good. You finally got a gaming PC? Fun. The Russian dev stream's in about 2 hours, so the English one should be in about an hour. So we'll see how it goes. Hey, HK Todd, nice to see you. Well, I just want official confirmation it is actually in an hour. Because, you know, I don't see it anywhere. I see the Russian one, I just don't see the English one. Which just seems a little bit odd. Like, why wouldn't they just stick it in the same place? The new AA mechanics do seem pretty cool. I'm looking forward to it too. Well, they might not give it the R60s daft. We'll have to see, right? So. Yeah, they don't have one for the English stream yet. Cool to see the big ships though. Glad that they're adding them. We see the T70B3A later. If the dev server is up, when it's up, I will show you everything. We'll cover everything today, just for you. Where do you look for the dev stream times? My head, basically. No, it's okay, Sofa Rocky. It doesn't matter to me. But the timer is just based on what we've seen previously, so we'll see what goes on. Hey Kane, nice to see you. Do you think the F2A will get a head-mounted display? Because if it doesn't, I think it would pack in some fights. Why wouldn't it get a HMD? Doesn't it have a HMD? Probably JFK, we'll have to see, right? We'll find out today. The dev server, if it comes today, will be out in like 5-6 hours. That's usually when it is. It doesn't have a HMD. It's a vehicle from like the 90s, early 2000s. What do you mean it doesn't get a HMD? Hey Charlie, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Do I think the King Tiger is OP in Sim? I don't know, I'll ask like the 5 ground Sim players. Alright. So we have a special just to do the mass destruction, which is pretty chill before the dev stream, so just shoot things in the face as we go around. Doesn't the dev stream start in an hour? Probably unknown cap. We'll find out in an hour. Yeah, they announced the Dutch 2A4, which is pretty cool. Hey, the bear cat randomly in the trailer. All right. Well, we got 16 in the first mission. Pretty good. Stream's lagging a little. Not on my end. The stream should be good. Everything's looking all right. When's the dev up? It's usually up in about 4 hours. I doubt there'll be any drops for the dev stream. They haven't announced any. That'd be kind of funny though. Which BB should I grind first for the major nations? The Yamato. Because it looks the coolest. You're surprised they're running a premium FA18 for Switzerland? I mean, think about the German premiums that are around that area, and they're all pretty shit right now, apart from the Lazo, so it's not too surprising to me. Do you think they'll ever add the Leclerc XLR? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't they? What would be their reason not to add it? Would be a better question. Do you fuck with the Leopard 2A4 lesbian? I mean, as a person who's just recently spaded the French Dutch 2A4 in the tech tree, I'm happy it's there because goddamn, that thing needs a lineup. I hope they just add more vehicles around that piano. Hey, Imres, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good today. Which vehicle will I show first? Whichever one is first. We usually show them all on the first day, so don't worry. This will be a dev stream in a little bit, but I can't stream after everything starts. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. Hey, Majid, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Oh my lord. You put me on this map? Alright, I'll just play the French Helldiver. I knew the Swiss used the F-18. Surprised me? Yeah, they use a lot of exported stuff. Hey, Nitro, nice to see you. Do you start your streams by saying hello like the YouTube videos? Not usually, no. No, the streams are a little bit more relaxed. You know, not a ton of stuff going on. More vibes. Today's going to be a very long day, so we're going to go through a lot of stuff. What am I most excited for in the new update? Finding out what the D-Day event vehicle is, because they'll probably stick it in the files. And like, you remember the Churchill Avery? This was the update where they added that in the files for the thing. But a lot of the vehicles, the SAM systems seem kind of cool, but they also look very like roboto, like not very interesting to actually play. The big ships, I mean, I've played battleships, I'm not a huge fan. I am really happy to see the Humvee. I think the Humvee is really cool. Hey Terminator, nice to see you. I'm doing good. Got my work stuff done, so we're just chilling. You think the Swedish Visby class will be added? I have no idea what that is. Greetings, Ephialtis, nice to see you. I'm feeling good today. Ready for many things. We need the tow Humvee. That would be cool to see. I hope they had an alternate platform for shit like the Panzer and the Slam Ram, so we get to see shit like the Tunguska Panzer. I don't see why they wouldn't. I'm more interested to see how they change the mechanics around air stuff, because otherwise it's just going to be a bang, 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 bang. Whoever has the most missiles wins. It is how it is, Ephialtus. Very sad. You think Gaijin will eventually add the missile IO? If the game lasts for another 40 years, yes. But the problem with it is it doesn't make sense in the game. Gaijin have even said that. But yeah, I'm guessing the English stream's supposed to be in an hour, right? Do you think it's a bit sad that a Roblox game that got the real stabilizer from the term, because in real life it had a 3-plane stabilizer? Not really. Roblox is a weird platform. Find it very odd. I can understand why Gaijin doesn't want to develop a whole system based around one singular vehicle when it's not going to actually change its performance at all, so... What do you think would balance the American tech tree like the M1 basically having no armor? The M1 has really good mobility, and it also has access to a really good reload. So it makes it a lot easier to play than many others. It is balanced.
The enemy's getting closer to victory.
It's also got some very funny fuel tanks right now. Hey Ben Eco, nice to see you. You have an in-game notification that the stream starts at 13 UTC. Is that in an hour? Or is that a different time? Do. I love how everyone forgot we're getting the new T-3485s. Yeah. Just removed from memory. They'll probably show it on the Russian stream. Usually BVD likes talking about the random Russian vehicles. It's just weird how they haven't announced it on the actual official channel. Will the dev server open right after the dev stream? Usually about an hour after. I don't know what I like ripped off of him. Look cool though. Yeah, the English stream more recently has been before the Russian one. Ooh. Oh shit. Hey Jeff, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Yeah, it's going to be BVD being like, hello, so Arena M APS. It does this and this, and here we will test it against every single missile in the game for 40 minutes. There we go. Alright, we got 10 ground kills on this map. What game mode is this? Realistic. Just haven't seen this map in ages. Did Gaijin already launch the dev stream? No, otherwise we'd be watching it. How many Swedish tanks are available to be added, like the CV90 Amos and more things like the STRVs with the APS? Don't know. I don't even think the newest STRV has an APS, the 123, so not sure. That's fair, Nifty. Hopefully people will play them. When's the live? In about an hour. Just less than an hour from now. So we're gonna get our dailies done and then our specials hopefully. So that will leave us open for the day, so we could cover all the new stuff for you. Hey Monet, nice to see you. Is the Wyvern good for grinding the air event? Yeah, of course. It's pretty chill. Alright, we need to get missions played 1 to 3 here, so I think we should be good. Yep, 2A4 dead blog. Time to spend money. You adore Naval, it's just how sad how few people play it. It is what it is. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters, really. I'm glad they're putting a lot of effort into it. What do I think about the Bismarck and Yamato coming to War Thunder? I'm happy for them. I'm glad that War Thunder in general gets them. I think it's pretty cool to see them. Naval needs a rework. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing, but I never actually hear what people want from it. So I hope it brings more players to actually play it. Unfortunately, at the moment, it seems like we're in that zone again with Naval, where we just have a ton of people talking about Naval but not actually playing it, which has been a problem for many years now when it comes to Naval. So your comment is still not getting approved? Which one? Now that they actually wanted ships, I think Naval will get many more players. If you're wrong, I get to have your firstborn kid. That's how this works. What do I think about adding scouting to utility aircraft? No. That'd be a very silly idea. Scouting is already incredibly overpowered. Hey, we got Tsunami. Afternoon, Jonathan. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully everything's all right. Hope you're ready for today. Ready, steady, Eddie. It's going to be a good one. All right, let's go again. See if we can get the special done before the stream comes out. Good day, Abdio. Nice to see you. It's dev time, baby. Hopefully you're doing good. Thoughts on the Leclerc MSC? It should be pretty similar to the standard Leclerc, right? And I enjoy the Leclerc. I feel like the Leclerc is another one of those French vehicles that gets a really bad rap because French players just seem to complain all the time, and I don't know, like the vehicle still performs pretty well. I've always enjoyed it when I played it. Hey Teddy, nice to see you. So the MSC should be pretty good. So basically just like a Leclerc with probably a slightly worse round. Sounds great. But like 11.7 or whatever, good to go. Greetings, Ran Demoe, nice to see you. It's going to be a good day today. Hopefully you're doing all right. By the way, so at the end of this stream, what I'm going to do on YouTube, all of the streams get enlisted automatically on YouTube. But what I'll do with this one is I'll make it public. So if you want to see any part of it, it will be available for everyone. You won't have to check the Twitch VODs. With all the stuff on sale, which one should we leave that get the 50% sales in the summer? I would pick up the SAV Fozzie because that won't be back for the summer sale, and neither will the Svilling. The ones that are here right now, which are on sale, I doubt will come back. Since the summer sale's in like half a month. Hey Sneaky, nice to see you. Yeah, they did the in-game announcement for it. They haven't done the scheduled thing on YouTube, so I don't know what's going on. How long do you think the Yamato is going to cost? It'll be 400k, like RP. Hey Bluey Bird, nice to see you. How do you think the Pugliese anti-torpedo system will work for Naval differently? Exactly the same how it works now, since we already have vehicles in the game which have the system. So, but people don't know about it because they don't play the Italian tech tree. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think the limited time premiums, I don't think will come back for the summer sale. I don't think the SAV will, you know? Yeah, I should have probably done one sneaky. I kind of forgot about that. I've been busy doing work stuff, so I'll do it after this match. My bad. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, this plane's pretty good. It's nice to get a lot of the ground kills with. Pretty chill to play, the SB2C. Good for turning brain off, you know? Just shooting things. One man, one mission. There we go. Hey, I'll do the announcement. Have you seen the photos of the Hungarian 2A7 with the add-on armor on the side? No. To be honest, I forgot Hungary was a country. So. Alright, let's see. Oh, well that's fun, Sneaky. Good stuff. Just real quick. It's a good plane. I like the Hellcat a lot too. Same. Pretty good. Do you think that the sales will include a discount on premium time? Probably not. How do you spell Leviathan? It's Leviathan. Right? Such an odd word. There we go. Announcement put it. At this point, I need to do a devlog. Just say it's a lazy way to milk money by adding another premium copy paste 2A4 with a different camo and 2 decals. Yeah, I feel like no wonder that's not getting through, you know? Also, I'm pretty sure all the comments have to be approved now anyway. None of them just go out as a... Do you think that modern ships will ever be added? No.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Right. Do you think we'll ever get modern warships with powerful SAMs? You mean like the Bravey? Are they doing researchable camos for as the premiums in the data mine? We'll see, won't we? Thank you for the subscription, Sir Revolver. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. There's an Italian coastal fleet emblem. Oh, they're adding like a bunch of emblems. Emblem of the Canadian Armed Forces. Oh, yeah, there you go. You know what? This is probably a Canadian Pages of History that they're gonna do. Yeah, Moments of Valor. That'd be fun. If you want to see more modern machines in Naval, you have to buy all of the battleship premiums now. Otherwise it won't happen, so. It is contingent on you spending money on the game mode. Because, yeah. Obvious reasons. So if all of the naval players want to see more modern stuff, it's probably best not to ask me for it since I can't do anything about it. But you can vote with your wallet as usual. I won't be fielding any more questions today about modern naval vehicles. Let's focus on the ones we have. Alright, there's the Iowa, the big boy. Looks like they've done the devlog for it. Caromato Monumento. Check the deleted message, sure. Oh, is that the English stream? Okay. Am I not being targeted all the time? So on this side of the map, like, you can get to the stuff before the planes start coming in. But as you can see, I am being targeted. It's just, I'm getting to the things before the enemy gets in. Which version of the Iowa is it? Like, is it the first one or is it the different one? Ba 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 beep 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 beep. I wonder if the servers will crash or not. We'll see. 45? Okay. The dev stream is today, Shrek, don't worry. It'll be here in an hour. Dipping on straight chlorine. Dun, 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 dun. Speed is a chemical. Ooh. Dee 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 dee. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna be up in an hour. That's cool and all the Iowas come in, but there are 2 full classes of 16-inch fast battleships that came before. That's true, Teddy, but nobody cares about them, so... As we talked about yesterday, people don't know what they are. People know what the Iowa is. So. Hopefully adding these vehicles will mean that there'll be a boost in people playing Naval and spending money on Naval, so therefore they can put money into developing that stuff. Yeah, honestly surprised we didn't see the South Carolinas or North Dakotas first. I'm not, because nobody knows what they are, so... How well do you think these new big battleships will do in Naval? I think they'll dominate. They'll do really good against AI, so... They'll be pretty powerful at donking on all of the AI battleships. USS Washington is one of the most famous battleships in US history. Not compared to the Iowa. Do. Okay. So the Leviathan update. Trailer. Do. We should be having Alex alongside us today, which will be fun. He does have business to attend to later on, so we'll see how it goes. Right. Hey, Creeper Killer, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. You're doing well. Oh, 3 kills. Yeah, the English stream will be here in 40 minutes, so I'll try and get this special done before it starts, so we can have a clear day today. Hey, Ice Rice, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Is there a way to test drive the Leviathan ships before the update? Dev server usually comes out just after the dev stream, so we'll be having a look at them today or tomorrow. Yeah, Moments of Valor Canada is kind of fun. The P400 skin looks weird as hell. Thank you for the subscription, Noob with Palette. Thank you for supporting the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Pretty much, Teddy, yeah. Like it's literally, you're completely right. It's because people can see it instead of just pictures of it. When you can see like a monolith there, you're gonna remember it more than a picture of it, right? It's like old statues. People remember the statues that they can see, not pictures of statues that they can't. Looking at the dev blog now, the IOSA is overpowered, covered in bofas and orlicans. Yeah, but if you have a look at all of the other like ships that high to America, they're the same. So, like, have a look at the Alaska. You know, kind of nuts. How do you get into the dev server? You download the launcher client, and then you download the game. Then you play it through there. It's pretty much how it goes. A lot of news on this day. Which is the best ship? Not sure. Probably the Yamato. In the current meta. But it depends on a few characteristics. Do you need to get to top tier? No, the dev server is available for everybody. What it does is it takes a copy of what your live client is, and then it puts it on the dev server. But you do get ×5 research boosters. Also, basically, you can grind stuff out super quickly. So that's like how it works, right? Can you get the dev server on Xbox? No, it's just a PC thing. Have you got any custom skins on your vehicles? Yeah, a few of them. Usually they're picked by the chat, so... Oh, on Twitch, make sure to get in your predictions about what BVVD will wear. Will it be that classic white shirt, or will it be a different one? BVD, obviously a man of the people. Loves having a bit of fun with dress up. Hey, Youthmon, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully everything's okay. Do 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 do. Okay, we got 21, pretty good. Plane name, this is the SB2C5. It's in the American tree in the form of the C3. It's in the French tree in the form of the C5. And it's a Thai premium in the Japanese tree. It's pretty good for ground pounding. Will the IRS T-Sim be the best, or SLM be the best AA? Don't know. We'll have to see, won't we? Kind of hard to tell until we see all the vehicles, you know? What am I most looking forward to? Whatever the D-Day event vehicle is. That's the one that's kind of piquing my interest. In the dev server, you get extra SL or just research. I think you get extra SL too. It's just massive boosts across the board. But you still have to research stuff. Woohoo! Okay, half an hour. I wonder if they'll show anything on the dev streams that they haven't shown before. Hey Michael, nice to see you. Do you think Britain will get the Sky Saber this update? No. Usually the dev server nowadays is around 5 to 6 days long. Beep 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 beep. The dev stream's in about half an hour, Oofmon. How long do you think the ground for the Yamato from reserve? Don't know. Depends how much cocaine you have. So can we get a tutorial video on how to go onto the dev server? Type in Warthunder dev server on Google. Go to first link, which will give you launcher. Download launcher. Set to dev. Download. Make sure you have 2 separate launchers, one for your standard client or one for the dev server. If you just want to use one launcher, open your standard launcher for War Thunder on PC, change it from live game to dev. and then it will re-download the dev server through that. But you won't be able to get access to the live server until you re-download the live server. There you go. Do I think Italy gets a new SPA? Don't know. It would be nice. They'll probably get a copy of somebody else's because they don't really build any. So, do I think the Tirpitz will be the next event since they've been hinting at a big ship for the next event? I think it'll be a copy of one of the new ships to get people into the high tiers, just like they've done in the past with all of the top naval vehicles. There's some maps in Air Realistic that have the more proper models of the ships. Like I think on one of the maps there's either the Helena or the it's one of the American cruisers, and for the longest time it would just open up its AA and just shoot everything. It was a pain in the ass to deal with. Why so many boats? Yeah, because people like them, you know? I'm glad that they're doing it. It's good to have a naval-focused update every once in a while. Alright. There we go. Italy in the future can have the SAMPT. Not in this update? What even is that? Nah, just give them something from Hungary or Romania or other countries that actually build stuff. Sounds good to me. They should fix air sim instead of focusing on naval first, only being played by Chinese bots. I think they've put way more development time into sim than it has been deserved, actually. When you think about the game modes and how much they're developed, sim gets a ridiculous amount of development time compared to other stuff. If you have a look at the ratio of people who actually play it compared to others. So. Yeah, the new update trailer was awesome, man. It was really fun. Doo-doo-doo. So many P-51s. I think we have the special done, which is nice. You know when the dev servers are up? Not yet. I'm sure it'll be up in the next few hours after the dev streams, like it is every single time for the last 5 years straight. Alright, there we go. Mass destruction done. Easy peasy. Let's see if we can get any easier special. Or daily, sorry. That'll do. Just so we can get them done and just chill for the day. Have a look at the new content. You think the F2 will be better than the Rafale? Don't know. Does it have better missiles? Does it have a better radar? Are the players who play it as insufferable as players who play the Rafale? That's the real question. Hey, Conspirod, nice to see you. I will be Uthmon, yes. The thing I'm looking forward to this update is finding out what the D-Day vehicle is. But yeah, usually, so we have the English stream, And then we have the Russian stream, and then like a few hours, and then we have the dev server. So that's normally how it goes. Well, in the last year's update, right? So this update, they put the summer event vehicle in the files, which was the Churchill. Why is there a Russian stream? For Russian players, and also some of the devs are Russians, so same reason why there's like a Chinese website and a French website. They try and cover all the bases. So they have an international stream and then they have a Russian stream. There's a D-Day event? Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a ground American event vehicle. Looks like the Turkish F-104S is coming back. Also added in a ton of decal. Yeah, it looks like they're setting up for like a bunch of different stuff of like the next bit. Alright, let's get this done. Hey Matthew, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. The problem with D-Day is some things like the Sherman Crab would be useless in War Thunder. Yeah, well luckily they probably won't pick that, right? But think about the Churchill Avery, that's pretty useless and they started it in. Never say never. Get rid of these bombs that weigh me down. But there's a bunch of vehicles that wouldn't be useless, so... Not gonna slow me down. Whoa. Do. I'm gonna take my stride. Not gonna slow me down. Whoa. Jesus. Surprised they haven't done a naval event for D-Day. Would have made a lot more sense. Yeah, the Chinese are getting a SAM system. I don't know if they're getting anything else. I think the only nation we haven't seen anything for so far is Israel, right? I don't think Israel's had anything shown. Because for Britain, we have the Vanguard, America, Iowa, Germany, Bismarck, Japan, Yamato, Sweden, Iris. Italy. Oh, have they shown any? Oh, the Roma, of course. Did you see the pre-order? I did, yeah. Looks kind of fun. Just looks like a 2A4 with a bit of fuzz. 1980s style. Wonder if the event vehicle will be the Rhino, aka the Hedge Cutter Sherman. Could be. Could be just Sherman with Dozer. Who knows? Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. Yippee-doo-dee-dee-dee. Yap-bow. Okay.
Attack the A point! Attack the enemy!
Oh, the NF5A pre-order got announced. It looks like that's going to be coming. Favorite Eurovision song? What, from this year? I like the Spanish one. God damn it, man. They're doing so much shit today.
Keep it up, and victory will be ours.
Oh, my fucking God. Why do they do this every time? Could we like space this shit out just a little bit? So they're having 2 pre-orders, it looks like, today. They're gonna have the whole Canadian Moments of Valor thing, it looks like, today. And then also 2 bundles for that. And then on top of it, probably a video for it as well. Could we just stop? Please? Could we not? I'm seeing in the data mines, Penguin Red. There's a bunch of camos and a bunch of cool stuff. Yeah, do they want like Monday off or something? They're like, nah, we're good, thanks. The dev server hasn't opened yet. You'll know when the dev server opens because I'll put a spike in my head. Let's go down. Yeah, what is happening? Why are we doing all the things? They do, Charlie, yes. Morning, Cold One Cobb, nice to see you. Did they say the dev server would be open today? Just expecting it, man. Just following standard protocol. They did announce the dev streams. They're coming out. They'll be starting in about 20 minutes.
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours.
When they add a subtree, do they have to put them in a line or dot them around? If so, they can do whatever they want. You know, have a look at the South African stuff. There's like a line of South African vehicles, but then there's also like there's also some just dotted around in different areas. Yeah, it's whatever they feel like. I am so far, Peach. Hopefully it continues. How long until they add the Musashi? There's your answer. Oh, I need to fix my lights. I just realized it's showing a weird buzz. Should be better. Okay, right. Still showing the goddamn buzz. What happened? Better. There we go. Hey, Alex. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing all right today. Okay. Intercept bombers. Oh, in Canada too? It was yesterday. But the issue today is I'm just going to have a bunch of lights on me all day, so I need to be as cool as possible. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem. You're very happy about my adorable Humvees coming to the game? Yeah, it's pretty fun, isn't it? Whoop. Bing. Let's just have a look at that Iowa dev blog, see if there's anything interesting in it. See if there's anything new. The Iowa. Bonk. USS Iowa, the battleship of the president. I mean, fair enough. Legendary and invincible, a living symbol of the might of the American fleet. Da-da-da. Powerful spaced armor. High speed. Good air defense. Reconnaissance aircraft. Wow. That's what we like. Uh, 16-inch guns. 20 universal 127s. So dual mounts, yeah. 19 quad 40s and 52 20s. Oh, this is going to break servers. At least they didn't say this has mediocre speed while being exactly the same speed as everything else. Here's the new SC1, by the way. I hope we can test drive this because one of the problems with the dev servers is for some reason the last few, when you launched the hydroplane, it crashed the game. So I don't know why that is. No, the Iowa definitely. Well, this isn't a playable Iowa. Looks fun. It is crazy how many guns are in the middle of it. Hey, Sergey, nice to see you. The main 121mm armor deck is covered by... The Bell is 307. Okay. Which is significantly lower than the fake ship that was never built, for example. Yep. It's fun how that works. Imagine having to actually live by real life examples that you actually have to build instead of bullshit that you can't build. It's really cool, actually. Very fun. Mm-hmm. It's wild to think about how much, like, if you know how people always talk about, like, oh, if the war extended, like Germany would have had so many really interesting and cool designs and all that. It's insane the amount of stuff that came out like right at the end of the war for America, like the Bearcat, the Tiger Cat, stuff like the Iowa. Some of their newer like aircraft carriers would have been crazy. Do you think we can rearm A launchers at capture points, the launcher itself or ammo? I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Hey, Emilio, nice to see you. Nice, you got it fixed. That's good. But you're gonna get like 2 launches, aren't you? At least that's what they said with the... Should be quite fun. The other piece of news today was this. And then, as I said, it looks like they're doing a bunch of other stuff too. Going to be a very busy day today, so bear with me. Patience is going to be required. We're going to cover a lot of stuff today. It looks like not just the dev server, but also like a bunch of other things that are going on. So just, as I said, bear with me. Oops. All of my lights have like reset. I don't... Now all my lights are just like... It's another leopard, but I mean, it's not a bad leopard. You got all the clutch and brake pedal because they're a little sticky. Ah, that's fair. Nope, that's not fixed. Sorry. My lights are massively imbalanced right now for some reason. What's special on this because of the camo? The fact it's a premium, basically. That's it. I think also, is this different? The gun on the top? Like it looks different. Is BVD American or Russian? He's enlightened. Yeah, it's not the MG3. It's the FN mag thing that they have. I'm pretty sure the one in the tech tree has that, right? Yeah, it does. Hey, Abosa, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Yeah, it's this one. It's just a copy of it. Basically $70 for a camo net, like most of the premium 204s. Yeah, pretty much. You're buying it because it's the best MBT at its BR, and it's gonna give you premium bonuses. That's pretty much it. Let me just line up the dev streams. Because the first one's going to start pretty soon. Do 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 do. Okay. Warthunder, are you? There it is. Okay. That should be good. Bonk. 15 minutes until greatness. You'd think for France, they would be able to squeeze out some form of premium Leclerc French design instead of another Leo. As was mentioned in the community thing over and over and over again, the issue with the Leclercs is they're basically all the same. So if they decided to add in a Leclerc prototype, it would just be a top tier Leclerc. Because the difference between the prototype and the actual main production is very, very small. So it doesn't really fit what they want to do. It would be better if they expanded the 10-7 bracket. So little Timmy, who decides he wants to play France, doesn't instantly get put into top tier by buying a premium. You know? Mm-hmm. It can blue turtle. At least, well, actually, we'll see, I should say. Well, as I said, Monet, like literally it's not about that. So don't be mischievous. If they add, as I said, it's literally about making sure that there is a vehicle that's there that isn't in top tier. If they just added an 11.7 Leclerc premium or a 12.0 Leclerc premium, then fair enough. But at the same time, that's not what you want to do to people. So, like, if you want them to have a shit experience, that's what you do. So, you've been resting since the last 2 updates. What have I missed in these 3 months? Look at the videos on the channel. I'm not going to explain what's happened in 3 months. It's not happening. It's War Thunder. Millions of things have happened. Oh, fuck. Would you say the 2A4 should get DM33? Nope. The Leopard 2A4 is a very powerful vehicle. It doesn't need to be upgraded. One of the issues that has happened with War Thunder is this constant need to buff vehicles which don't need buffing. So now we have a situation where a lot of things are way better than they should be. What's the name of the song in the trailer? I don't know. Is it in the description of the video? They usually stick it there. It's probably called Weeb Trash Number 5. No, they didn't put it in. Every year more vehicles get added and top tier is trash? Yeah, that's what I get told. Just everything keeps getting worse, man. Every single update. Somehow the player base keeps playing though. It's weird how that works. No, I don't think so, Crazy Hippie. It'll be copyrighted, so I'm not doing any moderator stuff today, so Song was grim. The song's fine. It fits the trailer. That's the thing. As we go, what's really interesting when it comes to War Thunder and also just general life is how, as the Japanese population decreases in the world, somehow the weeb kind of influence increases. And I think it's mainly because of China, because they've really embraced the weeb. They're doing like anti 1930s, taking over the culture. So now we just have weebs everywhere while the homeland dies. Still no Yugoslavia? Yeah, just like real life. This little Humvee radar thing will be fun. Wonder how it'll go. Do the Swiss have any like unique vehicles that they can add to their subtree? Like, is there anything that that actually exists? Good morning, yeah. Nice to see you. Like Germany really needs a lot of its BRs fixed in terms of like just having a bunch of pretty sad vehicles, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Switzerland brings anything new to the table. Oh yeah, the F-16, the one they added that nobody bought. Yeah, that's true. Hey Matko Rado, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. There we go. It's starting soon. Are you ready for update Leviathan? We'll see. It's dev stream time, baby. I know, Teddy. I'm kind of the same way, man. It's kind of like it makes everything feel very jokey. Are you ready for immortality? I think that was the Spartan line, wasn't it? Embrace immortality. Yeah, Germany has a bunch of prototypes they can add. That's true. Very soon. Ba 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 ba. Beep 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 beep. I'm looking forward to many things being shown. You hope they give Germany the best plane, best SBA, and best tank. I want my nation to have all the best things. And if they don't, I will cry. And I will scream. And I will break. Hey, Apocalypse, nice to see you. Happy Friday, man. Hopefully you're doing good today. Hopefully life's alright. If my nation that I play exclusively doesn't get the best stuff, I will scream. And if any other nation gets anything that's comparable to the things I have, it is unfair and biased. Mhm. What's my take on Russian bias? Go and ask how the top tier MBTs and the top tier aircraft are doing right now. Go ask how the R77 is compared to the M120. Fun times. The Swedish battleships crying? Yeah. Have to pay respects. Very sad. Ready, Freddy? Freddy, ready. Get you in, Alex. Oop. Ba-ba-ba, hey, basement guy, nice to see you. Hey, Alex, how are you? Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
It's
I made it in time, right?
you did 1 minute 30 before it.
8:59.
Oof. That's what we like. Are you looking forward to the dev stream? I am. I think it'll be great.
When I click on the preview, it showed the trailer. Man, it's a pretty good trailer this time.
It's
Pretty
yeah,
good trailer.
the trailer's
It's hypey.
fantastic.
Yeah, just
Like,
hypes you up.
I really think they did a great job with the trailer. You know, there was nice little homages here and there. There was also nice little, visuals as well. There wasn't anything I would say was wrong with it. Apart from in the naval area, for some reason there was just one bear cat where with all the Helldivers. That didn't make a lot of sense, but everything else was fine. So, yeah.
I didn't really realize.
Yeah,
So
it
this
was super
I
random.
didn't really.
Let's see, is the music playing?
Maybe it will shoot and it will.
You hold down the trigger
Fire.
and you shoot the enemy. All right, here we go. 15 seconds. Let's see what's here. By the way, guys, this is unofficial watching of it. We're giving our commentary on it. If you want to see the official one, make sure to go check it out. But yeah, we're here to see what's what, as we always do.
And welcome. Hello.
Oh,
Welcome to
do we need...
the Leviathans dev stream. Indeed. And our little preview on all the vehicles and all the things
God damn
that
it.
are in the next patch.
Absolutely. Hopefully you can see everything and hear us okay. It's always a lot of setting up with these, so do let us know if there's any issues.
Let me know if there's
Hopefully,
any
from all the
audio
vehicles testing, it should be
problems.
fine.
But there you go.
It's
a good start.
Hold anything up. Shall we start?
Yes, I think so. And I think the first thing that we can look at is something that we have in the US tree.
Big Jeep.
And it's the newest edition.
Oh, do you see
for
they have a
Leviathans
new
that we have,
icon
okay?
for the...
Yeah, under
the
construction.
construction one? That's great.
Yeah. And not
Hey, there you
exactly
go.
very
Wait, so they're two separate
It
vehicles?
comes with a little bit of a surprise though. Like
I thought they were like all together.
esteemed
It says-
viewer is probably noticing.
Well, I can't
where's
really
the
read
uses.
that much, but it says like
I'll show you
SLM
this now.
RAM fire control system.
And then one says
maybe it's
It's a
launcher.
little bit of a new
So.
thing.
So you need to
That,
equip all of them in your
We
crew.
haven't had in.
I thought the way it
that we
worked is
decided,
you do that and then you
this
spawn
such,
the other
and
one.
That is,
Yeah, like it
This
kinda
is the radar
spawns with you,
unit.
right?
Yeah.
It's just a little car friend.
and then what I can do is I can plop my friend down, which is my TEL
So it just appears?
Yeah, like you just spawn it
Allows
like the
me-
ammo box.
to launch my missiles.
it
At
does
my
take some
target.
getting used
So
to.
you direct
It
the
definitely
radar?
does.
Yeah, you play as
Now
the
I have-
radar.
Oh
So-
no,
Those
it
friends.
appears that you can switch. You see like in the bottom the C plus
But
alt.
why not have a second?
Yeah, you can
you know?
switch between them
Exactly.
too.
Alright.
But yeah.
Now because
Oh god.
we have a.
They do have physics, so if
Yeah,
you
they
drive
do
Nice
have
to
a-
know it has no
careful,
weight.
Not hitting too much.
Yeah, the
but
AMRAM missed,
what
by
I
the
can
way.
do with this
Just to let you know.
is I can set up my radar control unit, so to say,
What's a dot?
in a specific spot. Find a target, look around for one,
Oh
And
no.
there's no
I can alternatively also just go and move my units around because I can freely switch between them.
yeah, and there's no sort of range limit within like the lore of War Thunder maps. So
Look how
radar
big
unit can be
that
very far
like
away from
IR
this,
missile
the
is.
actual missile unit.
God
as well.
damn.
Yeah.
So it's pretty practical and it allows you to.
But
sort
did
of
you read about it?
change
Is
up
it
how you
really a
approach,
sidewinder of some nature?
Yeah, it's a
Or is it
9X
something
basically.
nicely overall.
Oh, I see.
Where did
Um,
that missile go?
I think
What?
you've got two types of missiles there.
Yes.
Yes.
Another very good observation that you have right there. Now we have
Jesus
aim and presence
Christ.
on this, but we also have a smaller,
Hey, Tech, have you noticed the other
less
missile?
chunky missile in the middle.
No.
Well,
What is it,
this one?
Alex?
Well, get to it.
These are they
very good at
tracking?
Right.
That is.
I mean, it seems to be.
It
Yeah,
seems pretty
so-
early. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's not a really good.
Once
the
again,
It's not a really
I-
good first impression.
I would like you to look at the top of the screen where it says work in progress.
And what you're bringing.
So,
This is not
yeah.
the only one that does this, though.
Yes,
in terms
there's
of,
quite a few.
missiles. Now we have the ability, which I think is personally amazing with this, to
The
hide
fire and
your
track
launch
thingy?
units in different trajectories. So say you have a vehicle that is coming in, and maybe one of these is not able to launch. The second one is. So you can set up yourself kind of strategically. You can hide.
You
You can
mean?
have one of these launcher units.
Okay, he's basically saying
Wait,
you
the fire-
you can put the
Flying
trucks in
now
different
already.
places so they have
Yes,
different
it's
fields of fire and view.
Hawkishly look at
Yeah,
that.
but
That's
your
what he's saying.
fire,
500
your
meters the
launcher
other
is
way.
your launcher,
The
right?
second
Like
one.
you don't
Yeah.
have two
From
launchers.
that angle. So you
Well,
have a
he
lower
has two
variety,
vehicles,
in terms
so
of
he's
Now,
those are the
with
two separate
these,
launches.
it's
That's what
easy
he's
to hide
trying to
yourself.
say.
So I will go
So-
into another.
Yeah, it's
vehicle
just
that
it
is
doesn't make any
definitely
sense
a
because you
little
don't
bit
have
more
two
difficult.
launchers, right? So you
By
can do like
comparison-
interlocking fire.
No,
There's the German RST
god damn,
system. Yeah.
no
And
smokes.
spoiler, this isn't even the biggest one that we're gonna look at today. So
Why are they
That's
not?
weird.
Why are they not showing the?
View as well.
the
But our
descriptions
colleagues
of
at
these
Lex will show you
things?
that on their stream.
Yes.
We'll leave
I
some
think they're
links
just
next time,
trying
so,
to really just keep
My
it.
god.
this thing is just ginormous.
yes,
And
but it
so
gets,
are the TELs.
they do get bigger.
I look forward to this on Advance to the Rhine.
We can see here this.
Gonna be able to hide it somewhere.
German mid IRST missiles
And I'll
There you
see.
go.
has an effective range of about 12 kilometers.
What?
And,
Wait, this isn't the
I'll
SLM?
also spawn the second one.
I thought it. No, this is the SLM. It's
Does look a bit
40.
strange at the start, but
Yes.
Fuck.
you get used
It's,
to it.
right.
Um,
No, this is not 12. This
Hey,
is
the mobility
40.
of this thing is quite good.
See? Ooh.
Yeah,
the-
because he's
when you
he's
have
quoting the Swedish
both of the
version, not the
launchers
German
set
one.
up.
Okay. The it.
Yeah.
And let me lock a target.
It's worth noting as well that,
Look at his face. Look at his face.
Apart from one unit, we'll look at it now.
Both of the missiles shoot when you're in the radar unit's control.
Tweak it out.
So
Yeah,
you
so-
can launch kind of a tandem.
When,
Okay,
for
so
most
you
of
can
the servers,
fire both launches at the
the
same
core
time.
radar unit is destroyed, all
Ah,
of the
there you go.
launchers,
So you
Yeah.
can do some
even if the
interlocking
Invas
fire.
Versa is still surviving, the vehicle system is considered knocked out. So if you lose the radar vehicle, these units won't operate on their own. And same if you lose both the launchers, then the whole system is considered destroyed.
Yep.
There you
These are
go.
just massive
That's some
players.
Yeah,
progress.
there you go. That's well done. We've described it properly.
Operated in a German Naval.
Right.
That is how modern it is. These is gigantic, relatively mobile vehicles on a modern truck chassis.
On
So
a
you
road,
can just,
Fully
mm,
spaded.
fully spaded.
But I feel like if you hide in
On a
the
test drive.
forest,
On a
Well,
test
you're getting
drive.
fired.
better time would be a freaking one.
When they're
Because
unfinished.
It's not the size of a 3-story building, but especially not.
But
when
they're
it's
very
upside
fast
down,
on a
because
road,
These
so.
antennas are ginormous.
Aye.
The launcher in the back is also huge, and like this is rivaling the size of some of the smaller trees that we have in the game. So, and if you have smaller buildings, or
usually when you
whatever,
play
you're
these
trying to,
things,
hide adjacent to them, gonna
You're
have
supposed
little
to get a
bit
bit
of
away from the spawn,
hard
right? Because
time
it's the
with that.
first
Yeah.
area that an enemy looks at you.
Something else?
Yeah.
But the main thing is that you have adult to worry about.
Mhm.
So that's one of the main, that's one of the really
Oh.
big issues with the
Did you see the Hellcat? The Hellcat Hell?
from some unit or something.
I think they're doing a pack, like a multi-pack for it.
The two fronts idea.
Yeah.
These are suggested from the
Mhm.
forums. Thank you if you did that. We've got a few here to quickly show you. Some
More
American
roundels.
ones, Brazil. Thailand is new. I think
Can
there's
never-
some new.
This is an inherent good, right? that
It
you can
is.
be against it.
Can you grind them?
And,
That's let's see.
Bulgaria's
Nope.
new as
No,
so
well, that one,
super
no.
Never mind.
insignia,
Bulgaria,
which is nice.
you'll have to
So there's
buy
a
your
few so
insignia.
left suggestions for
Very
those, thank
sad.
you very much. We may add more in the future if there are.
I wonder
more
what
missing,
has
so
always been the
thank you.
criteria,
So I'll
right?
quickly
I
show
don't
you
Some of them
know.
are just so
new,
random.
packs
Like why the
that come. So
Bulgarian
these
one you
are
have to
very
buy, but
similar
then
to
some
the,
other one you can
the
grind.
Two Fronts Tiger packs.
I don't know.
previously. And we've got three.
Oh,
types.
here you go.
We'll go through them quite
Hell.
quickly because they are very, very similar. So the American one, of course, Hellcat, Sherman, and the Skink. And so these are all kind of thematically themed.
What is that
So, this
wood
is
on the
Hammer on
side?
Wheels pack. And it's, I think,
Oh
important
my
to mention
God.
that these are not
Anti-Panzer
intended to be
Faust.
one particular historical vehicle. They're more like inspired from several to make one.
You guys remember the
This is more
IS-321,
inspired
right?
by, some of the Pacific
So
Sharpers with the
these are
armor
the
on the side.
vehicles that were built
The Hellcat
kind of
tool,
at the
this is
same
actually
time as
a
the
fairly more
321,
famous
or
one,
like
so
on the
it's
same
got
idea as
they
the
have to use
321,
signs on them because obviously they were new.
which is
And
kind
Yeah,
of cool.
that are not
Make sure that
exactly
cruising
this
not
way,
too
but they
stupid.
got inspired by real
The
life
Sherman one as
pictures,
well
and they
is,
kind of
very, very
combine.
nice,
They
very
grab what
bulky.
they
So
can,
underneath this
Yeah.
one,
what they
it's
like
got
from them.
some sandbags and jerry cans.
Look at that.
I believe
Pretty
they
cool.
should
Huh.
have a small
Yeah,
amount of
it's pretty
protection. I'm
nice.
not 100% sure. Currently they don't. From a chat a while ago, I think they should, but I'm not 100% sure.
PT95 coastal players happy. Let's go.
Oh hell yeah!
Also,
And SC1.
I don't know why, but their stream has like a weird glare to it. That's not me, that's them once again. It's got a weird like, I don't know, like a grey scale on it.
It's
So
pretty much a quintessential selection of vehicles. Got your
That's
IS-1
the other
here.
one.
It's pretty nice because that's
IS-1 45. Like, the names are so odd. They were.
Well, this is a 1944 chassis, isn't it? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
It looks so
There
weird.
wasn't an IS-1 with the other one. They
There's
were
the
only
B3M. Oh, what a surprise! Additional armor. Yeah, nice.
And there were quite a few.
God damn it.
and other similar units.
T-3485E, completely
Side skirts on
obsolete.
Stoogs and things like that. And yeah, this is inspired by those particular examples. The final one is a captured. Do you know the full name of this?
Anomag.
The SDKFZ, way too many letters. Even more.
Yes.
Jesus.
Man,
There we go.
every time they pull that joke, quote
Yeah,
unquote,
so
it's for
this
the
is a-
German
this is
to
a neat
speak
one. This
German,
uses
man.
20
And if you
Yeah.
can't speak German, like, what's the point?
You're
It's a
talking
bit
to the wrong
compromised
German, Oxy.
because in this area, the damage is much higher, but the velocity's lower. It doesn't have that cement core. AP
Oh, my
round,
lord.
and,
It's
it's,
Sonderkraft Fahrzeug, by the way,
damage
if
is
you
good,
wanted
but,
to.
it does have some drawbacks. You could
Just
also
to
say
let
you
you
could
know.
put the BTR in here, but these are meant to be, I think, more thematic World War II packs. This one. This is in May of 45, so these are kind of like the last Soviet tanks. And one more for Britain as well, and this is the Echoes.
The
of
Overlord.
Pack, and we've got 3 here similarly as well. We've got the classic Firefly.
That's pretty good.
That's nice.
Avenger as well.
Goddamn Avenger.
And
Makes
It's
its
got a little
ugly
star
head.
on
also a Skyraker as well. Which
The
is another
princess.
famous
How
one.
lovely.
Which is nice. I mean, I think some
There's the Vanguard.
We could have done this at like 5.3 with the Comet and the
8.0.
4.7 is a bit
They
more
do
of a
want
comedy
to
lineup.
separate
So
them
we've got
again.
the Church,
Yeah.
the other Firefly, the other Avenger, more anti-air and some casts that work quite well there. So I think it's a comfortable BR, and it's they're more iconic vehicles.
Unless you want to run the Avenger,
So,
which I
so
think
after
isn't that higher than
that,
4.7, or
so
did they
it looks
put
very
it down?
No, they're all-
those,
Oh, okay,
very
fair.
similar to the other
Mm.
versions, but, with some cosmetic differences.
And a good opportunity to pick up some anti-air.
I was thinking about the Chali, World War II.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because that's usually something some people might be lacking. Coming to another vehicle that we are getting. Back to the US tree.
Joom.
Kind of saw it for a second here. We are
Comanche.
getting the Comanche.
Yeah,
which
could you
is,
put on the description on the left-hand side,
um,
please? Oxy had it.
bring
Come on.
14 Hellfires.
It's obviously
Oh,
not
see.
something that's... Yeah,
And,
god damn it.
If you're asking yourself what the other ones are, let me show you.
It's missing
Have
information
you seen
again.
those little covers that
It's
lamps
actually
have?
quite cool. We
Like
were very,
your bed stand
very
lamps?
happy about seeing that.
There's something else, though.
This helicopter
that
has one
is,
of them.
a
In
little
the
bit
Oh,
unique
really?
about this.
That's interesting.
Yeah, look at that.
Well,
It's a
not
core.
unique about this.
It
Oh,
looks like
yeah.
a lamp.
Helicopters.
It looks
You
like a
know,
little lamp.
if
Got a
you're
lamp
building
shape.
helicopters, they kind
Yeah.
of default back into this like upright.
This one looks
position.
very Command and Conquer. What is
You
that?
now have the option.
Manual roll control mode. Just in case
automatically
you...
kind of tilt them into a roll and maintain that roll,
Yeah, once again,
which is I
more
think, a
automatic
good
systems for
opportunity that is going
helicopters
to allow
that
you
they
to do,
don't
like,
need. So,
certain things like kind of sliding while like launching some missiles. Not
what
being
is that
predictable,
SAS thing?
Not just sitting in one spot when you're like.
What are all of these
around
new
to show you
new things they
where
have?
the
I
poles
think
are
they
looking
added
at.
the
It's very cool.
that is folding.
I think they just
like
added
armament
buttons for your
cores
different
from the
systems,
indoor of
like
the
the
aircraft.
landing
It
gear
is,
and
of
whatnot.
course, being very
But
sleek design.
yeah, so you got landing gear, and then you got the
I
hover,
don't want to know how complex
and
Yeah,
then
if
you
you know
have
it's
like the
hover,
multi
but,
thing.
they certainly.
That one I don't really know.
Ultimately, this got canned as a project, so maybe.
Yeah,
it
you're
was
right.
not
There's
placed,
like two of them that I can't really
but,
think
we have
of.
it in War Thunder now. With a very cool design. It's kind of like
It's
little hut
very-
on
it's
top
a
as
pretty
well.
one.
It is, yeah.
Usually I'm not too interested in helicopters like a platform, but this one is very nice.
I remember
It
this
just
one
looks
appeared in one of
extremely
those
sleek and
Hulk movies. You ever
fast as
saw?
well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's,
Yeah, I
it's
remember
not the
that.
speed. I think the G-Links are still slightly faster,
I think so.
but you are looking at a speed of
This
about
thing doesn't have any
350
rockets.
kilometers
It
before
just
this
has
thing is gone.
missiles.
Okay. That's kind
So
of,
I don't think you can
that's
rush
nice
with it or
to have.
anything.
Let's see if I can crack. Not. It's too much environment around here.
What are we doing?
Yeah, it goes extremely fast. I've tested around with this a little bit. About 300.
It doesn't have any
like the
countermeasures either.
hard gap where it doesn't really want to get slow, faster anymore.
So I'm guessing it has a really
So-
small thing.
I think.
Yeah, it's
I'm
also
surprised it has a
kind of,
gun. I forgot about that.
countermeasures, but it does
Oh,
have a
stability
very reduced
augmentation
cylinder
system.
as well.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Ah,
I
I
get to
see.
show you some
Mhm.
big ships.
Big ship.
This is Iowa.
8-7.
I won't go too into so
Fuck.
much.
So the Vanguard is
Show you
8, oh, and this one is
guns, which
8-7.
both in terms of high
See,
explosive
this is what
and the
happens when
APU
you
is
can
both
just
very,
make
very strong.
everybody AI. You can
So
actually
Iowa, of
expand the
course,
BIOS to
very long,
how much you want.
Very sleek. Doesn't have
kinda
the
fun.
most
God
the
damn.
strongest armor. There is armor behind this.
SC1 is
turrets
the
themselves are pretty well protected,
plane
but
that's
it's a bit
on
of
the
a
Iowa.
above the
It's the
waterline
scout
here,
plane.
which is a bit
So
of a
maybe
problem.
they're bringing the scout
Overall,
planes to the tech
Iowa's
trees.
more so for very, very long ranges.
That'd be fun.
But I'll also show you a few things in the test sale. There's a few little things to have a look at. Firstly,
Fire the
anti-air
guns.
has been
Yeah!
hopefully the game doesn't immediately prove me wrong, but they are now slightly less accurate, and so they are intended now just to knock out planes that fly in a very straight line. So if
Oh.
you're in an aircraft approaching a ship,
They
and you're maneuvering,
artificially
the gun's gonna
nerfed
have a
them.
much
They've
higher time to shoot. So without
artificially
fear,
nerfed the
you're
AA.
fighting it,
Yeah. Even if you're
Yes.
The absolute.
The staggering tonnage
Yeah.
of fire that's coming off this, yeah.
That is,
historically accurate.
Wow. They can't.
Jesus.
Iowa's has a.
It took all that just to kill a
Extra
Ju-88.
guns. There are also some new effects.
I love
So
artificial
I'll
nerfs.
not destroy this in one shot, so I can show you.
I guess they're relying on the
So
other
CHC
planes to
here
also
is a
do,
bit of
do
fun.
damage to these things.
That's why
Maybe.
they
want
want damage
to.
effects. Same with tanks as well, which we'll show you a little bit later. We're always
Yeah, 30-second
we're
reload.
team
Let's
that are really keen on
go.
explosions. So and they're getting very.
So
very
is
good at that.
this
So there's
is
some
this
new
the
explosion
pinnacle of
effects
what
as
the
well,
Americans can
and
get,
also
or
some smoke.
Uh,
So it's
something
when you
else?
land a shot,
Pretty
you
much,
see
like
yeah.
wandering. You see
mega
there
big
are these
chips,
smoke
right?
plumes
There's
that
yeah,
are
there's a
on
few
the
of the
edges.
mega big
Very nice.
ships, but yeah,
Just
this
some
is
extra detail there.
the one
It's a
that
new ship,
the one that
ship with an
was
aircraft, just about
people were
so far.
looking forward to.
This is the Seahawk
Ah,
as
I
well.
see.
It's just on the Iowa.
Technically, you
Is
have
the Missouri
It's
this
quite a nice
thing,
little plane. It's
or
got 250 cals.
no.
No,
Wait,
it's
yes,
another
it
one?
is. It is. Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, it's the Iowa class.
We do have it in our lineups here, but it's not part of the tree currently. It's
Oh.
just there so we can test it.
Yes.
But it's
Never
not a researchable
mind.
vehicle, it's only part of the
Nah,
tree. Yeah, it's
man.
a nice little design. I like the blocky wings.
You
and
will
the-
stay with the
rounded
Kingfisher.
fuselage. I think it's pretty pretty nice, but
I think it's probably one of the stronger like spotter dedicated planes.
yeah,
on,
like they don't have
on ships.
a huge amount of use overall, but it's a nice addition. Like I like float planes in general, so I think it's cool to have. But yeah,
The
you
cap
can,
zones, that's about
give
it.
this a go on
Well,
Iowa
how about you
and-
suggest them to add them in the tech tree if you
Probably
like them
good
so much?
plan to, like, try to shoot down another player's spotter plane.
We'll
out
play
there.
them for 2 games and spade them
Probably
and forget they
not so bad,
exist. But I will enjoy those 2
Yeah,
games.
Yeah, I really like them.
Level.
but I never play
Fighter
them.
or bomber,
I never played
into
them.
an engagement.
I've been hearing that a lot lately.
Especially as well, actually, while we're
Hmm.
here, I'll cover this. The battle rating of Iowa currently is 8.7, so the battle ratings for Navy is going way up. Currently, when you check the BRs yourself, it's mostly just the new top ships that are 8.7. Some of them have been moved up, so like Amagi and a few of the other ones.
So
as
these
well. I
will
think
just
themselves
fight
as
each
well,
other, and that's
their
it.
battle rating has increased.
Yeah,
So there are
fair
big
enough.
gaps at the
Unheard
moment.
of,
The team are kind of
unheard of.
gradually over the development period that we're going to be having.
Yeah, but
are
as I
gonna be
said, this
increasing them.
is
Yeah,
what
maybe
happens
it's gonna
when
be
you can
Iowa
just play
fighting
versus
for
AI.
ships,
So
but they are all going to be
Yeah.
steadily
you can just
increased
put the
as well,
BRs
so
wherever
that's
you want.
why they're like that at the moment.
Right, so do you remember
they're
that
with it and they will
when
be
sometimes when
increased
these guys come up with some
incrementally
crazy
for,
ideas, certain characters come up with some crazy ideas of like
Yeah.
some
Fantastic.
mega
Okay,
decompression
coming
and
back to
whatnot, and
something, in
it
Germany,
seems laughable because
we are
sometimes it's
also
just like
getting,
isolated environments, right?
Yeah.
Like some of their ideas
we'll
include like
call this
isolated
like,
environments. Like, I
Yeah.
guess we have one now.
not exactly a sub branch, but
Oh, there you go.
a
Subtree.
bunch of plans
Not exactly a sub branch. Looks inside. It's a
again,
sub
we're
branch.
getting
Yeah, like, what do you
Swiss
mean, man?
F-18C.
Like, I don't want to be rough with these guys, but I don't know.
Be running the same
I don't know.
loadout that you get on the American one. And
Yeah, like, is that not a sub branch?
you
Like,
are
what?
also additionally
God,
getting
man.
the premium F-18.
Because if that's the case, Thailand is not a sub branch, right? Because they
Yeah.
didn't put like its own line. Like, it's pure
Again,
independent
also a similar
line.
loadout to the one that you were able to get on the American tree. The
I can't. The F5E again.
loadout roughly
Another
with the
F5E.
M7Ps and the M9 Alpha
This is
with your
like the
It's a fan
5th
favorite.
one, 6th one, I think.
powerful enough for you to really fight anything
It's a
that
fan
you're
favorite,
probably
man.
going to meet at like the 12-7 battle rating.
It's 11-3 though.
Then we
Does
have
it
a
get like
couple,
more missiles or something?
Planes leading up to that. We have a well, we already have a Swiss Hunter.
No, but
we are
now
getting on
the,
tech tree. This one doesn't come with flares, and it
What?
doesn't come with extremely powerful missiles. But for what they are, the Swiss.
Well, it's M9Js,
nobody
right?
knows how to
Yeah.
pronounce this
Yeah,
missile over
these
here.
ones aren't
Literally
J's.
the
These are B's, I
Flissen
think.
L-
Or
These
close
are,
to,
yeah.
or E's.
75
10G.
being derivatives
10G.
of M9.
So this is just a worse
Um,
squadron, worse than the squadron vehicle with
for
the same
what the
BR.
battle rating is,
Fantastic.
good enough to get
Fantastic.
on those that are not really paying
Man, I'll
attention.
tell you, I'd rather have more
Um,
freedom
and
fighters and more
F5E,
hunters. I
Yep.
don't know. yeah.
I think
That's true.
Your favorite?
we have so many F5s in this game by now. I don't have to explain too much about it. You have some countermeasures, even have some large caliber countermeasures, which is
Trying to
actually
grab
quite
an
good.
attitude with the company boy.
F5s usually being relatively cold planes.
Show us the
Have something to
missiles
say, just
and
say
move
it.
on.
Well, and then,
Oh, okay,
additionally, we are
never
getting
mind.
I
the
said, if you're gonna throw a
Flissen
comment like
for the
that when
German
you're a
fleet, that is a
representative
cool
of the
addition
company,
because
just
I like
say
the
it, man.
largest
Like,
Yeah.
don't try to
overall,
just sneak it
this
out.
is, especially cool because this one also gets countermeasures.
So this is like the Benelux one.
The only
Yeah, the
downside that you have on this one is that you are
It's got these goddamn
not
things.
having,
The
IGR
Falco.
missile. This is also running the same.
Look at those names, yeah.
But you
The
also
German
have,
cannot say German. We have failed as a society.
the ability to bring 4 total.
I'm guessing he
Keep
didn't look
hiring
up the
these people
names.
to-
There is also, I'll just
They keep
interject
hiring
slightly,
these
there
people
is
to just
a
entertain
lower tier
dummies by speaking
resource
German,
plane
and
that
they
we're
don't
not
speak
quite ready
German, so I don't know.
to show yet, but that's a nice little thing to look forward to in the short term as well.
Overall, good.
It fixes the
addition,
German
cool
tree.
plans that I think
You know,
are going to
makes
be
it
good.
easy
more
to grind.
things.
Yeah.
I think
It's
that
more
looks for
things,
the
yeah.
Makes it
whole
easy
season
to
long
grind.
term,
Things to it,
so,
actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. But we have something else in the German tree, which
Another thing? Oh, the
can only be
Bismarck.
rotate over again.
Yeah, I'll show
There
you
you go.
a couple of new ships. So obviously Bismarck here. The
It was
armor's not
already
finished
known
yet,
that the
so I'll show
German
you
tech
that,
tree
but
was not
it's
going to
sort
be
of
able to
like the,
sustain
the
itself in the
placeholder
air.
stage.
Yep,
Like,
true.
of course,
I
they
don't
had to
wanna-
add something.
because it will look quite strange out of context. But
The
yes, here's
Bismarck.
finally.
Oh,
What are your
that's a ship.
thoughts? You're a fan?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes. I got it. I'm German after all. So
Yes. Indeed. So Bismarck, of course, equipped with
Yeah.
the 380mm guns.
no
Hopefully not
comment.
this
Yeah.
kind of.
Few
Yeah,
things there.
hopefully not this kind of.
Yeah,
your
hopefully not that
anti-air
kind of
fuse,
German.
anti-air fuse and
Jesus.
standard, and then your AP as well.
Ride in the
So, yeah,
fatherland.
these are
Rough,
only
rough,
380.
rough, rough.
Bismarck, I believe, at least this type of cannon, has the fastest fire rate, so it's 2.6 shots a minute, I think, max.
Wow.
So overall, Bismarck is going to be pretty good in terms of the fire rate,
Amazing.
and very well defended all around, of
Let's
course. as well.
go. Oh, look at that. Take us the
armor's not
Gneisener.
Immensely strong in
The
a particular
Gneisener.
area, but in general.
Oh,
overall
Freeman said
defense
it
as well. There's already
hilariously
many,
this morning. I can't remember how he said
parts
it.
apart from,
It was
running,
like the
overall, it's,
it was like
very nice,
the like
transition
Nisa
to
Nui
German.
or
We can also
something.
look at Gneisenau.
that's such a sleek design as well.
Yeah, so this is the projected version of Gneisenau. When it was moved back to repair, they were.
This
going
is the
to fit,
version that
the
didn't
same
exist.
guns from the Bismarck on it, 380s.
They didn't finish it.
Excuse me, but after some damage in an air raid and the worsening war situation, they scuttled it. So this was
Classic.
the version of Gneisenau that was going to be.
What was the other thing that they couldn't purchase the guns? Or was that for the Soviets?
The standard
There's-
These guys were going to purchase the guns, and then
Yeah,
they
that was
couldn't
the
do it?
Soviets.
And so
Soviets?
this
These
version
guys
adds
just
some
yeah, they basically
difference
just
again
ran
that
out of
wouldn't have
time.
otherwise been there.
Hmm.
I think it makes a nice addition. And
They
I also, at
built
the
the
same time,
stuff, they just didn't put it
probably, I
together.
imagine, see Gneisenau, the standard Gneisenau at some point as well. This is the premium. So overall, it's basically just Scharnhorst, as you know in game already, with the extra guns. So nothing really a huge amount new there. It's just the extra firepower, which is really nice. And
The
got
boom,
a
boom, boom.
mobile
A
and
rum,
still
pum,
pretty
pum.
well defended.
And I
platform
feel
as well
like
to
some
use
of
the-
these premiums, like we were
Nice.
saying the other day, they're just test of faith,
Such a
right?
sleek
Yeah,
design
pretty
as well.
much.
They're for
All of the
they are for
news
these
that we have
guys.
this
Yes.
kind of like very sleek.
They are for these guys that are always
design,
try
but,
to
like,
they're always
if you
try
compare it
to
to Bismarck, it's
to just
like-
bullshit their way to you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
saying,
it's
"Laws, I
finished
want to
like
play the big
this.
chips
Yeah,
when they
very
arrive to a
straight
game."
up.
Well, now you have
It's
the
a very nice
opportunity.
design.
Uh-huh.
All right, coming back to something a little less bulky, we have a new T-72. Now, we already have a ton of T-72s in the game,
Woohoo!
but this one is unique because this one
Hey, found the button. Let's go.
has the APS of the Russians, the
Arena M.
Arena M, I think. Right? Ah, yeah. You get
We're not
3 pops
researching
in
again.
basically every single direction. You have 360-degree coverage. with
Help.
it. And I will just quickly show you that because we also have something else we want to show you.
Oh yes.
Some of the new explosive effects, of course. First, you see
More
we have
explosive
the,
effects.
APS charges
Hell
in
yeah.
Goddamn.
basically all directions. Covers you up to a speed of 1,000 meters per second of the projectile. So you have a very strong protection with this. And let's see if I can
Against
get a nice photo
missiles.
off. You have very cool new explosive effects.
Well,
So
go to the
base
missile
kind of
testing
explosion,
area to the right.
Initial explosion is
Don't
pretty
these
fun.
look the
And
same?
I think like these
Or-
cook-offs I think are quite similar.
No, I think
But
that
Yeah.
one
you get like a proper,
and everything.
Ah, but that's already in the
There's
game.
no-
I gotta move over.
No, but with the
yes,
other
they do
Oh,
really
the
well.
other
They've
one?
been working
secondary
very hard on
explosion.
those. Like one of
Mm.
the developers works in our office who used to work on all kinds of cosmetic damage, and he's always very, very happy when one of them's finally finished. And
It does look pretty good. Like he
explosions
should
look very, very nice.
he should feel good about his work.
Yep.
There
There
we
it
go.
was.
That's the kind of
Love
explosion.
that. Was a big one. Now, can we get it from a little bit further away?
Give it a try. There we go. That's
Yeah,
perfect.
look at that.
So they're basically making the turrets pop
Perfect.
more.
Very nice.
Fair enough.
Looking
I don't
Yeah,
know,
they have, like
it-
more
it-
smoke and a bit more
Yeah, like it,
And,
it,
solid, yeah.
it looks very similar to what it was before. I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe slightly
You do
more.
not like to die to ATGMs in your T-72.
So it's not going to be quite
And your
Black
top
Knight
tier
level
tanks, a
protection
lot of
against
ATMs
darts
going
and
on.
stuff, but in terms of missiles that are being fired at you from the air, it's going to pretty much work fine in that way.
Now you say it properly.
That's
Yeah.
a nice one, yeah. It's that like explosion flash.
Exactly.
Looks really, really good.
Shoot him the second time. Boom.
Excellent.
Very cool.
Okay.
looking. All right.
We're
Another
not testing the
feature that
APS. All right.
And
Okay.
In the dedicated ATM testing area.
Now, this is the
Why-
How about we test the
the,
APS in the dedicated ATM
39
testing area?
albatross.
Nah.
Why is this
um,
6.7?
which is going to allow
That can't be
you
right.
to really bring a little
Probably
bit
evidence.
of close air support capabilities into the kind of
6.7.
which currently is sitting at like a 6-7 battle rating. That's for Russia, especially if you look at the tree, kind of an area where you can pick, do I want to use an IL-10 or do you want to use a TO2? So now you have, another option, because SU-9 is being kind of similar, but having less ordnance compared to the L-39. You also have a 23mm Gish. It's quite
Just such a-
good. Speed for a 6-7
I don't know.
gun is also good. You're probably going to be able to at
A
least
23 is pretty
somewhat
good.
get away from
Maybe it's gonna have some good acceleration or something, right?
If somebody chooses.
Well,
to
this is
use
a this
but
is
it's
a
not,
training plane. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
a
how
trainer like
powerful
a
it's going to be.
tank.
Yeah.
It's also
Mm.
not very maneuverable when I was having a play around with it, from what I remember as well. So
Yes.
it can roll quite well, but in terms of agility, it's not too super. And also to mention, this aircraft.
Czech
could mount
Republic on
missiles, but
Suicide
they are
Watch,
quite low,
finding
so
out
they
their
don't
planes
fit
are crap.
into this lineup, so there
Sad.
is a
The
gap in
main
casting
thing is that
potential.
this one they
For
could have
example,
made
this
Soviet
plane
because the
was-
Soviets probably
was,
used it.
Yeah.
given those missiles,
Yeah,
the
they
Soviets
for some
never-
reason went for the Czech
the
one.
airframe really would struggle quite
Yeah,
well,
no, it's that the
which
plane
then
originally
reduces
is
its ability
Czech,
to fill
but
that
Yeah.
gap.
it was
That's
used
why
by the
it's
Soviets and
missing
the other
that.
Warsaw Pact countries as their trainer.
Yeah.
That is what it is kind of like an oddity in their Warsaw Pact shenanigans because it was not only the Soviets, right, and then got exported to other
make
ones.
sure that
It was
it's
from
kind of
one of the
sitting in
Warsaw
the
Pact countries
direction
and then
which I think
including the Soviet Union.
from
Yeah.
when it comes to the flight performance is kind of a good balance. Right, going back.
Maybe they're gonna
to
put one in the tech tree, but I don't
another
really know what
gigantic
difference
ship.
they can do to it.
Yeah, I'll show you a couple of these.
There's
quite briefly.
technically
This
more
one's really good. So
variants,
first of
like
all,
there's
it's
ones with
which
missiles
is
and stuff.
a kind
But
of
we'll see.
similar bit to Gneisenau. It uses
Mm.
the same guns. So Russia
Sebastopol.
wanted to purchase these from Germany, but then things
Look at
didn't
that
really quite
camo.
work out,
Shit.
and so the platform didn't really go anywhere.
It's not the
beyond that.
best. I don't know.
So protection on this one is quite limited.
Are those
overall.
real?
It's okay.
The Sevastopol never
but it's not
existed,
immensely
so
strong
no.
for
No, the
performance.
camo.
But you do
The
have the
camo
same
with that
guns,
like blue
effectively
one.
Oh, the
from
blue
same
one? I'm
logo,
not sure actually.
same rounds as well. So
I'm
overall,
guessing
it's gonna be
so.
a nice little ship and a nice complement as well. I'll briefly show you Sovietsky Soyuz, which is very powerful currently, at least in terms of the
This
arms.
one also didn't exist,
And
right?
looking
This is the
Yep.
one that
into
it's
this a
like
little
more
bit,
fake than
This is the one that could have
shows
never
this is a,
existed because they
uh,
did not know or have
immensely
the
strong
technology
ship
to
using
make
its current
what it
setup.
is. So
The firepower as well, if we take a look on the
Fully
filler and the
fake.
penetration on the AP and on the SAP is similarly
No, you should say
incredibly strong.
paper. Paper.
I didn't know it was actually quite so powerful.
Stop
But yeah, in
spraying
terms of,
misinformation.
the beefiest armor that the Soviets can really field, at least in the context of the game. This is sort of, I think, the best they can really
good
get.
save, Oxy. I like that one. Well
Yeah,
done.
obviously, I don't know how final.
Yes.
uh,
So it's the
all
best that the
elements are,
Soviets
but
can field,
currently
but
as
it's
it looks,
also the best in the game.
very
Okay.
beefy
Yeah.
ship indeed.
Very bulky front compartment as well.
Yeah.
Like it kind of like fans out a little
It's
bit.
very sort of Yamato-y.
It's not. It's not.
It's also really
so
low
on
to the
ground,
water,
especially,
Yeah, it's
which a
like
lot of
the,
these Soviet ships are.
by comparison. That brings us.
Yeah, I guess
to
compared to our ones.
Yeah.
right?
British, which we have a new IFV.
The Badger! There it is.
Yay.
Look at it go.
The,
Woo!
well, kind of South African tree over here. The Badger SUV.
The
do have
Denel.
a front compartment engine, which is probably going to
No,
allow you
where's
Hey,
to be a
the-
little bit more survivable.
It's got an engine.
You know, of
Nice.
course,
40
IFV is
millimeters
not
of
the
armor.
most armored ones.
Sad.
If a main battle tank shoots at you, you're probably
He's entering the
gonna
Twilight
be
Zone.
penetrated
Look at that.
anyways. But with the mobility that the vehicle has and the fire rate of the gun,
He hasn't
um,
spaced it, has he?
probably, especially
In the
like
Twilight
9.0,
Zone.
probably gonna have a good time. Comes with
Oh, he has. It just
APS
says it.
SDS.
There's a
114 millimeter? I
Fire rate
mean,
of this
at
is
least it's not
roughly
the 25
same as you
APF
get
SDS.
on the Bradley.
Roughly the
200
same.
miles per
I
minute.
think it is the same. Isn't it?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
those are
the
Bushmaster
RPM.
values.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are
14
Bushmaster
millimeters
values.
on this. At max, it's probably going to allow you to
Yeah,
at least get
MK25.
good
Just show-
shots
show
on
the fire
basically
rate, come
all
on.
the MBTs that
I
you
want
can
to see
run
the
into.
fire rate.
Put in the
And,
test drive.
This being a
Put in the
relatively
test drive.
modern like chassis, also is probably going to allow you to stay relatively grounded and not bump around too much, which is kind of my gripe with similar IFVs that you get on the looking at you, Warrior.
They bump too much.
British main tree, because the Warrior, of course, kind of is
Is it
notorious.
stabilized?
If I play the Warrior, I get into situations where I can only get a couple shots out before, because I have like less than half the fire rate of, say, something like the Badger now, right? Before I get shot. So that's a good and very nice addition.
Okay.
We do have another ship.
I think that's more
which
down
in
to the
my
gun
eyes is
stabilizer
very
than the
small main gun.
suspension of the
They are
hull.
the same size.
Thank God you
They're
make the
so
videos
small.
afterwards,
They
man.
do.
All I'm
This
gonna
ship is
say.
very long and
God,
very
the
wide.
fucking
It does
videos
make
afterwards.
the guns look
Vanguard
small now. They're
time.
still 380 millimeter
Woohoo.
guns, so similar to
It is so weird to me how in Naval
The
now
final
we're at a point where like
proportion
15-inch
it's very
guns
nice design.
are
The accuracy is
considered
very
like
good.
small,
The anti-air protection's very
like
good.
compared to everything
Bell
else.
as
It's
well is still pretty
crazy.
strong.
It's
So
actually
it's
amazing
very
how
good,
much
which is
it's
fine,
evolved
really.
the last few years.
It's a nice ship. It's not quite.
Why they never
on
put
par
that much
with some
stuff
of
in the front of
really,
the ship,
the
like
toughest
in that like
battleships?
open
Of all
area?
the
My
big
guess would be
ships that built,
balance,
most likely gonna be sitting
to because
it's
of
a
weight
very
distribution,
well-rounded
right?
ship. It doesn't
So
really excel in like an incredibly dominant way in
I'm
every
not
area,
entirely
but it's
sure.
comfortable enough
But there are the
in
ships which have like all the
various
primaries
so
on the
you
front
get
of it,
some
right? Like the
firepower
Dunkirk class.
Yeah.
So
to still be like
Yes, and in some of the ones
decent
they
ship,
showed
probably
earlier, they have a lot of they have a lot of
camo as
space
well,
in the
so it's
front,
two
right? I
types
guess they
Yeah.
also have in
of,
the
here.
by the end of
being
the
just
chief, so I guess it
unpowered
makes sense for
Mm.
the balance.
But yeah, I do know what you mean. It does look like with how big the ship is, the guns look quite small, but they're not. They're not really small.
yeah, it's just the ship is huge.
Now we're getting to something.
Well, it's like the other one. Riley was just fat. He was broad.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about it.
Wide, thick boy.
Finally arrive. And that
Hell yeah.
is
What is it?
F2.
Woo!
Now,
There you
this
go.
is,
Oh,
There's
coming in
2
two
F2s
versions,
coming in.
into the game.
What?
First, we will have a. Oops.
What is that?
First, we will have
What?
a tech tree. Kind of.
A
end of the line
premium
here.
one?
for the Japanese tree,
Okay.
which will be
Jesus
Alright.
Christ.
to bring a
They're
very
doing
big
they're
amount
playing the
of,
meta.
different,
Oh shit, they're
tree
adding the
coordinates.
anti-ship
So it's
missiles.
a
Let's
good
go.
option if you want to run
Wow.
fast. And it also comes with
Fun.
the option to bring up to 8 missiles in the form of AAM-3s and AAM-4s.
How fun.
I will just quickly show you the full loadout because I'm always excited to know exactly
They're
how
probably
much
gonna
of
work
damage
like
you can run,
Mavericks,
in
right?
jets.
That's
I'm
an
not
idea.
sure. I don't
AAM-3s,
know.
of course,
It depends on their
being
warhead.
low
Or
missile,
So
the
there must
the
have been
targeting
the
thing.
guidance systems.
and
It has a
AAM-4
targeting
over
pod
here,
on this thing.
being
Mhm.
a good augment to the plane as well, which leads me to the premium version of the plane.
Which I'm guessing
which
doesn't
will
get the
be- and we will
active
talk
radar
about
homing
this
ones.
later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Show you new maps
Yeah,
as well.
probably only gonna
So
have like
we
what, the
will,
Sparrows or
go
something.
about,
Or...
that,
Yeah, AIM
bit more.
7Ms.
Yeah,
There you go.
Look at the,
Yeah.
Uh,
So it
the
drops the
element and
active
not just
radar
the,
homings.
the flight performance of it. This one is going to be able to bring.
I feel like this is gonna be the next generation, man.
For
They're
Yeah.
gonna love one.
And
Seems
They're
like
gonna
it.
get like a, oh no,
for
like an
AIM
F-15 or
7Ms.
something with a.
And again, you have a big.
Well, they got the
team of
F-15
different,
JM
group
with the
alliances,
AM4s and 3s.
of
No, I
course,
mean
that
for the
are
premiums, like for the other
Oh,
natures.
right,
They're
yeah,
just
yeah.
gonna
to
grab some
bring,
of the like pretty
ASM
high VR
1
things. They're just
additional
gonna
missiles.
change
Yeah.
their ordinance a bit and then
I
put them
could
as
see some
premiums.
people
Mhm.
before the stream went live even asking if these are going to be around. Yes, they are.
Nice. Anti-ship time, baby.
Speaking of
Let's
missiles,
go.
we have
You'll never see one, but that's fine.
Japanese.
Yeah, but he
Well,
didn't explain why they are in the game.
multi-
Like, can you use them against the tanks or something? That's the idea, right? So I was gonna mention to you that there must be a reason why they added them, right?
In the lineup here, just to have a
Air
look.
simulator.
These are separate vehicles.
Targeting carriers.
Like,
One
cheap.
Let's
radar
go.
vehicle, and that vehicle that's next to it will just be spawnable. So this isn't
How are
a
the-
standalone thing. It's just here in the lineup so we can have a look at it and show you.
Okay. So you only have.
Ah, there
Okay.
you go. Whew.
If only that had been explained at the start.
Because I can't
Yeah.
believe
Yeah.
that you have these minions.
Jesus.
And I just.
I wonder how the mods are gonna work on these
like-
things.
These especially just kind of
'Cause,
look
like-
cute. I don't know. Like they
Yeah.
have just like they kind of.
They're cute.
It's I guess like one for all, right? Like if you unlock the
It's like
I don't know,
little
suspension,
vehicles that
it
are gonna
unlocks
pop
for all of
down.
them. Like if you unlock them.
And
Yeah.
they're able to,
Oh.
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 push my target. Okay.
It's also worth mentioning that I believe this is the only multi-vehicle system that can operate if the radar truck is destroyed. Because
What?
these can fire on their own, just in without the radar assistance in Bulldog, so they aren't a bit more unique in that way.
Okay, so
the others-
what was
Wait,
said in the
some
devlog
of
was
them
not.
can't?
Yeah.
Destroyed,
Yeah,
in
so
this case,
if you
they will
destroy the
spawn
radar
really
vehicle, that
significant
nukes your lineup, and you basically leave the battle with that lineup.
If you launch from the
So, like,
Just a
you-
truck.
Yeah.
Just a truck.
No, it literally will despawn you. It'll be like, okay, you're dead.
No.
Yeah. But with these ones, they just said that that won't happen. So it,
Yeah,
but
because
I
it
thought
can
that
work,
was.
like, optically. I thought the other
Yeah,
one
but
could
so-
also do it.
yeah,
Like the other guy
so-
said
so can the
Slam
Humvee.
room.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I don't get it.
Ration your missiles as well. If you wanna saturate the target, then of course you can just switch in between. And of course,
This is a lot of
all the
buttons.
things, still apply with hiding behind specific places, popping out from different spots.
I think that's why now they're adding all of the little icons in the bottom.
Very
So in case you don't want to assign like dedicated keypoints, you can just click on them.
New edition.
No,
Directly.
I know in the
You can, like,
devlog it
spawn in
says
your
that
kind
the
of, like, set up
as long as the vehicle
But I
can
think
operate
very
on
cool
its own, but the Slamrang vehicle
so
can
you
operate
want
on
to
its
do that,
own.
you can do
So
it.
like for some reason that one isn't
Because it
counted,
allows
at
for
least
different
compared to
styles
what
of
they said in the
bots,
stream here,
single radar
unless
gun
stuff
behind the building,
changes.
launching a missile and then the helicopter.
Or they
flying
just
over
lied.
that.
Yeah,
You
so
know,
that one,
could also be
so
that.
that one they,
Think of
so
other
that
ways
one I
that you
think
would,
he
like,
said that it could operate. So.
engage with
Yeah.
them.
But the IDs and everything, those are not gonna.
The Irish shouldn't be
those are
able to,
no
no.
chance.
Because especially with these, they're not as big as like say the German IST. I can hide behind a building.
This is just the
have
one that
something
we
built
have. So
in another village.
Yeah,
hiding somewhere else.
Lufthansa.
The radar control unit, if I put the radar itself down over here, also isn't too big.
Whatever.
What are you
So you could
talking
use
about?
them as, like, mini
What
scouts
I
as well
heard.
if you wanted.
Yeah, you
It's
can
a
just
massive truck
run them down.
against
Like, what do you-
against
what do you mean?
thermal
It's like
thermal
sacrifice
optical
one and run
seekers.
it
Like,
down mid. You
just
could
It's like,
even-
imagine
you could
yourself
even
on
use
this one, like you
one to,
spawn in these things,
to
and what usually
spurs
happens is that you have to be
and
constantly looking at the
make
sky
somebody go for
Yeah.
something
while
else
also
instead
worrying
of
about the
your
ground
preferred
battle.
unit, because you have
So that's why people
three
don't
big
bother
armor.
leaving the
So,
spawn, because
yeah,
if not, they have to
many,
worry
many
about getting
things to
shot
do
at.
with these.
yeah.
I think great opportunity. You're already
This
looking at
feels
the
like
other
a
thing, I
first
think,
spawn type of
The
thing,
other thing.
where you just
the
like
other thing. I don't wanna
first spawn
spoil
it, sit it somewhere,
I
and
think
go from
everyone
there.
knows already.
Yeah.
Yeah, you play all
I never
EA
really
the
thought I'd
entire
see a
match.
day where I'd be talking about Yamato
That's-
in this game, but
That's why nobody uses
very
them,
humbled
man.
to be able
That's
to,
why-
of course.
I think that I think that's what they
What
think
can you
people
say,
should
really?
do. But
It's one of
Yeah.
the most
Imagine
renowned
yourself that
battleships
one.
of all time.
The spawns are
and
going to
just
be
very, very
littered
good.
with just
That's
dead
an
vehicles
unbelievable
now.
amount of like
Really.
AA.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. It looks like when you're
Yeah.
playing like a city builder game and you just put stuff in like a circle around something.
Yeah.
Like it looks like that they've been like placed there by like a
50, 25 millimeters.
UI system. But no,
Lovely.
Yeah, that's
it is
it's a
full
crazy
of
setup.
50,
anti-aircraft
25
systems.
triple
So we'll have a
mounted,
brief look
25
at the
millimeters.
firepower
So that's
of both
150
guns, technically,
25
because-
millimeters. And they're
So
all
it's
not
actually
going to
not
do
immensely
anything.
powerful in terms of
It's gonna be
filler, but
great.
Quite a few of the guns, the 406mm guns, have more filler. Because Yamato wasn't really designed for HE; it was the battleship killer, so it's all about the AP. Which
I don't think
is
it ever killed a
very, very,
battleship.
Very strong.
I don't think it ever did anything at all.
No,
It's really going to be
I don't
able
think
to
it did.
That's why it was called the Hotel
we'll have a
Yamato,
brief
right?
look at the
Because
armor as well. So as
it was
Killings,
always
the
always
return
behind
deck as well.
because they were so afraid of
If
getting
this
killed
is
until
one
the
of
point that
strongest
they didn't have a
single
choice.
plates ever fitted
I
to
do
the-
remember that
It's
this
not the
thing does
strongest, it's one
have
of them.
anti-air
So
shells
the
for its
turrets
main
are
guns, though.
functionally
But it
in
looks
the-
like it looks like it doesn't
there
have
is
them.
some ammo
So
above the waterline. I was looking at some
Yeah,
Very
the
sad.
design documents of the developers earlier. Apparently, they did have ammo here. I didn't know that. So yeah, it's pretty full in this regard in terms of ammunition. But I mean, it's still the Yamato. So mobility is not immensely impressive, of course, with a ship this large. The turning circle
It's
is a little
huge.
bit weak. But in terms of your firepower,
Gotta be
anti-air defense, and
huge.
your armor, it's well, I mean, it's Yamato. What can you say, really? It's very, very nice to.
all of that fancy AI and
have a look
still
at
got
the game
railed
with
by
this level of
planes.
detail. Like,
In
Mhm.
such
if you
cases.
aren't immensely keen on like navalism mode at the moment, the models are amazing. Like I wasted too much time earlier just in Ansel getting really close and looking at the details of them. So they do look really, really nice.
I do the same. They do look really nice.
One of those areas, like
Hmm.
mostly if you're like
They have
searching
some
up, you just
unexpected
find the
details for
picture,
such a big
and
model.
then, like,
Yeah.
a lot of text about say like the service history, but not really about like the technicalities, like how much armor like a specific spot had. Like the amount of
This
research
guy
The people that play
definitely
the
this
game,
this guy
yeah, I think they
definitely
do
doesn't
look
talk to
really
naval
what-
players.
how-
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the people that play the game mode are gonna
like
care
just
about
the-
what
the flying
armor and what
distance
armaments they
from-
have.
Right?
damn it.
Yeah, they
That
had like
is- that-
internal plates in them to stop bombs from like, rattling down.
Naval
is-
players in
that is
general are the
incredible
guys
amounts
who
of
care a
effort
lot
into
about that type of stuff,
exactly
which
detailing
you know
that,
the amount of the
both
technical
not just
details, as he put it.
Yamato, but like all the other bots that we're getting in the patch as well. So that's I mean that's an incredible looking ship. You have the like little float planes on the back as well.
Yeah, couple
Look
of
at that.
couple of friends as well.
Like an entire kind of little hangar in the
Just
back.
in case you want to cap something.
Hotel Yamato for sure.
Hell yeah.
Even like there's like boats going like in a little bit there in the back. Do you see that?
I like these because they look like giant torpedo tubes going backwards. They're not, but I've always liked a little bit of design. But yeah, it's very, very nice design. It's really nice to see.
Shoot the guns, make it go boom. Oh,
Going from something very big to
or
something
move
small.
on because you
We
have
have
run out of
an
words. Come on,
anti-gun for
there you
well,
go.
This is the CSSA-5.
Another
which
truck.
has 8 IR missiles and a quite potent 30mm main cannon.
12-0.
Um, One of the unique things
They consider
don't
these
have
things to be
too
pretty
much,
strong,
especially
dude.
with gun anti-air guns, is that you have a weapon that is sitting center mass.
Let's
Especially
see.
if you like compare it to
Come
the,
on, show the distance.
every vehicle is kind of modeled after the Gepard. You have this like static thing that isn't exactly like aligned, so it sometimes can be hard, say like snapping a barrel or something like that. With this, you can. You have
Oh dear.
8 IR missiles up to 12 Gs.
6 kilometer lock-in range at all
you have a
aspects.
30mm
Hell
gun
yeah.
Oh
with
dear.
if you bring the APT
Oh,
up
dear.
to 65 millimeters of
Also,
no, man, so you
the-
can just sit at the spawn with this one and then just wait to
have a
get
relatively
hammered.
low down
that might be
Right?
copy paste from another missile.
structure of the
So
main
Yeah, it probably
because
is. Like, that's way too low.
I feel like I've
Powers
seen
making it
those
quite obvious,
stats before on
especially
something.
with the radar.
So
But
I think it's the
not as
values
big
of the
as, like, some of the other,
Yeah,
H6.
so-
radar AAs that we
They're
have
just
in the
copy
game.
pasted.
And
Yeah.
this reminds me a little bit of like a mine vehicle. That's kind of what I'm thinking of when I see this. Just kind of looks like it.
well, you'd be wrong.
Construction.
So could we move on?
Have like a shovel in the front
Mine
here, like,
vehicles are a
putting
lot
some mines
taller,
in there, because
so they don't get hit as much by the mines. Could we?
As if you are gonna be using these things for the gun. What are these?
Yeah.
what is he talking about?
Why are we
Look.
talking about going after
Um,
MBTs? It's an AA. Could we?
It's barely a. Oh, this thing is gonna
Especially
kill
the
me
far
right
right
now. I'm
over
gonna
here.
try to shoot back
Yeah,
before I
it's-
die. And
you
then
probably won't get into
you're
a
lucky enough you kill the
situation
barrel.
where, a plane might like fly through your bullets, which is also like a concern the faster the planes get. So I would say it's,
What? They'll
it's
just
good.
outrange
I
you.
feel like
It
I
doesn't
would-
matter.
That's the issue.
Again, here in the tree, of course.
They can hit
Why do we
you.
have to add? Why do we
full
have to add all
radar
of this new
for
generation
vehicles
of
that
AI
like
tech?
having
What do you
eye armor
think?
system.
Was it because they were just outspeeding the bullets?
You have like a good augment to
Yeah, it's a nice alternative for sure.
being able to,
Oh
like,
my
fill a
God.
specific
Like,
role,
what
because
do you think is the
otherwise
problem with
you
planes
won't
in the
get
higher
too
VRs
fast
of the game?
for an A again like this. Like this isn't
Too
bad.
fast
but
for the
of course
bullets.
This has another kind of
More versatile.
yeah, exactly.
Oh
God, And,
help me. Hey, nice.
Hey, let's go.
Italy.
Classic
Got the Leopard
Italian
here,
W.
Functionally is very, very similar to the Leopard one. It's the main one that Italy used from what
I like the additional armor on the turret.
It's
That looks
not
kind of
too
cool.
Similar from the standard Leopard
Yeah.
one. It has like a little bit more.
Yeah, I was
armor,
hoping
so
that
the
we
armor around here
could
is refined,
we could
but,
start seeing these
it's not really
like
what it is. So you'll probably be
these like
catching
extra
some
members of
nice
the
shots
Leopard
on that
family,
map,
the Leopard 1
but,
family.
it's
There's so
pretty
many
good
of them.
after the
And the
Yeah.
problem is that they won't have
Very
many
cool.
differences.
But even so, I think
Yeah,
it's
which is
not
why I
too
think it's good they farm out to like other trees. Like they could chuck some in France, they could chuck some in Italy. It should be unstabilized, yeah. This one, the 1A5 was I think the first one with the stabilizer, or the A1A one.
Also show you
I think it was the
I was
A1A one,
that
right?
Yeah, A1,
Yeah.
I think it's one of the
A1,
nicest
A1.
designs. I don't know why, but I really like this. Just with all of these 90mm AA guns and like everything else.
The
how-
Italian
how
like
it's
turrets on their
nice
ships are
design.
so goofy. Like look at those like goofy ones on the side there. They just look
In terms
ridiculous.
of protection, it's quite
Like,
similar
I know
to a lot
it's-
of the other like ASO battleships, and that it's more.
Yeah, no, it's like a like a recurring joke, but it's amazing.
It does have
It's
the,
amazing how nobody talked about
the
this chip.
torpedo protection
Nobody.
underneath, like the little round ones that it had to sort of create this cavity when torpedoes hit. So it's pretty well protected in that regard as well. In terms of the basic armor, it's still pretty strong.
Why is it
It's insane
8-0?
how-
The 8.7
It's insane how
briefly show you the guns
it's
as well.
insane how little
It's
people
got
care
SAP
for the
and your
for these like Roma and the Richelieu. Like nobody has ever
know.
mentioned them.
381.
381.
Kind of sad.
So you're like 50.
But
Well,
at,
apart from the mainers, right?
at least, you know, Italy gets a
But they're
ship.
here, right?
You know,
They're
they're
here. Like now
Yeah.
you can't say like, no man, they need to add this one. They need to add this.
Just
Oh,
about
True.
a Neo 5.
What?
This, well, another edition.
Why?
The tree for.
So it's a premium. It's a premium. Don't worry, Tech.
You
Why?
I
To spade
think
another
we
one.
have a kind of good midline premium over here.
Midline.
Dutch representation.
10-3 midline.
Are just incredibly versatile. We have
Aim
something,
9N?
in the game that
What is an Aim
like,
9N?
kind of like light plane.
No idea.
This is going to be a good addition.
But if it is 10-3,
Like,
it can't be
for
that
the
much,
movements,
right?
you have
It's
your,
probably like
Yeah.
an M9E.
Normal
What is an
compartment
N?
of flares with some
Hmm.
flash countermeasures as well, which is always good, as mentioned for the Swiss one. Then we have
Also like mid.
something that is a
Yeah,
little
it's a
bit more
midline
It's rank
vehicle.
It's rank
Rank
7.
7.
What do you mean midline?
It's midline.
I mean, like midline, you're
But
almost
it is a
done with
glass
the
cannon
tech.
with
Oh hell yeah!
basically no armor.
It doesn't have, I believe, any composite armor. So what you see now is what you get. It
What?
does not have.
Wait, it's 10-7?
Then
So
7,
they
5,
could have
7,
fucking made
Tank
this a
possible
premium
using
then.
BT, really.
Yeah.
They
But,
could have, yeah.
Section 3
Yeah, if they're really gonna
no
put it that
armor
way,
whatsoever, but
you
it's
know.
still a very powerful gun.
Yeah, they decided to not give it any of its
as well,
armor.
yeah, in
Well,
terms
that's
of-
It's gonna be
fine,
similar to
you
what
know?
the auto K is,
Incredibly
the
That-
PT60.
and
That's
the
actually
thing in
good.
terms of
I'll
the
play this
details on
thing,
this
so-
particular tank,
Yeah.
That'll be nice.
pretty hard.
If
to
you buy the
track
premium, you
down
can have a full
conclusively.
lineup.
So
Yeah.
the role may change, but currently at least
That's probably gonna
it's
modify the VR, right? It is probably
limited,
the work in progress.
significantly in terms of protection.
Depends what the ammo they give
The
it.
rounds and
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Dutch Leopard
MSC is whole composite. Not according to these guys. You need to talk to them.
breaker.
They said it didn't have anything apart from that 10 millimeters though.
Ooh,
I
that's some
think,
cool
kind
looking
of
tank.
it's a
God
very
damn.
kind of
Yeah.
cool look on the
Nice
vehicle.
little drip.
That kind of sections as well. It's going to be a very versatile vehicle for the tree.
Did you know?
Yeah, like, I mean,
Did you
it's-
know that
I
Tech
appreciate
did a
it's
call
not
to
the
arms
most,
for
like,
people to buy the
stunneringly
Leopard
interesting vehicle, but in
Leopard
terms
2
of the
NL
premium
premium?
that you're gonna
It's the
get,
lesbian
support our
leopard
Dutch
2.
comrades.
Look, it's the
it's
leopard 2
perfect
lesbian.
because there's not really a
Les-
situation where it can't work.
Well, it's good that we
Both
have
is
some
good.
gay
Yeah,
representation.
good representation. Yeah, Pride Month. It's Pride Month in June. So happy Pride Month.
Fuck off.
Even though it may not be like the most, I guess. Well, we've had a lot of leopard twos, but in terms of what it actually will offer if someone wants to pick it up,
It's a
you can't
2A4.
really get better.
We all know
We
what
follow
a 2A4
Saudi
is, yeah.
Arabia law
Like
here,
to, like,
Fjordonsky.
This one, which runs with no ammo, which is probably going to be more a little bit of a circumstantial vehicle.
Oh,
You might not
we're
always
back to the
win,
MSC.
in every engagement, especially when you have very open maps, or you know you're going to be in a situation where, like, say, an autocannon is going to wait for you.
You played as
All
any
cannons
other
in this.
MVP. Like, don't try to come with it. Like, don't try to go. Oh, no. It's a goddamn MVP. Like, that's just how it is. Like, if anything, it's gonna be inherently pretty good.
And I think
Reload.
Yeah.
Reload matters a lot.
5 seconds.
mobility.
It's got the crazy engine. It's I think it's the 1500, right?
A new friend.
Yeah,
Wait,
unless
what?
the prototype has a different one.
Yes,
Do we
this
already
is
have a
the
D21?
original, Dutch version.
I think we did.
So it's actually a different model from the finished one. I think
Oh,
they do look
okay.
very, very similar, but there are
There you go.
differences, especially with the engine cowling on this one. The only real
AIM
functional
9M is a
difference
modernized
it's slightly
J.
less ammo,
Okay,
and the
thank
guns are
you.
all in the wings instead of two in the
Ooh.
front,
Should be
the,
nice.
the engine cowling. So it is a unique model. It's the unique, the actual Dutch one, and it's nice to see it here as well. It
Fun.
comes from the Three Mice Squadron too.
Nice.
And it's really nice to see this thing in its proper livery.
certified,
after so long.
a certified Oxy vehicle.
I like sort of early
Yeah.
designs and stuff. They're quite interesting. So yeah,
Did
that's
great against the Germans, this one.
the Benelux line, and you can play that yourself.
wow.
Quite quickly when the next update comes out.
The
While
triangles
we're
really
also
help.
showing Richelieu, which I think is one of the prettiest chips
Not
of
Darien
all
enough.
time. Really, I love the
Quad
design, like just
setup.
how it's also built up in the
Ah,
middle.
yeah, here it is.
So many defensive guns on the back, and then your two quads at the
Well,
front.
it takes 3, so they
Really,
consider
really
it
nice.
better
I
than
love
the
design of the chip.
The
the
Rona.
Vanguard or whatever.
Oh,
And the
so
Roma.
Go back to, like, the back section again. It's like you have little, like, bathtubs where, like, the anti-air defenses are kind of sitting in.
It's like a baby version of the front.
Yeah.
I do like that.
It's very filled to the
Okay.
brim.
Well, on this
I
one, they
also
put
like
more
the fact
stuff
that
in the
the
back,
guns don't,
right?
like,
Yeah,
especially if
yeah.
you're
Basically, all the
air,
secondary armaments are on the
which
back
has,
of
like,
it.
these, like, super
So
small
primary on the
guns.
front,
These look
secondaries
beefy
on the
to me,
back.
which, you know, kind of
I
adds to
kind of
this
prefer the
level
ore
of
setup.
also
Now that I'm
the
The
looking
more
at it.
symmetrical setup, yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
I feel like if you just
seeing through all of
accumulate
the shit
everything on one
coming out
side,
on the back
yeah,
side.
more so when you're playing, you're just gonna
Really,
have
as
like
far as
one
the design
side fully
goes.
loaded in and the other one doing
Yeah, they're
nothing.
very, very
Mm.
nice. So
Well, with this
some
one, it means you can make your silhouette smaller
go.
because you only have to face the enemy. You don't have to turn to it.
AP, this
But
one's
the
just
problem is,
Ah.
because of how aiming now works in War Thunder,
similar
it's
to
very easy to
contemporary
hammer
actions
rack
to
these
AP,
things.
so pretty
Ah, I
strong.
Because
see.
it auto aims
And,
now,
having
so
a
or at least in
front, of course,
arcade.
makes positioning
Hmm.
pretty simple
Yeah,
in
that
terms
kind of
of
sucks.
maximizing your firepower.
But you can
So
do your
yeah,
zigzag
so
operations,
really nice
right?
design
True.
and,
Yep.
yeah,
And your
nice,
very
yeah,
fast
so-
battleships.
Right. Going back to another
Cons.
very nice
It's
design.
low. It's low velocity.
Low velocity.
Now, this is
Hey.
an anti-air gun that is
Hey,
extremely
LD.
unique.
There's the
This is,
MLU2, and then there's the Chaffee DK.
LD98, based on what I believe is the
Is it just a
DD
normal Chaffee? I think it is, right?
Yeah, it is.
vehicle for,
The
like,
Danish never modified
very
it.
rough Arctic
Mm.
terrain.
Yeah, by the way,
Very
those
vehicle,
gun
especially
those
if you're
gun
looking to,
tubs
like,
are on a
story buildings
metric ton of
of,
other ships
say,
in the game
Germany.
already, so
And there's another
just let you know.
Oh.
that
Like,
also has, like,
bunch of
an
American ones and a
absolute
few
unit,
others.
just gigantic.
Yeah,
There's,
LD. This is 12. Oh man,
little
come
sensor
on.
here
Yes,
from,
man, it's that they just
very
consider
compact,
these things to be
often
insane.
firing,
That's the problem with all of these AIs.
RST missiles.
10-kilometer radar. Hopefully you can increase that.
Extremely easy to hide yourself with.
The missiles only,
You don't have
these
to
ones are
fly
like
vehicles,
12k, I
just you
think,
just
if
have
I
the
remember.
train that you're pulling along the ride with you. that is kind of connected to your vehicle.
This one
Very
it's all in one
compact
apparently.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
If you drive
Bouncy,
those,
bouncy.
Look at that goofy ass truck.
Especially if you're finding like little branches on the floor.
They shouldn't get damaged.
That's amazing.
And of course, with very potent missiles.
Whee! These things are really cool.
that
Like, I'm not gonna
are
lie.
gonna be very good to keep
They also should have
they're
the lock-on
actually-
after
Good range as
launch
well.
ability thing.
I'll immediately
It should
go
be
out
fun.
there
That
to,
one I'm
like,
curious
use
about when you
Yeah,
mention it.
those.
like how it's gonna
I
work.
believe it's also running the same
I guess like the main thing is that they're just
same
fire and forget.
range.
So they're
about
trying
12
to-
kilometers, yeah.
They're trying to make the playing field a bit more equal in terms of like automatized features.
Very good addition.
9-kilometer all aspect.
The Swedish anti-air tree over here.
Yeah.
Dead on arrival.
The range is still
Of
too
course,
low.
with
Yeah.
this one.
But
Yeah, like the polar
Yes.
opposite of the Ito, which is like extremely large, has like an extreme big kind of presence on the battlefield. With this one, you can hide behind buildings and like be more sneaky.
So you can't use your radar. Nice. Yep.
And
that
so
Works
doesn't
well.
matter in
kind of
practice, man.
take advantage of that. Now, not
Once
only
again,
that, but
thermal
we're
optical
going to
seekers, thank you
give
very
a
much.
lot of
Is that if a tank already
like versatile
if a tank
options to
already
the,
tasted blood, like
Swedish
if he
air
has a
fleet,
line of
is
sight
the
to you,
FA-18C
Yeah.
you're probably not
over
gonna
here,
get away.
which
No.
is
Oh, this guy's
basically
AM-120Cs.
adding the ability for the F-18
You miss it.
here to have ground ordnance.
And
Is
I guess the
any-
ordinance,
You have the
right?
same
Yeah, there it is, the
amount
ground
of,
ordinance.
Does anything else use the Cs in the
anti-air
game right now?
abilities, but you
I don't
have
think
an
so. I think the
incredible
B is the
amount
maximum
of,
one.
JDAMs and adjacent air-to-ground ordnance and the ability to bring a ton of countermeasures.
The
as well.
M120 is
Um,
with the ball pod. I don't think we
Mm.
got that
Probably
one as
going
well.
to allow you to give quite effective casts when you're playing in Grenoble.
Yes.
Then there's one more vehicle
Just
that
a
you're looking
small
at.
one.
I will switch to you. So you can have a look.
Yes, very
It has the
small one,
50.
just
Nice.
something
There you go.
Nice.
Look at that. Oh, standard texture as well. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Big claps.
Nice,
Hell
nice,
yeah.
nice.
Let's go.
which is the PD-76, which I quite like.
And it's a rank
quite
3.
because
It's rank
comfortable
3,
to
man.
use.
Get in
Yeah,
all of
rank
it.
3. Goddamn.
Good in
it's
all of
worth
them.
being added because it fills a gap in the line.
New
But also for
intelligence
events and
daily
tasks and stuff,
vehicle.
you have another rank 3 light tank
Let's
to use,
go.
which I think was not
Is it a
particularly
different
the most
model as
necessary
well?
thing, but it's
Kinda looks a
definitely
bit
nice
outdated.
solution to
Like,
have.
that
It
turret
helps
looks a
the
bit
lineup quite
different.
lot, works beyond its
Mm.
power. And in terms
Nice
of
sandbag.
I think it's
vests
because
and
of
things like
the
that,
camo and the
really
stow,
high.
actually.
Yeah, it
So,
could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, just another extra one for you here.
And that brings us to, I think, one of the
house.
most monumentally large anti-air vehicles that.
Ah, there it is.
The
The spider.
Yeah, man, I remember it had that thing when you showed me the picture of it. Like, I
Yeah.
remember it had that like mast
The
antenna.
pyramid in the middle.
Yeah, the pyramid.
It's running quite good missiles with that as well. You can bring derby missiles with it.
The Derby.
Which have
Oh.
about
The Type 81
And typing
Cs?
you
What?
want C? Well, that's probably a,
That can't be
that's probably a
right.
placeholder.
good
Technically,
range you
this
have
thing
here. You
should
have
be
a
able to
long
fire
range of about 16
Python
kilometers.
5s as
So you're
well.
probably going to be able to
Python
put
5.
this guy's clear of
Yeah.
targets. With this, of course, being the
This
sole
is the
vehicle, you don't have any, like,
all-in-one spider.
um,
So no
separate
multi-vehicles
coming
for
with
you.
But you're gonna have trouble hiding with this anywhere. Like no building is safe when you
I
have
think
this
it
like
is-
pyramid over here.
Yeah, I think it is now the largest
Yeah.
vehicle in the game. Ground vehicle, excuse
You
me.
can bring this. By the way, we've tested around with it, but it's still like bigger
We
than
could
some
show them
buildings.
just the
Yeah.
sheer scale of this.
If you turn
currently.
off the if you
let's,
turn off the radar, do you think the
quickly go
antenna
in.
will do like
We were thinking that maybe
the
it would be a
just
good
start?
idea
It should go
the
down.
missile
Oh,
launcher
what
is
is
down,
Oh,
but you
Jesus
can-
Christ.
Modify the camera.
If you put it in,
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, there you go.
somewhat acceptable. To, like,
It's like a
it's
thing.
not
Yeah, but then
even,
you can
like, it's
fire.
just
Good, good.
ginormous.
Nice, nice,
This
nice.
thing is it's extremely long. It's extremely
Oh,
big. It's
you
an
can
absolute
hide
unit.
it
This thing is,
behind building.
Yeah.
you know,
Maybe the factories
like,
on
good at something
fucking
with this, but maybe you
that one
don't
bombed out
need it
nuclear Russian village.
to like you know hide away everywhere.
Whatever it's called.
SWAT all the way.
Um,
Because again, this is incredibly powerful.
Oh yeah, it's very powerful.
Yeah. Powerful fella.
Okay, but
Thank God we actually have something to defend ourselves now.
have a look at some reworks.
So that's
So-
everything. we did.
Why
There are a
keep
few
showing the
things we
call like
didn't
fire
do.
operation? Because
I don't
it's
know.
not mold injured, like they just keep missing.
Just keeps doing it
Keep
over and
missing.
over
A
again.
few map reworks, which is what I'll give you a
Use
very,
car
very brief look at
salesman.
now with this Berlin.
Berlin
It might
time.
seem odd
Da-da-dun,
that there is
da-da-da-da.
greenery and trees here. I think like
Hell yeah.
certain video games and movies especially make this kind of fight around the Reichstag very much like wasteland, like full of mud and stuff. It was quite
Like
clean,
War Thunder for 10
towards
years.
the end of the fighting. So this is actually closer to how it
Like
looks
some
than,
movies, like yourself,
God
look yourself in the
Four,
mirror,
where
man.
it's just, you know, mud,
Look at ourselves in the mirror.
destruction and things like that. So
Oh,
there
God.
were
Like at least they did
quite a
probably,
bit of,
right? Like this is more
greenery.
akin
Yeah,
to
they
enlisted.
did. Yeah, this is more like
so yeah, it may
enlisted
look a bit
one.
strange on the surface, but I think in terms of the map, it does look really, really nice. There's not
Whoop.
a huge amount of changes. There's this bank here is a bit a bit higher up.
Bit more
There's
pronounced,
some more
yeah.
trees here, which does intercept the view from the
Trees?
apartments here to the little buildings
Yeah.
behind the Reichstag. It's like a flanking route.
Mm,
So
I would have preferred some
also,
extra actual
there are a lot
core,
more
but
trees
I
in
guess
general, and
I guess
these
it
do
works.
It's
disrupt
something,
the
at
sniping
least.
spots at the back,
Yeah,
which
I
is
guess
depending
that.
how you look at it, a good or a bad thing for
The
map
trees
play.
are
So
they're
the trees are so
basically.
trashly modeled on this.
This
on
is
game.
new. They've. What is this bit?
Yeah. Well,
It's a nice one. Kuban as well,
yeah,
it's
they
not
lower
huge,
the.
Yeah,
huge
they
bit
made
of,
the little like
change to that one
areas a
in
little bit
terms
more
of,
pronounced,
playability.
like
It's
the
mostly
little
a visual
ducts
upgrade.
and
The
stuff like
terrain
that.
looks really nice as well. These trees, and there is a new effect as well when you knock them down. It's a bit fast at the moment,
Yep.
but if you knock them down, then the foliage kind of
No, keep
falls
it, keep
off.
it, keep it that way. That's good,
So,
man.
have a bit more of an organic.
I remember they
animation
said that
now,
last
which I
update,
thought we
if I
refined
remember.
a little bit. But
Yeah,
and,
do you remember that?
There was the
change?
branches or something. Then they changed the
Yeah, they were gonna
branches.
disappear
That is-
faster.
Yeah.
The Falklands
Hey.
is a new map
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
that we're getting,
Nice.
which I think
Jet test drive.
has kind of like a design, as a like a look, is incredibly nice. It has like
Toilet
this
sound.
like kind of coarse
Toilet sound.
terrain,
Jesus Christ.
which allows a lot of like dipping in and out. You have
You
very
can,
rolling,
so you can see it enter into it. Like you
flat
can.
terrain pieces.
Yeah, it's like it's processing, isn't it?
Say, like
It's
a
getting
really
stuck.
like
It's
a
getting
like
struck in
here,
processing.
right? That you
You're
can kind of
right.
follow in. You can kind of mask the terrain without having it very like sudden deep dives and such. And
also have a
Um,
brief look at the chat as well. If you've got any questions, I can have a look
yes.
at here.
while
Oh yeah.
while
Yeah,
we're
that's fine. Okay.
going through
That's what we
this
need.
map, which I think like as a map as well.
Hey, we
this
take
is a
when is the
very,
next
very
big
good
plane
fit,
coming?
overall for like air battles, because you have water, which means you have like some more open areas. You have some terrain features, some elevation, but it's not the Himalaya, right?
Yeah.
And then you have, but you also don't have just a pure flat field. So you have good options here.
It looks pretty flat from up here.
Kind of engagement zone.
I don't know about that.
You have an overall, like, aesthetically very pleasing map. in my
The
eyes.
Falklands is very nice and will never be
Yeah,
owned by
nice.
Argentina. So
F2, you can kind of see the focus
God
on,
willing. God willing.
has quite good acceleration overall, I would say.
Yeah, and while you roll around, I'll just read a couple here. Also, the Y key is the multifunction menu. It's just there on the dash for you there. Yamato, I don't believe, will get the anti-air shells. One, because they were awful and barely worked.
sad.
Also because like trying to render the amount of projectiles that come.
God
out of
damn
the
it, we're
shells
gonna have to remove half the
from
Russian
the
missiles from the
case
game.
of
Sad.
they will not
No,
really be very
man.
effective.
Because they were awful and never
It will
worked.
also create a pretty
But the
difficult
Eagle is so
problem that
good.
needs to be solved for the sake of something that wouldn't really contribute very much. It's the same with like the rocket anti-air projectiles on like hood and stuff. They look really cool, but they don't really do very much. So I don't believe. I think it's just going to get the two.
Man, we have a
standard
bulldozer
ones.
feature. Like, what are you
I
talking
don't
about?
believe the L39.
We have like the
X
SP got
is really
mortar.
standard. Although we have the models, so maybe we can add some of the
No,
later.
so
versions.
be
it's not
useful.
gonna work that much. We have like the
So keep
shrapnel
that one.
shell for the T28.
Yeah, we have the shrapnel shells as well.
Yeah,
We have the- we have the-
this is
we
just
have-
not useful,
Some of
dude.
the
We have the
extra options like
practice
air
ammo
missiles.
belts for
Yeah.
goddamn planes.
Oh, and those can actually have consequences for the game.
Yeah.
Right? Because people are forced to grind with them.
Mm-hmm.
How much will a heli cost? I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure you'll be able to find that out quite soon. I'm not sure on top of my head.
Oh, it is a premium then. The Comanche. Sad. Sad.
Will 90 planes be available in Naval? I'm not sure. I think it's just going to be 87. Helicopters currently.
I thought it was
are not
0.3
planned for it
above.
because they're not going to be able to really do very much. Like you can island hug and do some things, but their range is quite limited, and they are incredibly fragile and won't get close to any big
Ooh,
ships. So at least for the time.
Just
being,
add them in
they have
anyway.
very
Fuck
Look
it.
at,
planned.
look at the other guy, like
But
he
they
says,
may,
man.
Ooh. Hey, do you see all these
Thank you,
massive hills, by the way, you can hide behind, Alex?
Cool terrain on this.
You,
But
do
they're
you see
not
them?
the Himalayas, Tech. They're not the Himalayas.
it's not the
Tech.
Himalayas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the plan is to
All of
revolutionize
this area that
the
he's been
resources.
going
It's
over,
also nice to
you will
use.
never run missiles into.
Is that I don't know how you can lock in
Alright,
so
well,
much into
I
a
knew the
test
Falcons
drive.
was one.
Like that is
Yeah.
like has always been something that is so
think
so
that
appalling.
covers everything.
Так, ну вот, я уже вижу, что...
I guess so.
Colleagues
Oh,
will be doing a
hold
review
up.
shortly, and they will show you some
Alright.
things you didn't look at and probably look into more detail too.
Okay, so the Russian one has started. We're gonna go over to that. There we go.
Oh, by the way, I got reassigned to 12:30, so I can.
Oh, fun. Why?
Why?
What's happening? Okay, I think I fixed it.
Так, все, мы в эфире.
Да,
Всем
да, мы в
привет.
эфире.
Nice.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
All right. Did anybody have gray shirt for BVD?
Сегодня вместе с
Yeah.
вами
Was
Well,
any?
it's like
Did
an olive
anybody go
draft.
на
an olive?
It's like an olive draft.
Leviathans.
BVD
Yes,
has
an
been
olive green.
conscripted.
Директор игры. Сегодня
No, no, he's going to the drown trench.
Oh, no.
Yay.
It's finally over.
No, Tech, you have to take his place.
111? What? Why are we showing
Oh, but
this?
this is just the normal one.
Yeah, this is the one we already have.
Ah, the fuel dump feature.
Oh yeah, that'll be cool.
Yeah, they didn't show that
В
one.
любом случае, плюс я могу рассказать немного более.
Yeah, but we have olive drab on BVD. Was that an option? I don't think he's ever done olive drab before.
Что еще
Hell
будет,
yeah.
будет ли этим, а будет ли тем и тому подобное. Ну, поэтому
New
сегодня,
color
сегодня,
in his wardrobe.
э,
Still waiting for like fun.
Инсайды мы любим.
What do you call it?
такой вещи, которые мы ее уже
Still waiting for like fun Hawaiian shirt BVD.
Это первая была.
That would be pretty good.
Показали в социальных сетях. На
All right, let's see.
был отдельный пост, в котором мы немного.
I'm not sure about this new like the icons at the bottom. They look kind of weird.
Слить топливо.
It's that I feel like
Ooh, look at that.
I feel like eventually they should let you like customize that area, right? That would be the ideal.
Yeah.
Вот таким образом быстро.
That looks nice.
Топливо, плюс еще если вы
Can you do the afterburner at the same time? Oh, you
It
can.
doesn't.
Оно будет еще подожжено.
It doesn't drop it as.
Не просто-
I thought it was gonna be like, like did you just drop a lot? But look at the top. like,
Yeah, it's
not
just a
dropping.
little bit.
То есть это будет
I wonder if you can
Yeah.
change the amount.
которые могут, соответственно,
Мгм.
двигатели-
Because so the idea of this feature, at least in War Thunder, is you can dump weight, so therefore you can turn better, but also you can technically use it as a fake flare.
Также, кстати,
So you can like you can turn, dump fuel, set it alight, and then the IR missile will go for it, and then you can turn away from it.
элементы
That's the idea
работы,
that they talked about.
Yeah, that one is like a practical use of the feature. in
But
the-
I would like to also mention how they said that the Yamato shell would be useless to add, and now they've added a useless feature in the same update. So just to keep going, you know.
немного отличается, можно посмотреть.
Well, I said, if you consider that it was
Кстати,
useless
тоже сразу, что
and then you add it,
в этом же
like what?
в этом же пробном
What is the
вылете,
mindset?
I don't
Right?
know.
Like, what is the mindset? Like, why even mention it?
Добавились новые команды.
I'm glad they've added this though. It's kind of nice.
Некоторые возможности
Control
Yeah.
left control Y is the
их
multi
контролировать, даже
the multi mode thing, so
функциональные
the multifunctional menu, sorry.
нажать. Так же, как
So they've
было
just
уже
put it
с,
on the thing.
Не выбором подвесного оружия, вот, так еще некоторые добавились. И
Тик-тик.
оружие будет добавляться, и там шасси, режим управления. Ну,
I
кстати,
don't know why the
Yeah.
missiles are down there.
если выбрано
Is that
I
like
think
what
it's
you
for
have
the spool up.
selected?
А так,
I think it's for the
много
spool up and then the
много
fire, I
разных
guess.
элементов.
Maybe.
Вертолетов тоже.
So I feel like for some of them it really is because they want to.
Так, ну или, соответственно, если
It's like an alternative. If you don't want to bother by assigning keybinds, you can just rely on the icon.
не нужно,
Yeah.
Like maybe.
и оно, соответственно, снова
Maybe like
появится.
for example, I just want to debind my gear, my
Mhm.
landing gear. So
Yeah, so you could just click
I
it.
just I just click it manually instead of assigning a keybind for it, so I can kind of free up that keybind.
All right, PT95 time. I'm hyped. Let's go. Come on.
Но мне кажется, это на самом деле довольно прикольно. потому
Come on,
что
baby.
1.7.
ты режешься в игру, поразвиваешь.
Does it have one
Really
20
good.
millimeter or two 20 millimeters?
No, it probably has like 250 cals. So that's how some of those starter bombs go.
Yeah,
right?
they are. Yeah.
For the US.
Особенно какой-то не очень часто используя контекстно, а вот зажатым альтом курсор нажать и
Альтом.
активировать. Так, еще тоже такая небольшая вещь.
Come on, show us it.
Показать. Давайте советской ветки покажем.
What are we doing? Oh.
Тоже это пока такие мелкие.
That's
Right.
straight to the SU-30SM.
We are where we are, right? We are where we are.
Вот, например,
When you're in the Russian server, you show the
экранов
Russian vehicles and
на
nothing
обычной
else.
установке,
Oh, there you
где
go. They got a new map.
компас включает и более похож на реальные
It's
объекты,
more
которые
looks
есть
great.
на
Cockpit
цели,
features.
аэродромах.
2 thumbs up.
Looks pretty nice.
Он будет
There you go.
отличаться у разных машин, он по-разному выглядит. Ну, давайте вот сейчас советский я показал, условно.
Maybe it's just a feature exclusive to Su-30. Who knows?
Небольшой вопросик, если
Not the new Hornets they are adding.
And nobody else gets fancy map. Oh, hold up, hold up. Oh, maybe, maybe.
Если мы к этому вернемся.
Oh,
посмотрим.
never mind. What?
Давайте
What are we doing?
покажем.
We're all over the place.
То есть я понимаю, да, идея понятна, но реализация может быть...
Yeah, so if you don't know what he's talking about, basically they're changing the multifunction displays in planes and probably helis as well. So they're updating all the multifunction displays.
Планируем, что появится отдельный
So they'll look more
свой
realistic
кадр
and
с
interesting.
прицельного контейнера с
So
американским
once
They do look
again,
pretty nice.
War Thunder is just better than
таких
DCS.
мелких вещей. Мы можем к технике, наверное, постепенно переходить.
But you can't click on it, Tech. I want to click. Let me click it.
Да, есть что рассказать. Так, давай.
No man, how can War Thunder charge like $80 for a premium pack? Not like my DCS where I have to pay $80 for only
Or
one player.
anything.
For an early access play.
комментариев радостных на этот счет все ждали, что
And
будет
I have to pay for
камера,
every map and every feature.
появится,
Nah.
и вот
Мгм. Значит, да, был уже девлог, я могу пока немного чуть больше рассказать, как это все работает, объяснить.
Работает.
Плюс, про текущие какие-то сказать, потому что еще...
I think that means radar. I hear it a lot. Работает.
It's either radar or missile.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Oh,
the
it could be
Switch
missile.
also,
yeah.
yeah, because the Switch called missiles robot for
Robot,
everybody.
yeah.
Такая, что для противодействия современной авиации, которая уже в War Thunder уже несколько обновлений летает, а современное оружие, собственно, наземная система...
There's the XM246. Love and Life.
Более мощная. И так
US
получается,
Gebhardt,
что
the new
в
anti-tank
реальности
destroyer.
такие машины, они
I'm looking forward to more Humvees now.
такое вооружение
It's
размещается
lovely
не
to
на
see it finally.
не на
Took a long
одной платформе,
time.
а на многих.
So,
То есть обычно
Humvee
даже
Tow,
более чем два типа техники.
Humvee
Обычно
machine gun.
пусковая на отдельном шасси,
Humvee grenade
на
launcher.
шасси радар.
Grenade launcher.
Отдельно может быть шасси
Humvee with
для
a Nord kind of
наведения,
machine
еще
gun.
на отдельном
Give me that
шасси.
40mm.
Но вот мы
Duka,
даже
duka.
в минимальной комплектации, чтобы это сделать, все равно нужна была система, которая бы включала в себя несколько возможностей играть на несколько машин, и это
Robota means kind of working. Ah, so that's why they say it a lot.
года где-то, может быть, даже больше
It's
работы.
kind of
Work in
working.
progress, work in
Yeah.
practice. Yeah.
Да,
It's
ну,
just the
давайте
disclaimer,
объявим,
right?
С Хаммера начнем. То есть не с Хаммера, точнее, а с ЗРК, который называется SL Amram, ну, то есть Surface Launched Amram, или, то есть, Amram наземного пуска. Все довольно просто. Это представляете себя тягач с прицепом, на котором расположен обзорный радар. Есть еще отдельная машина, на которой расположен командный пункт, но командный пункт мы решили не делать, поскольку никакого геймплея...
So if you missed,
Remember,
go ahead. Sorry.
No, say.
If you missed what we saw in the English stream earlier, basically you have a radar machine that you spawn in, and then what ends up happening is you can then spawn launcher vehicles on top of it in the battle and use those launcher vehicles to basically shoot the enemies. So you have kind of like a king/queen vehicle, and then you have like the worker vehicles that are based off of it. So as long as this vehicle stays alive, you're good. Once this vehicle dies, depending on the version that you're playing, your lineup or the vehicles you've spawned in die, and then you have to spawn something else in. This one looks fun though.
Pretty crazy.
I think this one is probably going to be one of the most useful because it isn't a house, so it'll be harder to actually target.
Well, it's also an insanely played nation, right? So it's the
Oh,
one you're
yeah.
gonna see, like by proportion, you're gonna see
Yeah.
more.
Do you have to research both of them? No, you. So in the tech tree itself, there's only going to be the radar vehicle. Yeah, no Blondie today. We have Brownie.
Есть и ракеты активно радиолокационные на М-120, и
But yeah, so
Сейчас она выстреливает только...
even though in his lineup you saw the missile launch vehicle, that's just to show you what it looks like. It's not actually a vehicle you can research.
Yeah.
Сразу же вопрос, что
Yeah,
будет,
you don't have to
если
assign like each individual vehicle to your
да?
crew, they said on the art stream.
Yeah.
Like it's only gonna be one of them.
Да. Условия смерти, они разные.
So that would be an insane disadvantage, right? Remind the people that don't play with mini
Не
crews.
могут вести
Yeah.
самостоятельный бой, потому что есть такие, от них мы отдельно поговорим, в частности, на японской машине, то при уничтожении...
I wonder how it's gonna count for kills.
Уничтожены. Вы его потеряете.
If it's gonna count as a singular unit, I think it's
То же самое
everything.
будет,
Like, it's just like you said earlier, the modifications. I feel like it's going.
Yeah, but like
You'll log it.
if you're in like a battle and then you like destroy 2 of the launchers, does that count as 2 kills? Or
From that,
yeah,
guess.
because that's gonna affect like spawn points and stuff like that, right? Like
Yeah.
what you get out of them.
Yeah. I feel like for the other person, it should count individually, right? Like at the
Yeah.
end of the day, you're still destroying each individual vehicle.
I don't
It's
think.
only gonna be an issue for the.
Go ahead, sorry.
It's only gonna be an issue for the ones that don't despawn you if they destroy the.
Yeah.
разместить
Да,
пусковых
до
установок.
2.
I don't think anybody wins the prediction money, unfortunately,
Можно развернуть их сразу.
because I don't think it was one of the options. We're just gonna have to add it to the pool for next time.
На маленьких картах, особенно
For what?
трясти.
Well, we did a prediction on what he would be wearing,
Туда же, куда
Nah.
but yeah, he's gone for something new. Very sad.
Yeah.
Давайте все-таки на всех даже маленьких картах нет возможности спрятать, потому что есть...
So the other thing is, will you be able to spawn ammo crates with the launcher vehicles, or will you have to go to the capture points to get ammo?
Радар тебе всё-таки нужно более
Ooh.
поставить на место, где ему ничего не будет.
So I
Well,
don't
I
know
feel like
how
they
that
are gonna
works.
get the ammo, right? Because all of these things get the ammo crate.
I hope so, but I
Yeah.
don't see one at least for this vehicle, right?
No, it doesn't have the icon below it.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
I'm not
Well,
sure
I
how
feel
that's
like if
gonna
it
go.
does,
Но в целом кажется,
I feel like if it does, it's only gonna be dependent on which one you are controlling.
Можно
They're not gonna limit it that way.
по карте.
Yeah, I'm guessing so.
Тоже, где она есть.
Mm.
Но при этом ты можешь осуществлять пуск, как управляя радарной машиной, так
Yeah, like there's no ammo box on
Если
this.
в взводе, да, ну,
at
это
least
только
right
часть,
now.
то есть,
Mm.
вот. Я ее развернул, радар
Yeah,
наставлю,
alright.
ну, пожалуйста, пусковую я могу переместить туда, куда мне
Yes, and I feel like that is just not implemented because no way they're gonna.
Очевидно, что пусковые
Like they already learned their lesson that these things like you can have people just play with 4 munitions.
Радар маскирует себя излучением, поэтому, собственно, за обоими машинами нужно следить, и обе машины могут быть уязвимы по-разному. Ну,
будет ли показан шведский паровозик?
Да, мы покажем всю технику, которую
There we go.
готовы к показу. Ну, кстати, еще одна фича,
So basically, you can be a bit more aggressive with the launcher vehicles and like put them in places where you usually wouldn't put an AA, and then you can stick this one behind basically. So
Будет новый экран, который позволит...
because as long as this one survives, you're good. It's actually kind of a cool mechanic. I hope it helps. Like it's gonna mean there's just a bunch of what the fuck is this?
VIP-версия, она
You can open like an independent radar site.
такая, что и сам экран...
We really are playing RTSs nowadays, aren't we? Jesus Christ.
Apparently, like I don't really see that much of a practical use of this. So
No.
В режиме управления машинкой, но он будет еще больше, то есть он будет максимальную площадь занимать, полезную.
they just add some stuff. Well, like that. Once again, like the guy said, like, no man, so we didn't want to add this because it's useless. and
useless,
everything.
yeah.
Okay.
Там будут обнаружены, можно будет
This is super useful though.
выделять. Давайте
That's why you don't put, like-
немножко на другом радаре.
You're not even playing the
But
game
you
at that
put
point. You're
goddamn
just
YouTubers. Yeah.
you're staring at a
Радар,
screen.
Больше, чем подозревает, он улучшает цели.
Once again, great feature if this was a PvE game. but it's but you know, while you're doing all of these things, there's a whole enemy team that's also
Yeah.
going to be doing things.
We're
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about the
yeah.
spawn, right?
Yeah, exactly. This all works great if you're not playing against anybody.
If you can predict more accurately what the other guys do
Yeah.
and the way they're gonna attack you. And if we didn't have all of these crazy ordinance that can just pretty much completely counter you in practice.
That's the other thing, dog. Yeah, I wonder if you're out of the vehicle, can you park it on a capture zone so you can just keep that cap even if people are trying to capture it?
Ooh,
Like-
it should, right? Because it counts as you are in.
Yeah.
counts as your kinda as a single entity.
Yeah, so you could basically be a twat and then drive one to one area and one to another, and then they die, and then you just spawn more.
I guess they have an inherent limitation in that sense because they tend to be so big that of course the other guy is gonna notice that you're there. But
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
The other thing you could also do is you take one of the smaller vehicles and then you run forward with it, and you scout everything while knowing that you're not gonna die. If you're able
But
to
didn't
scout, like that's the thing.
Didn't the guy on the other stream said that they were gonna be limited by range? That you,
Do you mean like?
yeah, like how
Uh,
separated you can be one from the other.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe that's how they're gonna limit it up.
Для установки машины в сетап 2
Important messaging.
Еще раз, к машина, которая является...
I'm really interested to see how this is going to work, because I just do not feel like it's going to work the way they think it's going to. Like, I can
No, so
see...
the game just works too differently to these concepts, man. The problem is that I don't really see, like, under their vision, right? Like under the parameters, right?
Yeah.
It has to be something like very, like substantially different to help with the problem. Like Sarah's gesture.
Imagine just like sitting the radar vehicle somewhere, and then you just wait for something to pop up on the radar like screen, and then you just instantly spawn one of the launchers and then just fire like 4 missiles at it. And so the guy doesn't know that there was like an AA there, right? He only just sees the radar. It's like, oh, that's fine, and then bang, 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 bang.
Well, if you see a radar, you should know that there's an AA.
Yeah.
It kind of comes as like a nature.
Относительно нашего радара,
Да.
все.
Да. Ну, при пуске на
Да.
большую дистанцию. То есть ближе 10 километров ракета сразу будет включать свою ГСН.
But I guess the other positive with all of these ideas is that they open the door to some other ones that they can kind of expand on it in the future.
Yeah, and then the game will just be an RCS. Everybody will just be controlling their own little piece of vehicles.
Yeah, so that's the main thing, is that in more direct action, because I don't think it would be a good idea. It kind of is for all of these types.
What's actually hilarious is this type of mechanic would be really good in Naval with planes. But...
Oh, like the squadron stuff,
Yeah,
that you can just
squadron
get the
stuff.
direct formation.
Yeah, I side of things.
Сужает поле зрения, и на близкой дистанции от них уйти уже как бы практически невозможно.
Well, and also now that they add all of this radar stuff, it's just a justification to add the anti-rat missiles.
Yeah.
So that's the end goal.
Yeah, that's the thing. What this creates is anti-radiation stuff. So.
Yeah, because now they're gonna say like, no, I mean, we added the radars that can actually be targeted by some of these modern anti-rat missiles.
Yep.
So now we can add them. Now we can add them so that the planes don't struggle.
And those missiles shouldn't go after the other AA systems. They should only target stuff like this.
Like these ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Like this ones. Yeah, there you go. That's the next step.
Есть ли ограничения по вертикали на спавн второй ЗРК? Я так понимаю, если над тобой над холмом, в смысле, или в чем вопрос?
Ну, ограничение по расстоянию работает. То есть...
So yeah, enjoy this for like until September. Have fun over doing the Normandy event with it, and then look forward to update Seek and Destroy Part 2, where they
like suppressed and destroyed.
Yeah.
Suppressed and death.
Такое же ограничение будет по высоте, чтобы тебе поставить куда-то, нужно, чтобы не хватало. То есть там на 100-метровый дом ты не поставишь.
I don't know, I feel like this, like maybe not all of them, but I feel like they should explore the idea of just doing like collins and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like things that don't exclusively depend on the player. I feel like if you have to manage all of this stuff, yeah, you're never gonna even the playing field, because on the other side you have way too many automatic features.
That's the other thing. Like, do you as a player on the ground, spend all of this time setting all of this shit up instead of just playing an MBT.
It's what you mentioned earlier, right? Like the whole. Also, I feel like some of these things can be a fair spawn. That they would work better as a fair spawn.
Yeah,
Like,
because
do
you
want
have
a
to
player.
you have to position everything, and you have to make sure like it all works together. Like,
Well, it's the usual entitlement that you see from many areas, right? It's just the whole. No, so I want other people to play these things so they can cover me while I'll just play the fun thing that is just the tank.
literally, yeah.
This is the tank or the plane. Or the plane. So,
Like you spawn this
but
as a
these guys just
second
get annihilated.
spawn, and then what? Like how are you gonna get anywhere?
And you flip the coin that the match is still going on.
Yeah.
With an advantage, with at least the possibility to take down the target. Sometimes either the ground battle is over or the air is too overwhelming, right? So even if you spawn these things, like, you're just gonna get overwhelmed by the Venetians.
I wonder also if these are gonna be the same SB costs as the other AAs. Or
I
if
would
it's
put
gonna
them
be
lower.
different.
Well, I would put generally the AAs. I would put generally lower, but that's
Yeah.
just a personal impression.
А еще картинку мы, кстати, не показали.
Да, можешь включить картинку, собственно, как примерно как это должно быть. Да, это...
Не смотри, что там тэшка слева снизу, это...
Да, это макет, собственно, к чему мы примерно стремимся. То есть, да,
Yeah, so I feel like maybe they should consider that when you are in a tank, you can spawn with these AAs as a parallel. You can play with these AAs as a parallel. Is that I feel like that could be like an actual reasoning.
Yeah.
Смотрите, как батареи шмальнут.
Это баг произошел, что целеуказание слетело.
So it's the usual stuff like why do you think people don't play AA?
Yeah.
Да, опять же, сейчас вот есть тоже баг. Сейчас
Because they're boring,
одновременно.
because they're weak,
Выглядит эффектно.
and they're unrewarding.
Но иногда может приводить к тому, что ракета летит.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You don't really get a lot of
Сблизиться и подорваться.
you don't really get a lot of stuff from them. Like you don't get a lot of research or SL. Like trying to spade AAs is just a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Like for me, that has always been whatever, but it's just once again, it's just an individual thing, right? Like some people actually care about that one. I'm not getting enough SL, I'm not getting enough RP. Like it's an actual gameplay issue.
Yeah.
Про Т-72, новый, ребята,
And taking into account that many times you can just get completely countered by this. Like it's just a frustrating experience.
Yeah.
It's a frustrating experience. Like, when the match is already over or when already progressed to that point. I'm not gonna tell another player to no, so you have to spawn like every single vehicle that you have, and you also have to spawn the AAs to cover us.
Yeah.
Like I'm not doing it myself. Like of course,
These types
the
of
biggest
things,
hypocrisy.
they require a lot of teamwork that War Thunder just doesn't have.
It's just the pace.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just the pace of the
Yeah.
game. Like the pace of the game is so fast, even more so in top tier.
Большой высоты, то есть это в таких очень граничных условиях, так и здесь. То есть
I'm not
на
sure.
40 километрах ракета этого комплекса, она будет довольно...
At the end of the day, it's just an orb vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Ну или вообще не
Things would just keep working the way they
на
are.
такое расстояние она не сможет догнать самолет, который улетает от нее. То есть на самом деле опасная зона, наверное, будет она там в пределах 20 километров, 15-20, где ракета реально развивает высокую перегрузку, у нее большая скорость, а дальше, ну, понятно, можно просто улететь, развернуться и все. Давайте там, пойдем дальше тогда.
Well, we'll see.
У нас дальше запрос на что есть. Эффекты, может быть, или что?
It's like adding
I
what
love-
makes naval boring to ground. Pretty much.
Well, just the unengaging gameplay.
Pretty much, yeah. Passive gameplay.
Mm.
But I mean, welcome to modern warfare. Like that's the thing, right?
It's not even about that. It's just like how the game is
Yeah.
just kind of evolved over time.
Ребятка, если вы видели...
What are we doing here? Oh, Berlin. It'd be nice to look at this, actually.
Первоапрельских всяких ивентов, особо сильно не хайпуйте на этот счет.
I look forward to
And
seeing this.
Kuban.
Вы сейчас увидели, как
Oh yeah, they haven't shown Kuban.
у нас там есть и пехота, и тарелки, космические корабли, все, что за годы было сделано,
Да,
это
да.
вот, да.
Вот это, кто пропустил, был ивент, когда такие роботизированные солдатики у нас бегают.
No squadron vehicles that we've seen, but also they added like 10 in the last year or so, right? So I think we're good.
Наборчик, новый наборчик, да. То есть таких наборов...
Interesting they went for the hell vehicles. I wonder why. Wonder why
I don't
they
really like the,
decided for
the
that.
name. Looks kind of lame, but I guess it's gonna be dependent on how they name.
И он хорошо подходит
That's
собственно,
why they-
для начала игры.
Yeah.
Сразу набор танков есть, это не одиночный спаун, поэтому, собственно, мы решили, ну и запрос был большой, поэтому мы решили такие же вот уникальные визуальные делать сетапы.
You can pay for drip
для
now.
разных наций, да. В будущем, возможно, для других будет. Но вот пока
Pretty cool.
сделали. Собственно, в каждом наборе
For me,
есть
it's mainly
лопатки,
playing
единственное,
to
что
get
там
another version of this vehicle in the lineup. Like, I
А,
don't know how
Yeah.
it is for you.
Да.
I
British-
can now have 3
большая
Hellcats.
сеть или
So
что-то
Yeah,
вполне
I can have
не
3
вгрызаться,
Fireflies.
их можно будет снимать. Ну,
We're good to
просто
go.
можно будет снять модификации.
I can have I can have
Конечно,
another
есть.
couple 17 pounders in the
Пожалуйста,
4-7
покажи,
lineup.
вообще лучший визуально. Ну, на мой вкус, визуально прям очень красивый.
Yeah, they're doing a Tiger style pack for America, Russia, and Britain.
Гусеницы уширенные. Кстати, там еще под этим...
Mm-hmm.
Под маск-сетью там еще куча всяких
Which is
мешков с
pretty cool.
песком, канистр. Да, они тоже будут в модели повреждений, будут добавлять там считанные там 1
Yeah, no
миллион.
SWIP Nocturnal. Very sad.
Будут отстреливаться.
Wow, he's even mocking it. Like I told him, like, if it doesn't come,
Если
you're gonna be held
всё
accountable.
осталось таким же, как было,
Да,
относительно
да.
предыдущего.
Consequences of actions, pimp.
Возможно, где-то поменялось незначительно, если это связано с изменением небольшим размером самого ассета. Ну, там, ассет
ой.
чуть больше или чуть меньше. Но тактически, если где-то появились новые
Is he
какие-то
still
возможности,
about?
мы, скорее всего, скорректируем и сделаем...
Probably is, but he's washed up, he's boring.
Straight washed.
Редакцию уже.
Yeah,
И дальше
he's boring.
отдельно, если будет необходимо, какие-то там будем тактические уже изменения делать, если они нужны. А пока, как бы, идея, что это именно визуальное
А
обновление.
He was
Пока.
stuck in a rock. Ah, no, there he is.
Давайте, кстати, да, давайте это. Ну-ка покажем. Нет, в другую сторону. Пойдем.
Кабум.
Кстати, взрыв новый, да, уничтожение. Танка. Ну, их
Новых
нужно...
эффектов много,
Да.
да.
А новых эффектов это эффекты все взрыва техники.
So, I was thinking because that little the little captured AA truck, the
Yeah.
SDK whatever. It was like at 4.0, wasn't it? Or like 3.3.
Мне нравится, уже не первый раз пишет...
The SDKFC thing? Yeah, I think it's at like
Yeah.
2-3. It's way lower than the rest of them.
В какой ветке Советский Союз?
Okay, yeah, because if it was 4.0, like why not just add the 152? I guess they want to keep it in like World War II.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? The theme is World War II, and unfortunately, Russia didn't make any good AAs.
Вот покажем.
No, like you can be. Gotta have like the CSU 37. Why?
Exactly.
Открытие.
They'd have to do like the ZIS, was it the ZIS 12 or whatever it is?
Собственно, да, поменялись.
The one with
The
the
one with the
20s.
25s?
Yeah, the 25s.
Even that one, right?
Yeah, it's not.
Тут еще вдогонку вопрос про
Кстати, вот даже
зенитки.
вот, да,
It was 4.0. There you go, 4.0.
обстреле
Yeah, but that's the weird thing that it was 4.0 on this stuff, but I think in game is 3.3. So it's probably a placeholder.
Вдогонку вопрос про зенитки. они
Yeah, or
также
it was
показали,
arcade because it was showing all the arcade stats for everything.
Нет, так же.
Ah, there you go. It's arcade then.
Because
То есть это
Leclerc had
запустили,
like
да,
2,500 horsepower.
Зенитка могла приезжать спавниться там где-то далеко и потом долго к тебе ехать. Но все эти варианты нам показались менее адекватные, чем вот такой вот. Ну, то есть, понимаешь, это игровая условность. Понимаешь, что в данном случае просто...
There's definitely more cover
появление удобное
on the map,
для игрока,
which is
не
good.
мешающее команде.
Glad they added more rubble.
Опять же, там, АИ, который
That's what it
может прийти
needed.
откуда-то, он может там, самые разные встретить затруднения и почему-то не доехать. Ну, поэтому, да, поэтому такая игровая условность, ну, вот, так же, как дрон появляется над танком, они выстреливаются с катапульта, как это положено. Например. Ну, карту, я думаю, что вы можете еще, ну, не просто...
Hey, Black Raven, nice to see you.
Обязательно зайдете, я думаю, на дев-сервер
Mm.
и сами покатаетесь всю ее карту.
Are we going to look at Kuban or we're just going to look at Berlin? I kind of want to see Kuban because this is the second remodel of Kuban.
В контексте, но если да, речь про СССР, то да, я сказал, 3.
Never mind.
Вот они называются, есть.
T72 with arena time.
APS.
Love it.
Can you, could you restore the Discord
Discord
broadcast, by the way?
Sure, they're broken.
Ад на
Yeah,
колесах.
it was broken.
набор
Just when they swap to the new map. Sorry, to the new tank.
Машины,
Да,
которые
вот,
есть.
Гарри, может, покажем?
Да, да, покажем.
Bakaju.
Собственно, Ганамак, это, кстати, реально,
Thank you.
то есть такой
That
захват
works.
трофейный, такие были, они использовались.
It does.
Да,
Hmm.
выбор
On mine, it doesn't look like it's working.
времен войны.
It's so
I
weird.
can hear them and everything. They're showing the tech terrain and everything.
Yeah.
Ниже, либо выше, а хочется как раз, чтобы
Mm.
набор был для новичков подходить.
Oh, there is the working. Alright, don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Why is it not working?
Эффективностью, потому что, например, на одноствольные зенитки, которые стреляют довольно
Did I
редко,
click on the-
тоже, требует там, большего умения. Собственно, вот Ганамак. Четверка такая тоже по мотивам
I think they're in arcade on that stuff.
операции. Экранов было множество разных самых.
Do you have the link for the stream?
I do.
Есть один.
I do. Yeah, I can put it in there.
Собственно, тоже танки имеют...
So we have the IS-1 1945, which looks like a 1944 IS-1
Не страдать.
with extra camo.
I think it's because of the name of the pack. Like it's not even like a different model or something. It's just the name of the pack. Like it was probably because it was fighting in 1945.
Yeah, it's like the Berlin ones, isn't it?
Под углом попадания какого-нибудь слабого
Углом.
могут остановить. Ну или фугас.
They should add extra plate armor to the American random shit. Why is it only the Russians get additional armor on crap?
Yeah. Well, the other one, the guy was saying like, oh, so maybe they're gonna model the jerry cans and whatnot.
What?
1 millimeter. Yeah, like 1 millimeter. Awesome.
The sandbags should give like some decent protection. It's like a little bit.
In real life, it was against like the heat rounds, but
Yeah.
I don't know how effective they were against the Panzerfaust and whatnot. The one that was completely useless was concrete, if I remember correctly. That one was just
Too heavy.
yeah, too heavy and it didn't stop anything.
И пост Варшавского договора, потому что это, ну, основной тренировочный.
Still amazed this thing is 6'7".
Много летчиков с него начинали карьеру. Много его знает, он есть
So weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
очень много по миру. Самолет, ну, любимый.
This is equal to the Polka Stora.
Решили добавить. Понятно, что ЛТХ у него, ну, отличный
Or the-
тренировка.
Well, I guess it's faster and everything, and it has a better gun at the Strike Master. But that
Yeah.
gun only has 150
Но
bullets.
у него есть боевые возможности, и это в реальности тоже так же есть. То есть у него
The one or is
подвесить
6.7.
такое количество
You have like the Sky Raid, but those are
6'7", Strike Master.
6.3 Sky Master.
Yeah, and then
The Skychark is 7.0, and that one shouldn't be 7.0, but that's another issue.
Он должен иметь низкие скорости сваливания. То есть он...
you got the Yak 15P, Yak 17.
Ah, well, that one.
Двигатель не слишком мощный, ну, очевидно тоже.
The Kicker? Oh wait, the
That
yeah.
one is 7.0, no. it's-
Oh yeah, they put it up,
Один
didn't they?
лучших поршневых самолетов. Ну и, собственно,
God
его
damn.
рейтинг мы ему, собственно, выставили из...
Well, who knows, maybe it's gonna be decent.
Не даем ему управляемого оружия, потому что...
I think it'll be
в
funny.
версии можно было повесить ракеты там типа Р-60.
Well, you have another such plane in the game.
Увеличил бы
I don't think this one has like CCIP or RP or anything like that either.
No, they would
So,
put it way higher.
Yeah.
Вот эта вот версия за
No,
Yeah.
even then, I feel like they already learned that lesson.
Yeah.
Well, no, not really. Like the sub 105 is already A3.
Еще, кстати,
That
интересный
one is
факт,
way too
если
low.
я в нем не ошибусь, по-моему, это чуть ли не единственный самолет реактивный, на котором может гражданское лицо, да, полетать?
Нет, они есть, их большое количество в гражданском пользовании, да.
So many
Потому что
wild
как-
vehicles
как,
at weird BRs.
Тип техники, вот именно этот самолет
М.
реактивный, и он
Sure, Creeper Killer.
доступен обычному человеку, не вот там военному. И
Ну,
вот
я и говорю еще
реактивный-
раз, их попало довольно много в частные руки, да. Они есть, и говорю, гражданские лица их, да. Вот понятно, что без пилонов, там, без всего остального, да, ну, они есть, да.
Yeah, I saw those low battery.
Ну,
They were on the F-18s,
20
right?
миллиметра, ну,
But they've been in the files for ages, so
4 блока.
we'll have to see what goes on with them.
Еще
Good old
вопрос,
AIM-120Cs.
будут ли
Another
настоящие
step towards
боевые
better and better weaponry.
Сейчас пока на Дэве...
Better and better weapon at the same BR. On the same environment.
The third icon is the multi-function menu.
Потому что на некоторых машинах боекомплект небольшой. И это вот-
The gear one is quite funny.
Особенно
Можешь
если он
разместить рядом питаться от
Нет,
этого?
Are we at a point in the game where we need a gear button like that?
То есть, если ты
Is that-
поставишь рядом с оружием, то
that's-
есть я пустая
That's the style that we're at.
Механика будет как раз...
Yeah, like the missile button and
тот
everything as
самолет,
well.
который ее поставил.
Yeah, you're not going to be fast enough to catch this guy, I don't think.
То есть скорость там в районе от 400 до 600 такая более-менее рабочая.
Я не обратил внимания, ты в РБ или в АБ вылетел?
It seems pretty average in its capabilities.
В поворотах.
Yeah.
But would it really be like? Would you put it? I guess lower, right? I guess lower in BR.
А кабину можем показать в нем?
Она
I
есть,
don't know.
это кабина от внешнего...
Yeah, like me.
The
me.
thing is, he's running it at low throttle. We'll test on the dev server.
Да, она, естественно, будет на работе. Детально.
Like how I said, sometimes this. Well, the Alpha Jet it wasn't the case. Like the Alpha Jet was was pretty decent. That's why they raised in BR pretty quick. But
Yeah.
some of these other things, like a lot of the time, they're just so inconsequential.
Yeah, they don't really do a lot, right? Like that's the thing.
Yeah, and-
Even if this thing's super dominant, it's got a very small amount of ordnance and all that stuff.
Yeah, so I feel like in air it's not gonna be very dominant,
really
and in
think
ground
they-
it's gonna be decent because you have a pretty decent amount, but nothing.
Специально для Дмитрия из чата.
They just get overshadowed by some of those machines that are just
А,
busted.
кроме того,
Yeah.
еще
Skychark.
мы, решили сделать...
Yeah, like all those like strike aircraft at like 5060, stuff like the AU-1 and Mauler and things, they do way more than this machine ever will. So
Прогрессия была...
But I guess they just want to diversify, right? Like not accumulate all of that stuff in a single nature.
yeah,
Другими, ну, стало
damn
заметно.
8-7,
Когда вы
what a
будете,
jump.
будете встречать, вплоть до
Ah, man,
среднего боевого рейтинга, вы
it's
будете встречать
crazy that
корабли, которые могут быть
like it's not completely isolated, but I think it's the closest
Собственно,
that we have ever seen to something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like just an area,
практически на всех
All
just an
by
area where a
itself, yeah.
small, that a small amount of vehicles just pretty much meet themselves, that they have no chance of meeting what was before they got eye.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Потому что они в целом
Crazy,
воюют
crazy.
не хуже игроков, они метко стреляют, они двигаются, они захватывают точки, то есть с ними
Because
воевать...
they did mention that they were gonna modify some BRs of the ones already in the game, but it's not gonna be that much, right? Like the difference is way too much.
Ну,
Yeah.
понятно, что такие монстры, как Советский Союз, Ямато, Айова, да, вот у них будет максимальный БР, а остальные корабли будут иметь БР более низкий. Ну, давайте покажем. То есть вот Советский Союз 8,7, Айова, собственно, тоже 8,7.
Shimmy, shimmy, shim.
8,7.
I cannot take the language seriously, sorry.
It's
Very
not-
hard
It's
to
not
do.
fair. It's not fair. It's just- For them we sound as funny, I guess. that's the beauty of it.
And everyone finds the Norwegians funny, the hurdy-gurdy guys.
Этот вопрос еще будет разработан.
Yippity-yippity-yippity, yeah.
Настраивать боевой рейтинг отдельно для разного типа боя. Как вот есть боевой рейтинг самолетов в танковых боях и воздушных. также
Cool.
можно
Like, would
добавить
you, like,
в
does it really,
воздушных боях.
like attract you playing some of this stuff?
No.
For me,
Самолеты, на которые мы не хотим
No, I have no
ставить,
interest, because like,
которые-
first of all,
so you play a good chunk of naval.
I
Like I don't really play that much.
I play coastal destroyers and cruisers. Like when it comes to the big ones, when you have like the really long reloads, it's just really dull. You don't do anything in the match. Like you can't cap anything. You can't like you're basically just hoping for a vehicle to just explode in front of you, and it's just not very interesting to me, like personally. Like I know there's a lot of people who like do find stuff like this fun, and that's great. I'm happy for you. I'm not one of them because nothing happens. Like it's
the game experience, like it's that the game experience has shown just a little like statement. It has shown that there isn't a lot of people, but they are
Well-
like gone. There is some people. There is people. I would say.
But I think the way that they've done this, where they've put them really up in BI, is really good. It means that people can still have a proper grind to them and not just get hammered by these things, which is what a lot of people are worried about, including me. Like you won't have to face these ridiculous vehicles. They'll only face themselves, and the reason why they can do that is because of the fact that they put in all the bot stuff, right? Which is,
Yeah.
you know, what they ended up doing. So
It allowed to. Like, what was the way it described when they did the change? That it allowed to start matches with a lowest amount of
yeah,
players
basically,
involved.
you can literally start a match with only one person though.
Yeah.
Like one person and the rest are bots. So for something like this, that's perfect. Because, you know, even if you're only the one person queuing, you can have a fun time by yourself.
But you can play, right? That's the
Yeah,
main
you
thing,
can
so play
literally
the
get
game.
into a match. Yeah.
So their biggest issue with this stuff is that the population is so low that you couldn't find matches.
Mhm.
At least, you know, I always hated that expression, the whole like this stuff, because I feel like it justifies like bad practices.
Mhm.
But I feel like we have to take what we can work with, and when you have a situation like the situation in Naval, like you really have to grab what you can. Like that, I feel like these guys are just under so many.
вспомогательные,
It's like a them if you do, them if you don't kind of deal. Like everything that they try, they get criticized. Like some stuff works, some stuff doesn't.
You need a minimum of 4 to start the game? No, according to the changelog they did. The changelog said that even if only one person is queuing up after a specific amount of time, like it will just put them into a match by themselves. So,
Yeah, but even with that one, right? Like 4 people, and you can start a full-on match that just gets filled artificially.
yeah, a
That
32
is
player
already
match.
insane by itself.
Да, у нас это будет разделено на несколько обновлений. Скорее всего, в следующем обновлении все нации, которые сейчас не получили новые зенитки, они получат, собственно, Советский
Like
Союз,
for me,
Британия,
this stuff
Италия,
is
Франция.
like I still read about it, right? Like sometimes I read the devlog, sometimes I try to keep up with some of the conversations, but it just doesn't interest me that much. So it's just like,
Yeah.
like it's just a minority just trying to pass all of these issues and all of these ideas if it is something that we should all be like really invested into. Like it just doesn't call me.
As I said, I'm very happy they're adding this stuff. I'm also very happy that after this update we can just forget about all of them, and then we can talk about something that's more interesting. So,
Well,
that's the thing.
As we were saying earlier, right? Like now that they introduced some of this new generation of premiums, like you're gonna like remember some of the naval posers. Remember all of those guys that said, "No, sir, I don't want to play naval right now because it doesn't interest me. I'm only interested in these like mega big chips." Well, now they added the premiums that allow you to play the really big chips. Like if you don't put your money where your mouth was, like what are we talking about? Like you don't want to grind, you don't want to skip the grind to an extent, like you don't.
There's always an excuse.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Single
They're just
time.
bullshitting you.
There's always something wrong. So usually when you run into people like that, it's better just to leave them be because you'll break yourself.
Yeah. Well, I don't engage with it. It's like it's just an exposing stuff, right? It's just an awareness thing because some guys do fall under their crap.
Yeah.
You have people that do fall under their crap.
Kuban, let's go. Come on. Get it up. Get it up, get it up, get it up. Let's go. Everybody in the show. Can we get 120 versus 120 naval matches? True. What will be interesting to see is how the servers will actually cope with these things. Like that honestly is more interesting for me. Like how's it gonna deal with all the AA firing? Especially now it's not accurate. So it's just gonna miss.
There's gonna be more volume, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be more volume.
They have to fire for extended periods.
Yeah, that's true, dog. Warthunder is just filled with a bunch of dozers. Classic dozer mentality.
It really is.
Yeah,
like I feel like it always has been, but that's why. That's
just
why
more
I feel
reasonable
like it has a
now.
degree.
Or seen now.
I feel like it has a degree of importance to just expose it, man. Like if like you don't play this stuff, you don't do anything. So why are you trying to just portray yourself as you have like a big saying about it, man?
Yeah.
And let the people that actually play this stuff mention it.
Вот видно, да? 4 сектора по 3 заряда. Вот видно вот эти контрбоеприпасы.
No, just show the map. Yeah, it's an arena system. Show the map.
Кубань, знакомая всем карта.
It does look prettier. It reminds you of the textures of Karelia out of everything.
Yeah. Also, once again, they've massively just increased the hilliness. So you can actually maneuver.
Way more foliage as well.
Yeah.
Way more foliage. Yeah, look at all of that area with the bridge and whatever.
So yeah, it looks like they're adding hills. Or more hills. It does look way nicer.
That's the main thing. That's the main thing is that I feel like it's an inherent positive by itself, but I feel like it's a missed opportunity by not do by not doing something more, right? Like there's always something else you can tweak. Like, okay, we're gonna put some little cover here. We're gonna remove this position. Like there's always something to do.
Yeah.
Можно попробовать на самолете вылететь.
Like if you're gonna embark in an venture like this, like that, let's go above. Like these guys can do it. Yeah, so from the air it's gonna look the same. Like I feel like that is just...
Gonna take him years to get there as well.
Yeah, if you're in the Albatros, why not bring the Su-30 for this one, for God's sake?
Или что-то, оно может дополнительно защитить?
Da-da-da-da-da.
Шире, чем ваша? Или там особо дополнительной защиты?
It's coming.
На тех,
Slowly but
для
surely.
тех боеприпасов,
Против которого она
воюют, да,
сражается?
разница тут. То есть это может сработать как взводящий экран, что фугас, например, или ракета взорвется немножко не там, и...
Hills added Russian bias accusations defeated.
стреляют
True.
в сторону, потому
Yeah, I guess in a
What-
gameplay sense.
How to be Russia. Yeah. Build a hill.
Нет, это будет прям премиум. Сколько, по-моему, 4-го или 5-го ранга, я сейчас точно скажу. Оно написано. Да, 5-го ранга, вот 6,7.
I do want to see how this thing plays. I think it'll be quite fun. If this wasn't a premium vehicle, this would actually be one of my picks for the update. But since it's a premium vehicle, it's completely worthless to me. But like, yeah, I am actually intrigued to see how something like this would do at the BR that it's at.
It's just kind of one of those, like,
Так что это то в основном защита против вертолетов.
how to describe it.
Бурами.
Well, we mentioned that it was inconsequential, but also like from the gameplay perspective, that they're just kind of comfortable. Right?
Yeah.
They just kind of come in, they do their thing. Like I guess to spay them, it would be a bit more annoying since you're more limited in the air department. But even with that one,
Смотрим свойства.
As long as this system stops cast munitions, then we're good to go.
well, let's see. It has a reaction from 70 to 1,000 meters per second, so it's not
Okay.
gonna stop actual bullets. It's gonna stop
No.
only missiles. Yeah.
Так, что у нас дальше может
It said plus 40 on the elevation as well,
Давайте пока здесь покажем.
which is, I think, good enough.
Самое прямо
Yeah, for like helicopter missiles or
Yeah.
plane missiles.
вещь.
I think so.
No new top tier Soviet round. No!
Снаряд при пробитии.
3BM60 is.
Well, I guess you
I
can
mean,
find some
technically, yeah.
some projects.
Yeah, exactly.
Фичу не вынесли.
This one has a relic.
Для общего пользования.
Did you see that, Russia? Did
Yeah.
you see that?
Yeah, well, you don't need that extra armor when you have that happening.
What is
Yeah.
that?
You don't need all of those extra bullets and armor when you have shit like that happen.
What is that? Man?
Jesus Christ,
При
man.
полете через танк, при пробитии
Jesus
снаряда,
Christ.
то
Got the stream BVD.
меньше летит.
The player, no, shut it down, shut it
No,
down.
shut it down. We've revealed the secrets.
Я думаю, можно КФ-2 как раз.
Yamato!
Не просит.
Мгм.
We need to play that Swedish weeb song.
Устрашать
Is
его
it Caramel
просто,
Dancing?
скажешь.
Да, особенно размер
Da
боекомплекта.
da 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 da
На самом деле,
da
вот
da 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 da
что
da.
прямо здесь
Why not a
насколько
Japanese
удобно.
whips?
Because the Japanese are dying, Alex. They're dying off.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been
They've
hearing
only
that
got
a lot
like 2
lately.
generations left.
Палубы,
They're
и-
done.
You need to
Dunsky.
import immigrants now. You're done. You're
Yeah,
done.
they're
You
Dunsky.
need to do it now. Yeah.
So we're
I think they're gonna be just fine.
so we're exporting Weebury to Sweden and America and China.
Потеряли боеспособность,
Oh
но
yeah, like instead of importing like some dubious immigrants, like why not just bring dweebs,
суммарно, что
like weebs, Yeah, like
Bring
the
the
weeb
weebs.
import program.
И
Yeah, the weeb
по
import program. Like
временам
you guys like Japan so much, like come over here. You get a screened, of course.
Japanese housing incredibly cheap.
параметры.
Just to let you know.
Very spacious.
Incredible. Very very great for people who are 6 foot as well. Just
Yeah,
fantastic.
yeah. If you don't like working that much, come to Japan.
Hope you don't like beds.
If you don't like studying, come to Japan.
Да, огромное количество зениток,
Oh god.
калибров.
Look at all
That is
those
something that I
chickens.
always find so funny about the people that just get obsessed over Japan. That
Тоже есть бессмысленно.
in an hypothetical scenario, if they went to live over there, they would just get eaten
Oh
alive.
yeah, they would hate it, man.
Yeah,
They'd hate it.
yeah. Yeah, more so when they're like teenagers and whatnot. Like the
Я не помню, у нас раньше была фича, но на счастье, следить за снарядом.
The Yamato has nuked the Fletcher. I repeat, the battleship has killed the destroyer.
The perfidious American has been defeated.
It was so rude in that trailer, man, that they made the Yamato or the Bismarck shoot a Trenton class of all things. It's just so mad, so rude.
One shot at it.
Yeah, why are we making it shoot them?
Советский Союз уже показали чуть ранее.
Wee! Boom! Maybe that's why they added that feature, to make it not as boring to play. So you could like follow the rounds in. No, the Trenton, that did literally nothing. Yeah, it's going to be real fun firing a salvo of these once again, and them all missing due to dispersion, and you can't do anything about it, so it's going to be great.
Don't listen to him, he's American. He doesn't believe in Japan.
It moves, let's go! Big ship. Nothing else has to be said. Big ship.
But important message from High Command. Stop everything.
F2?
There it is. You can continue now.
F2.
Dwa.
Show the anti-chip missile. I really feel like they're gonna model it like a Maverick-ish stuff. Like,
Yeah. Well, we have the Penguin, which has the IR head on it, right? That one can technically be used. Like, it does work as an anti-tank thing. You just have to get so close for it to lock
that's
on.
why they added it.
Yeah.
That's why they added it. We also had the Cormoran that just got... That now it's just a place.
Oh, yeah.
It's a space. Like empty space.
Yeah.
Because it can't target anything.
AIM-7Ms, A4s, A3s, yeah.
It still has some names. Oh, no, it also has the missiles. Never mind.
Yeah. I don't know what Seeker head it has. They look so weird.
Well, if they have like that eye, it's probably an IR, right?
Yeah, and there you go. That's what TV maybe, or IOG LOS.
IOG is like inertial guidance or something. He said it just doesn't drop dead when it loses track.
Rank 4 anti-ship missile mod. Very powerful. Yeah, that's true. Japan was missing a midline F2 premium. That's what was required.
The midline, the midline. The rank 7 midline. Come on, man, come on. It's like if you're just leaving it there, like you just can't take it. You just can't tell me not to take it. Like I'm never gonna just say like, oh yeah, these guys are so cool. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
This one also gets the anti-ships. So yeah, it's basically the same. It looks like, apart from it gets the it doesn't get the active radar homing missiles.
But wasn't one of the main things about this one is that it has some insane radar? It would probably keep that insane radar.
It has the AESA thing, which they've added to a bunch of other stuff now. So yeah, it is a very powerful radar.
Yes, and if it has the same one on this premium, it's gonna be more of a comparative advantage because you're gonna be on a lower VR, but with the same radar, even if the missiles are worse.
That's true, dog. I do need to call the F2 just an F16.
Oh wow, you're gonna get.
Go do a little trolling.
Samurais. You're gonna get samurais when they put like. They open your stomach with that sword. That's what's gonna happen to you.
They go zoom, zoom, bang, bang.
Он ниже.
Why not zoom around in the brand new
Хороший
Falklands
радар,
map?
неплохие ракеты, не так много, не такое большое число.
Which is not like the
поездки,
Himalayas.
но да, отсутствие на шлеме, конечно.
Can be asking for altitudes.
14G chill turn. Jesus Christ. 15. Okay. Right, so this thing isn't finished then. If it, if it can just pull that so
but it
quickly.
is.
По-моему, Гриппена...
Oh, is it? Yeah, it might be arcade
Да,
actually.
есть.
Вот у Гриппена есть
Oh,
есть.
but it isn't.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
Такая вот кнопка.
No, it is because your web got limited for it.
Yeah. Oh, is he showing you can lock 2 targets at the same time?
Oh, like the multi-tracking stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Это тестовый сервер.
Popularized by the fantastic AA vehicle, which is the I can't remember, the Tor M1.
The Tor M1.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that one is so good, man. Like, when are they gonna add it to a Soviet tech tree? Like, I'm just waiting for it.
Popularized by another fantastic vehicle, the Chrysanthema.
Ну, кстати, да, здесь можно баки сбросить вот кнопкой такой раз.
Always the best vehicles with that
The
one.
best feature.
Yeah.
Best feature.
Where is that missile going? What? What is happening?
Изменения в целом
It's
в
predicting the trajectory.
воздушные бои.
There hasn't been a lot of missiles in this test thing that have actually hit their
Мы уже
target.
показывали режим,
Like the
Yeah,
other
I
guys
know.
were super struggling.
Maybe
как часть
their build of the
большого
server has a
мировой войны.
has an electromagnetic field around it that scrambles all of the electronics.
ЗРК будет еще одна, у нас в планах еще одна тип миссии, еще один, который мы тоже хотим также поплотестить на продакшн.
Yeah, they're making
Yeah,
a
you didn't
lot
read
of
the
stuff
forum post?
clickable.
После мажора. Да,
Which one?
потом это интегрировать все это в один.
That's why it's happening, because they have a different build. Electromagnetic
Так, короче,
interference.
покажем, собственно, да. японский.
Can Sam.
У нас
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah.
тоже пробный выезд. Кстати, вот ракеты, да, будут два типа ракет. Будет ракета и активная ракета.
Oh, is that a new
yes.
one?
Красная, то есть,
That's a
ну,
new missile?
Yeah.
одну
Yeah, because
цель
this one
для
had like
стрелять
an
по
active
целям,
radar
допустим,
homing,
например,
wasn't it?
например,
What's the difference?
по одним целям стрелять
I
такими.
think so.
Такими.
Появится ли М9Х у самолетов?
Пока нет. То есть для самообороны наземных войск такие ракеты, ну, просто безвариантны, потому что все современные ЗРК, у них ракеты подобного типа.
Oh.
Матричные тепловизионные ГСН с вектором тяги, то есть довольно современные ракеты. И, соответственно, без них водить их, ну, невозможно. А у авиации даже текущее оружие, оно вполне довольно смертоносное и убойное даже.
We'll test the radar stuff extensively on the dev server. We'll see how it goes.
Поэтому такие ракеты, как вот АМ-9Х и РСТ, мы рассматриваем как оружие авиации сильно более современной, когда появится много самолетов.
I don't think you will if you know what's good for you.
Количеством, ну, с бортовым комплексом обороны, который
You
обнаруживает
will
таких
die.
ракет,
You will not pass
строит
go.
стратегические ловушки,
You will not intercept the
когда
missiles.
больше
You will grab the F2, you will take it to a test drive,
Ну и, соответственно,
and
тогда
zip
ресурсы
zoom around.
практически
Да, то же
больше
самое, это
вопрос.
все, да, это все ракеты как бы одного. Включили,
And then you will
хватили.
go to the next one.
Вопрос
Yes.
про стаб у Т-34 мы как-то упоминали в...
Да, но эта машина будет отдельная, ну, она будет в работе. Будет, то есть
That one was working.
The reason why it wasn't working on the English stream is because it kept locking onto different targets, and I don't know if Jan knew that you had to turn off like the TWS feature.
Та страна не получила, там, извините, та не
So it
получила.
kept
Ну,
like trying to lock onto the
во-первых,
wrong
у нас,
targets.
вы знаете, что
It was tracking like all over the place.
Yeah.
Поэтому статистически будет, скорее всего, так, что у каждой страны в миссии будут представители, да, сильных ЗРК. То есть не будет такого перекоса, когда там только у одной.
Такопа.
Поэтому, то есть текущий уже
Did they show where the battleships are in the tech
Мы
trees?
рассматриваем Бук М3.
I don't
They
think they
did
did.
for a
right?
bit, but
They did?
they did, but I don't remember.
Есть у них, господи.
I don't remember which they were.
Который тоже машина, тоже большой комплекс с ракетами Астер. Вот.
Вот он, ребят, инсайды.
Whee!
Да. Но это вот сейчас оно все в работе. Будет, скорее всего,
Could we stop looking at the T-72? We know what it is.
Hey.
It's already in the fucking game.
еще показать.
Yeah, it's insane. It's not even like a particular. Well, you know, you never know if they're gonna change it before it comes in, but it's not even like a particularly good APS.
Шведская
Yeah.
машина представляет собой классический ЗРК.
This is a pretty standard
Отличие,
one.
что он
LD.
подчиненный, то есть эта машина на самом деле
LD.
в реализации технической с точки зрения игры это довольно сложная вещь, она до сих пор
What's the
не
first line, second Germany?
э,
Okay,
работает корректно. То есть есть еще с чем мы боремся, что еще дочиним.
makes
Особенно
sense.
в мультиплеере не совсем
Would you
плавно
drive around in that little
сочиненный
truck,
механизм.
Tech?
То есть это два юнита, соединенные...
First time I see
одновременно
this thing on the ground, I'm gonna ram it.
Тут ракеты довольно
No.
Gonna make it feel
в
pain.
зоне, но и не такие
No
такие
bullying.
дальнобойные, как эти.
That's what I'm gonna do
No
to all of these AAs and my MBTs. I'm just gonna run into them and run them over.
Бросать застрявших где-нибудь
А
аккурат.
это резиновые, да, то есть это резиновые гусеницы.
No, man.
Thanks for protecting the skies.
Ракеты используют
Time to die.
бустера. Вот,
He's discriminating because of their looks.
эти ракеты, но с бустером, то есть
And
с
class.
калибром, со сбрасываемым ГСН,
He's doing it once again.
радиокоррекция, это вот прям...
Like, you shouldn't judge them because of their looks, you should judge them by the value of their character.
Целеуказание от радара, то есть без радара это работать не будет.
This one's straight up just like a North Pole machine. I don't know. It's-
It is like an antique machine. It's like an antique machine.
Ракета да, очень смертоносная.
Just remember, guys, this one has about a 10-kilometer range. So
You can hide it in buildings.
you're gonna hide it behind buildings.
In buildings. I'm surprised it's all in one. I'm surprised it has like the radar and everything in the little guy.
Просили новинки Израиля какие-нибудь показать.
Да,
the
на самом
lesbian.
деле мы
Leather.
рассказывали тоже про это, про наши планы.
Why is
что-
it LES? Does anybody know why?
что в качестве према мы
What is it in Dutch?
Vale.
Леопард, поскольку такая
If I had to guess, it's probably the name of a certain like unit or concept, right? Like the
Mm.
whole very high readiness task force or whatever.
Well, isn't it like so? The Dutch have leopards, but they're like intermingled with a German division, right, or something.
Oh, you mean like nowadays?
Yeah, like in real life, like they like rent everything and then they work together with the
более
Germans.
низким боевым рейтингом.
No, I think they have. I think they own the ones they have, but they dismantled most of it.
Mm.
They dismantled most of it. Like they do have their army, but it's not as big as it used to be.
Камбодж и Израиль.
No, the ones that leased their leopards and then they bought some of them were the Swedes. Like they
Oh,
want to,
yeah.
Заметно прибрал. Ну, можно, конечно, еще дольше.
В общем, просили
But they do have a Dutch-German stuff. That is an actual thing.
Rah.
Но час пролетел незаметно, это правда, новинок очень много.
Да, есть еще много новинок, собственно, много...
This game-
It looks made of plastic.
Измененных, доработанных, улучшенных.
It looks like really low poly, but then again, that's just because it's a sharp edge thing, right? Like it.
Yeah,
It's
that's what
weird.
it looks like. It's made of
Они не
plastic.
такими злыми, то есть они не так нереалистично сбивают. Маневры стали помогать. Переработана модель повреждений, то, как распространяется пожар по элеватору.
You will not get better Hellfires.
Где-то башни
You will
элеватора.
never get better Hellfires. That's reserved for other nations.
Много очень переделок было.
So at 11.3, I think it's gonna be just fine, dude. Like it can carry 14
Еще будут.
Hellfires Bravo
Поэтому и тут
at 11.3.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty.
And then also Stingers.
Well,
когда эти
yes,
программы
I guess the DAP carries. I think that one can carry like
возможность.
like
есть
12,
возможность
if I remember
такой
correctly.
вариант, стелс-вариант.
It can carry like 12 and they're the K version. So yeah, maybe.
Внутренние отсеки, и вот такой вариант.
Oh, never mind. It doesn't get any Stingers. It just gets Hellfires. That's
Oh,
it.
it has like a weird setup, you saw?
Yeah. Got like internal ones.
Сниженной
Uh,
информационной и тепловой заметностью.
So this thing is just like full aggressive.
Только во внутренних отсеках.
it was like pure anti-tank.
Yeah.
Pure anti-tank.
Также можно будет
Well, this was supposed to be like a recon one, right? Like to begin with,
Yeah.
and then drones started to exist, and then they're like, oh, seems kind of pointless.
Yeah. What is
Да,
the
будут снижены сигнатуры. Ну, кстати,
they kept the Kiowa.
No, BVD.
vehicles, yeah.
Shoot the ground vehicles. Don't use the Hellfire to go after planes. No. Don't do it. No, BVD.
сигнатура. Но,
Its
кстати,
advanced lamp
единица
system
высокого
will work.
полета нет.
Will work for that.
Значит, играть придется от деревьев.
Да. Ну и, соответственно, БР будет пониже, чем у Апача.
Is that all of these guys got pretty much defeated by the
Двадцатка.
by the heroes that were already in service or the ones that were more practical?
Yeah.
Также РЛС есть.
Да, хоть вертолеты выглядят, как будто он из будущего, так-то на самом деле довольно возрастной.
Да. То есть это программа была там...
So what's the other one from these guys that is left? The Cheyenne?
Age 56, yeah.
Еще
Yeah, the
много
prototype one. The one that lost to the Apache. Well, kind of lost. I mean, it
китайскую зенитку.
depends how you
It
see
was a
it.
bit
but
early. Yeah, it was a bit early.
It came out before. Basically, it came out before the Apache, and then the Armed Forces of America were like, "This is kind of cool,
Тут сейчас
but no. So we'll just make a
Yeah.
specification, and somebody else will build the
довольно
Apache."
дальнобойная.
Yeah,
So,
it was pretty much
yeah.
to be the successor of the Cobra.
Yeah,
The Cobra, but it got beaten by the
Чисто
Apache.
расстрельный.
What the Apache came to be.
yeah.
Подвижность неплохая. То есть такой, да.
Which
It wasn't
sucks
the main
because
thing, but that
the
one.
Этот
the
прям
56 just
цель
looks
обстреливать,
much
потом
cooler.
разговаривать.
Like as a vehicle.
Well, I do like the Apache aesthetically better, so we have some disagreement there, but I do agree that it's a cool looking
У
one.
нее как будто чуть более удобно расположен вот этот весь...
Can't shoot on the move, classic.
Легкими какими-то...
Would be too
Oh
powerful.
dear.
When
Look
you're
how
fully
long that
stabilized and you're-
fucking spool up time is. Lower it,
Yeah,
motherfuckers.
that is.
God
I
damn
think that
it.
is. I think it does have the values of the Igla, man.
Yeah, it looks exactly
I
the
think it
same.
does have the value of the
Yeah,
Igla.
there's no way this is finished.
Ну еще очень из важного у нее.
Hey, look, it's the gun. Now it's not the planes aren't as fast as the gun, so we're good now.
Современной авиации на топах это очень важно, потому что, собственно, дымы это
They are not outrunning the bullets.
наведением там инфракрасного или телевизионного. То есть ты просто видишь, что...
At least we get some good quotes, you know.
Что пачку ракет достаточно просто кидать дымы и отъехать, и все. Все ракеты, которые, собственно, стоят в этом месте, ты уже защищен. У панциря, например, этого не хватает, дымов нет, размеры большие тоже.
This thing's really gonna struggle to shoot downwards. It's like,
Ракетные корабли.
what is the gun depression on this thing?
По-моему, корабль.
Именно
Can't be
по
good.
поводу таких современных...
Yes, and I feel like the
Minus
stat is
4.
gonna tell you.
Minus
Yeah, but you're
4.
gonna be limited by your chassis.
Yeah,
right?
'cause you're already
Since you're
super
so
tall.
tall.
В реальном масштабе времени и в реалистичной механике расстоянием со всем остальным воспроизводила бы бои современных кораблей. То есть она либо не мультиплеерная, либо не в реальном времени.
Everybody else, multi-vehicle systems, crazy range, 40 kilometers. China, CSSA5.
Либо мы меняем правила закона мира,
Nice.
либо сжимаем время, ну, там, либо еще что-то.
My lord.
Поэтому реалистично
12.0.
нашему
12.0, yeah.
То есть хотелось бы, конечно, корабли интересные, красивые.
Equal to the Panther, this one.
Тяжелая задача.
Warthunder Mobile там есть ракетный. Покажем Израиль? Васильев? Да,
It's ridiculous.
Equal to the Spider AIO.
Тут визуально пока, то есть вот здесь...
Well, who knows? Maybe this one is also gonna absolutely suck. So we'll have to see. At least it has 8 rate to fire if you want to relativize the idea.
You know what? This update, you know who wins this update? The modelers. The modelers of all the ships, the guys who built the massive ships, all the guys who have built these like massive AA machines, you guys win the update. Because a lot of this stuff is beautiful to look at.
That is something that is a one-to-one to real life, right? The gun makers never lose. The gun makers never lose.
Это самое
Yeah,
высокое.
the guys that make all of these weapons, they never lose. They already got paid. They already got their stuff.
Keep on winning.
То есть я хотел как раз сказать, знаешь, на карте
Да-да.
Ледяной перевал проедет,
Да-да-да.
туннель или нет?
Можно так сделать, и уже всё гораздо
Whoop.
компактнее становится. Сейчас я поеду, сейчас давай тоже сложится. Ну, длина все еще...
Surprisingly, the launches are also pretty quick. Did you see that?
Ну вот уже
Like a lot of
Yeah.
them.
какой-то Евротрак симулятор какой-то такой, на грузовичке едешь куда-то.
Warthunder
If they're
Truck
gonna force
Simulator.
you,
Без этой.
if they're gonna force you to deploy them, at least make it faster. Right?
Yeah.
That's what happens with some of those like ATMs that you have to deploy and whatever. Медюни, медюни, хунишим, хунишим.
Эх, не успела.
It's not gonna hit from that. Whee! Look at the curve. It'll take ages.
At that point, the most important thing is being able to log on, and then the second one is to at least hit. Sometimes these things can even hit.
Но я не против.
И люди тоже не против.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Так, кстати, мы еще ничего не
Simple
сказали.
radar,
Bismarck.
simple aggression.
So sometimes you can't even lock on, right? So sometimes you can optically see the guy, but since you can't lock on, like you know what your fate is gonna be.
Что даже сегодня уже будет открыт OpenDev сервер, и вы сможете сами
It's
посмотреть,
the Bismarck.
играть, поломать. И
The
обязательно
strongest one ever.
сказать, как нужно сделать.
Best machine. Has a song named after it.
Oh, it does? Well,
Yeah,
well,
Sabaton.
No, the
Ну и
in May of 1941.
Oh, there's that one too, yeah.
правую часть.
Yeah, I don't know the other one.
Один шведский самолет,
Yeah,
который
there's
уже есть
you know the Sabaton, the guys who do like the war music.
Старик раздруг.
They made one for the Bismarck.
Кантор, ну и
And it
все
sounds
ветки.
the same as all the other songs.
They're pretty samey.
Yeah.
They are
They have their niche and it works.
Можем посмотреть итальянский танк, новинку. Там
Italiansky?
Если хочешь что-нибудь показать, как раз у нас есть танчик.
Maybe they're androids. They were
Ooh,
just hiding them.
Да, тут танк.
that would be pretty crazy.
Красивая новая моделька, да, Леопарда. Ну, уже такая машина в игре уже была, только это итальянская модернизация небольшая, там некоторые...
Lot of detail on this leopard.
версии 1.2.
I don't even know what my pick of the update is gonna be. There's nothing really here that I'm like massively hugely hyped about.
Ну, мы не смотрели
Bismarck.
визуально хотя бы модельки британского
It's a no.
можно, наверное, посмотреть.
Покажем.
Well, if you don't select one for yourself, you get one selected for you.
Показали, много всего
I'm sorry.
интересного.
All the cool vehicles are all premiums, so like these things are really cool, but they're premiums. Because you'll be able to use these in like pages of history and stuff like that. Oh, the Danish Chaffee, yeah, that one's kind of cool. Hopefully, it gets some good camos.
Да,
The standard camo was already pretty nice.
Мажорное
Мгм.
обновление.
You need to buy the Danish flag for extra
в
legals.
работе. Я думаю, что она будет попадать в Медосферу чуть позже. Еще будут машины новые, про которые мы пока не говорили. Поэтому...
Oh, the Leclerc actually.
Да, из интересного...
The fact that made the Leclerc 10.7, I think that'll be quite fun.
Модель повреждений.
What are we doing?
Extra
Ooh.
kilo modeling.
Updated
It's a hero
helicopter
Чтобы чуть
models.
много,
Let's
если
go.
прилетит, то
Они
что-то
все
достанем.
детальные.
Big fans.
проработаны.
I think since
И
I think since that hilo got introduced, the C10, I have seen around 3 in all of the ones I have played top tier.
Топ-премиум самолет.
It's not even that much of a bad hero, like just nobody uses it.
Do you see a lot of China at top 2?
Not really, no, not really.
Я думаю, наверное, все.
Ra has
You
its
see it more
updated
than some
model.
other minor nations, but they don't say that much.
Yeah,
Много модулей. Тут только ошибка. Некорректно.
very purple.
М,
Oh no!
не знаю,
Ah, he nearly did it. He nearly showed the PT95. Come on! Come on, BD. Do it.
Вопросов бесконечное количество.
What?
игрокам очень
No!
интересно. Спасибо вам
Oh!
большое. Интерес проявляете.
Not the glorious PT95.
Пожалуйста,
59.
попробуйте, поиграйте сами на деве. Обязательно напишите свой фидбэк. Делитесь своим
Feedback.
мнением.
Да,
I know that
там
one.
будет,
Feedback
самая
time.
механика
Get
самая
feedback.
сложная.
Get your
Есть,
feedback, Ray. What's your
много
feedback for this update tech?
проблем.
Problems solved,
На-
problems
найдите какие-то,
forgotten.
там еще какие-то проблемы, про которые мы не знаем.
Simple
Ну,
as.
поэтому
Wrong,
можно
wrong answer. It is
чтобы написали,
another amazing
найдите
update
какие
from
проблемы,
our
чтобы
partners at Gaijin Entertainment LLC.
Да, на этом будем
Long live the
заканчивать.
free people of
Спасибо,
Warthunder.
что
Спасибо, ребят.
That's just your
пришли,
answer.
что интересуетесь игрой, что играете.
It's really good to see AAs that can solve the CAS issue going around in the higher VRs. Long live Gaijin Entertainment LLC.
God damn it.
What other feedback we can do?
You want to watch a random CSGO video? That's what it's recommending me.
That's so gay.
Robot.
Oh, you know something that is fucking YouTube. Fucking YouTube has been recommending me like a trillion like VTuber videos lately. Like I don't
Oh,
know if
really?
yeah, I don't know if they think that I just love VTubers, but
Alright, let's have a
That's
look
all,
at the other news pieces. Yamato. It got its dev blog. It's blogging. Blogged. Big blog.
Leopard 2 as well.
Yeah, the Leopard 2, the
Iowa.
the Iowa was there before. So we just need
Oh,
the Bismarck
monumental
demo.
news. Monumental news tech. A decal and discount on the T129 Attack and F104S TAF for the Turkish Air Force Day.
Wow,
Be sure to tell our fellow
fantastic.
citizens.
That's what we like. Huge,
It's a
huge fans.
50% this one. They know people don't give a shit about these vehicles. That's unheard of.
Is it 50?
It's a
Oh my
50%
god,
discount.
50%? Holy shit.
Yeah. They knew that there wasn't gonna be a single citizen that was gonna buy it on a 30% discount, so they're actually trying.
How is Turkey's economy doing? Last
It's gonna
time
be
I
doing pretty
checked,
well after this.
last time I
Gonna be-
checked, very poor.
No, you're just some Greek agent. You're done.
Is this the thing that will pull the Greek economy out of the ground?
This is the thing, man. This is the catalyst. This is the great reform, the stimulus package.
I do like the emblem of the Turkish Air Force pilots decal. Very nice.
The helo does look pretty nice. You can
Yeah.
put it in the 10-7 Italian lineup. Pretty effective helo. The missiles are pretty slow though. I think they have like Maliutka level speed.
Oof. It has those funny Sirit things, doesn't it?
Yeah, the laser rockets. The intelligent dumb rockets. Awesome designations. Yes.
Oh, wait, also in a data mine, there's a bunch of Canadians.
Oh hell yeah. Is this a tech reference? Your loyalty has been rewarded.
I think we're gonna be getting Canadian pages of history.
Ooh. But what is it? What is it? It's like a decal,
So
tank.
there is 2 bundles: Pathway to the Stars bundle, Stand on Guard bundle. The Canadian Moments of Valor. There's also a Stuart Mark 6 available for purchase in the hider. It's going to be from the 1st of June, so whenever that is. And then there's
when is Canada Day? When is Canada Day?
I should
Canada
probably
Day.
know this.
Oh yeah, yeah. How about you tell me when is Canada Day?
I'm pretty sure it's the 1st of July, but
You got it right.
I'm getting
You got it right.
confused because we just had Victoria Day.
Well, that one is like a Commonwealth, the descendants of the British Commonwealth. This is proper Canada Day, and you were right. It's on the 1st of July.
Yeah. You know what's the greatest thing about Canada Day?
Wow.
You can ride on the transit for free.
Oh hell yeah.
Pretty cool. Okay, my dev server is downloading, guys. Looks like it's coming up pretty soon.
It's public
Oh,
festivities.
Canada.
It's a public festivity in the day of the Constitution. And it's commemorating the 158th anniversary of the Canadian Confederation.
Sad. Should have never happened.
Wow. You're a nicest terrorist. You're a redcoat.
But now they're adding in the emblem of the Canadian Armed Forces decal. They're also adding in the F-86, F-35 Golden Hawks camo. The F-A-18C early 60th anniversary camo. P-51D CB569 camo. And then P-400A 621. And then the Leopard 2A4M Canadian Modern Forest Camouflage. So, there you go. There's a bunch.
It's gonna be pretty
stuff.
cool. No, like, all jokes aside, that's gonna be pretty awesome if they do an event for Canada.
I think they're
around
going
Canada.
to. Like it looks
Yeah,
like
because
that.
it's that they're gonna do the Moments of Valor and everything, right?
Yeah.
And you have like all of the bundle of camouflages.
If they don't cover the Canadian forces in the First World War, they're missing out. That is the perfect area to go after, to show the brutality of the Canadian, the savage.
Oh, it's that those soldiers knew how to win wars, man. None of this easy bullshit.
That is definitely true.
None of this easy bullshit. How about for the tanks? Was there any camo for the tanks?
Leopard 2A4M.
Ah, the Leopard Canadian.
The premium.
Well,
yeah.
makes sense, right? Makes sense.
And there's also the NF5A Freedom Fighter title, or the NF5A pre-order. And the decal you get from that one.
The Dutch one. The midline. The rank 7, 10.3 VR, midline beagle.
God damn it.
To be fair, man, like there were some oddities. There were a lot of Twilight sounds, but this one was better than the last one. The last one was.
It was very hard to be worse. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's the main thing. That's the main thing. But to be
Slight
fair, it was a bit
improvement.
better. Yeah, it was a bit better. Credit where credit is due, as they say. But like, I'm not gonna pretend that I like these people when I don't.
We aren't at
The
the.
Russian one is the Russian one. Like that one is just a static at this point.
We really need. They need to swap them again. Like
Mm.
they need to do the. They need to do the other one first again.
Well, so things just go by so quickly that I really don't mind it, if I'm honest with you.
Mm.
Oh no, I guess you're right, because then the
There's some
Russian one is just a bit taller,
anticipation.
right? Because it's
Yeah.
just, and then the other one is like the proper one. The English one is
Yeah.
the proper one. So you. Yes, and I feel like after the English one, I lose a bit of interest into the Russian. I lose more interest in the Russian one because they already showed everything.
Yeah. Do. Do. I don't know if I'm logged in here. Oh, I'm not. Don't think so. Well, GG, bro. I don't even know what it would be. Just need to sort this out.
Canada was known as Dominion Day.
Yep.
It celebrates the anniversary of Canadian Confederation, which occurred on the 1st of July with the passing of the British North America Act, 1867, when the three separate colonies of the United Canadas, Nova
Yeah.
Scotia and New Brunswick,
Yeah.
Brunswick were united into a single dominion with the British Empire called Canada. Then it changed name in 1982 when the Canadian Constitution was patriated by the Canada Act of 1982, which severed the vestiges of legal dependence on the Parliament of the UK.
Yep. So that's when Canada truly became independent, but there is still a sitting representative for the Majesty in
The Governor General, right?
Yeah, Governor
I
General.
remember when Bryce told me about it.
Which is stupid and should not exist. Fuck the king.
It's a waste of money. It's a waste of money.
Fuck the king and all these hoes.
Also, they get into scandals from time to time, right? They live a life of excesses.
I'm just setting up the
dev server.
Yeah, the dev. It's patching, so I'm guessing it's going, but I don't know. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Boom. Boom.
Well, since your favorite beagle of that is the Bismarck, I don't really know which one is gonna be for me.
I think Erica should be blasted out to everybody all the time.
Why is that one not allowed, Dick?
Why doesn't my Bismarck have a swastika on it? Where is my swastika?
A giant ass swastika on each turret. Like, how about that? why is it not allowed? Why is this not allowed?
Hey guys, simple question. Why can't I
Why can't I just put a giant swastika on each gun that I carry on the gym?
God.
Those are some pretty cool camos, actually. God damn.
Yeah, they're alright, aren't they?
Yeah.
Classic Hornet camo. 251. putting Canadian camos on American vehicles at the moment. Quite spicy from Gaijin once again. Turbulent times.
Is this directly awkward? What do you want them to do?
Oh,
maybe
Canada.
Maybe in the future they're gonna come as new vehicles in the British tech tree or whatever, or in the American tech tree.
More thing that I have to move over. There is the Canadian Armed Forces insignia. So they obviously did a deal with the Canadians.
Oh, yeah, because if not they get persecuted, right?
God, that after many an hour, I think my made in China wireless keyboard has finally died, which is not great timing.
Uh-oh.
I may have to go find some AA batteries. Oh no, I just moved.
How about the batteries died?
Yeah,
The
I think it's
batteries
the
died.
batteries.
I thought the keyboard died. That would have been
Catastrophic.
pretty bad.
I just rotated one of the batteries and it's working again, so we're Gucci.
Oh hell yeah! Just hit it in
Fantastic.
the back a couple of times. That's the usual.
Thank you, China, for making beautiful, cheap products.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they should do a rework of if they're gonna do all of this Canada Day event. They should do a rework of the Canadian voices to make them sound more Canadian. Stereotypically Canadian.
Are we shooting, eh?
I feel like more voices. It's that some of those voices are just way too neutral. It's like the Argentinian voices, right? They have just way too much of a neutral accent. They should make
I
them
know
more
what you mean.
distinctive. Or is that ooh, my stereotypes, my stereotypes. Like the idea is to give them more identity, man. Like everyone is sounding like a robot.
Well, you'd want stuff to be stereotypical. Because like then people would recognize it. Or at least you'd hope.
Like if you tell me they're gonna say like, okay guys, put the hoodie on, like that would be amazing.
Or with the Argentinians just says, time to invade the Falklands. And you just go forward.
Oh, this is like Maradona told me.
Time to crash my economy again.
Oh wow, it was the perfidious Americans that did it.
Time to take in.
It was the British. It was the British.
Time to take in definitely not fascists.
No, it's like when you spawn, when you hit your toe with something. They got them British again. So that's what you. The British and their contraptions.
All right, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Just want to record this video real quick. We're gonna do the bonus news video, basically. All right, bear with me, guys, but I want to get this out because, as I said, they're doing a ton of stuff. So I'm just trying to knock it on the head. All right. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you are doing well. There is a lot of stuff going on today when it comes to War Thunder and generally with Gaijin. We've had the sneak peek streams. We also, at the same time, we are probably going to have the dev service stuff pretty soon. So there is just a ton of different stuff, and we've had a bunch of data mines. We've also had just a bunch of different little pieces of news for things that are happening over the next few days. So I thought I'd stick a lot of them in this video. So this is kind of like your general news video. Later on today and also other days, we'll probably get more dev server stuff. The dev server right now is updating. So yeah, it's simple as that. So let's have a look at what's going on over this weekend, which isn't the dev server stuff, but is everything else. The first thing is there is a decal and a discount for the T129 and the F104S. Both of these are for the Turkish Air Force Day, which is pretty cool. What is interesting is both of these vehicles are going to be available for GE, and they're 50% off. So a huge discount for these things, which usually you don't get. Normally you get like 30% or just like returning vehicles. So they're really trying to get people to buy them. If you want my opinion on this, F104S, no good. There is nowadays a lot of very, very nice kind of like Italian vehicles in the game. So there's not really much point in picking this up. You can just play Tetri vehicles, have a much better time, and not have the weaknesses that the F104S has. The T129 in general is pretty good, though, in terms of its weaponry and also its general armament, so the BR that it's at. It just struggles in a few separate areas like optics and things like that, but that's okay. You can kind of get around that. The other part, as I said, there is a decal which is on offer, which you just have to play 3 battles using aircraft of any country, a rank 3 or higher. So you don't need to play a specific nation, and you can get yourself the emblem of the Turkish Air Force pilots, which is really nice. So make sure to pick that up. There's also a Yamato dev blog where they go through all of the bells and whistles of the Yamato, the biggest guns in the game. We also saw recently that they're going to be upping the naval BRs to 8.7, which is pretty nuts. Also, it has a lot of armor, and it's going to be probably the one that a lot of people are going to go to. We're going to be covering this on the dev server, so I don't want to really spend too much time on this, but this is here if you want to check it out for yourself. Have a look at some really nice pictures and just see just the ridiculous amount of, well, little guns in the middle of it. We also, at the same time, have the Iowa, which also got its dev blog. So the only one that we're missing now in terms of dev blogs is the Bismarck, which I'm guessing will come out over the next few days. The Iowa is the new battleship coming in for America at rank 7.2. This one's also going to be 8.7 and has an insane amount of AA on it. They did say, in the English sneak peek stream that they are reducing the accuracy of the AA. So we'll have to see if it starts crashing servers again, because there's just so many different shells in the air. But this one just has an insane amount of 5-inch guns and also 19 quad-barreled 40mm. Just nuts at the end of the day how much this thing has. It should be a little bit lighter in armor than some of its compatriots, but we'll have to see if they actually model in its proper targeting system, because that would actually change up what's kind of going for it. In other news, we have some data mines from Zabi. Number 1, looks like there's going to be an F5 premium pre-order, which is coming in for the Benelux part of the French tech tree. This is going to be for the NF5A. It actually has different missiles, the AIM-9Ns, which seem to be a upgraded version of the J. So we'll check that out on the dev server. It's going to be a pre-order. It's going to have the emblem of the 313th Squadron with it. So when that happens, I'll make sure to cover that for you. There's also a bunch of other stuff in the data mines, including what are some camos. So if you didn't know, Canada Day is coming up. Canada Day. Basically on the 1st of July. Canada Day is here. So I think on Monday. And it looks like they're setting up to do a Moments of Valor for Canada Day. So you have a bunch of different camos for a bunch of different vehicles. Usually the way these work is they either come in for GE or you can grind them out. So here's one for the Leopard 2A4M Can. This has the modern forest camo on it. You also have one for the P400. This is the AH621. You can see back here. It's a lovely kind of like RAF camo on top of it. Obviously, you have the RCAF as well during the Second World War. Then you have a P51D20. This is the CB569 camo, which also looks really nice. And then you have, of course, a Hornet, which is the mainstay of the Canadian Air Forces at the moment in terms of what they operate. This is for specifically the FA-18C Early, and it's the 60th anniversary camo that you can see in not just English, but also in French, since Canada is a dual language place. I can't remember what the thing is, but yeah, basically, depending on where you are in Canada, they speak different languages. You have Montreal, and then you have everywhere else. As a little bit of a funny fact, New Brunswick is the only place which is technically by law dual languaged, bilingual, whereas everywhere else just only has its one language by law. But it's kind of funny how that works. Another vehicle that you also have is the F-86 F-35. You have the Golden Hawks here, the RCAF one, which looks really nice too. Super shiny and really good to see. And then also you have an insignia. So this is actually the emblem of the Canadian Armed Forces. So you have the maple leaves, you have the anchor, you have the swords, and then of course the crown on it too. So everything just looks really nice. And it looks like it's going to be part of a Moments of Valor for Canada, so we'll probably get some kind of video on Monday or around that time. We'll cover it. We'll see what's in it. Hopefully they have some cool stuff. because the Canadian forces are just really cool in general. The other part is it looks like they're bringing in some bundles alongside of this. So there's the Pathway to the Stars bundle, Stand on Guard bundle, so probably an air bundle and then a ground bundle for Canada. And they have the Stuart Mark 6, which is the Canadian Stuart in the American tech tree. It looks like that one's going to be coming back on the 1st of June. And then also the Hyder is going to be coming back on the 1st of June too for a few days to purchase. So that's pretty cool. And we'll have to see what goes on there. At the same time as that, and also the other stuff going on, there's also more decals which are in the data mines. We have an Italian coastal fleet emblem, so it looks like they're adding in some more challenges for the Italian coastal fleet, just like they did with the French. You also have the emblem of the Kronenberg Regiment, the emblem of the Turkish Air Force pilots that we already talked about in the event this week. And then on top of it, you have as well the emblem of the 313th Squadron, which is for the NF5A2. So there's metric stuff, everything all over the place, all at once, which was a fantastic movie, by the way. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Highly recommend it. Today, I'm going to be covering all the stuff from the dev server for you. It's going to come out over the next few days. If there's something specifically that you want me to look at and you want me to go over, let me know in the comments of this video or a live stream, which we will be streaming during this time too. So if you have any further questions, need any clarifications, anything like that, make sure to check those out. As always, I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you next time. Okay, banged it out. No dev server news yet? No, but mine is doing something. So we'll have to see what goes on with that. Buffalo Soldier, feeling like a Rasta. Hey Marv, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Updated it, but it didn't work. It's probably just analyzing files then. Sitting on the mainland. Where is the Turkish emblem? Why is it not showing? Let's get this special done and just kind of chill. We do everything else. That is the update, is it? Okay, well, we'll see. I don't think the 182 should have a stabilizer. They did, Jerry, but they didn't say when they were going to. That's the difference. Okay. So we'll just chill for a little bit as we get more and more news in. We'll cover it as it comes, since a ridiculous amount of stuff going. Packing it in all one day. The Japanese foxbat? It would be kind of funny. You never know, right? They did say the MiG-25 was going to be an event vehicle. Well, it said in the dev blog that the SLM has 40k, so I think they just misspoke again. Whee! Bombs away. Waka waka. Okay. Okay. Alright, so there's a lot going on my PC right now, so if the audio or anything sounds weird, I apologize. Just doing a lot of stuff at the same time, so. What would you all suggest for the Italian and British SAMs? Don't know. Not sure. See you later, Jonathan. Look after yourself, man. What time is the dev server? Usually around this time, maybe in an hour. Yeah, we'll check what line the Yamato's in. Well, we'll cover all the vehicles, man, so. And we'll go from there. Okay. This thing turns like a bus. What premium would I suggest getting? What, like the new ones? Depends what you want to grind out, right? None of the premiums look bad. Like all the pack premiums look pretty nice, and all the other ones look pretty good too. I'm kind of surprised they're not doing like one pack and update. Okay. Let's just continue. Spider somehow ranges the SLM by 40 more kilometers. I have no idea. We'll have to look. Just remember, max ranges are not very useful because most of the time you're not engaging stuff at max ranges in ground in that way. Because the missile has to maneuver and push about, right? So it's not as simple as it just goes 40. Okay, let's just hit these. As I said, sorry about the audio, but it'll be fixed in like 10 minutes. Hey, Captain Q-Tip, nice to see you. Goes to the periodontist today? What do they do? It's a pretty long, interesting word. Periodontist? How can you tell if you downloaded the right version of the dev server? There's only one version that's able to be downloaded, so there's not really multiple versions. Da, 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 da. Okay, there we go. Hey, Sky Reaper, nice to see you. Mine's downloading. Like you can see, it's downloading like 16 gigs. Kind of wild. One of my friends has a destroyed Russian drone in their yard. What should they do? Probably report it to the authorities. Isn't that usually something to do? Yeah. You recommend buying the Ross Matcha for the USA Naval? No. No, I don't. Osomacha. Ooh, alright. My brain's just resetting a bit right now. I think I just started doing Naval, but the aiming system sucks ass. Oh, well, that sucks. Okay. This isn't the dev server, no. We're just waiting for it. Motherfucker. Basically, the dev server should come out pretty soon. But we're just kind of chilling until it happens. I just need to get a picture of something. There we go.
The victory is near.
Amaniya yo, akiyaki tokeyo. There we go. Nice. And into that. How would you do the 2 kills in 15 seconds for the battle pass? I mean, I did it playing like quite high tier stuff. Like, we did it while like kind of grinding out like the T90s. But anything with an autoloader, a mid tier, or even like a Sherman, like just flank and then hit 2 guys on the side. Most things can get 2 shots off within 15 seconds, so it really isn't that too hard to do in ground. You just got to get the flank going. Yeah, you gotta do it in tanks. I'm pretty sure, do you have to do it in tanks? Like, there isn't an option. Okay. If you have the options to do it in somewhere else, I would still do it in tanks. Or air arcade. Air arcade, just go into the furball on domination matches, you get it done super quick. But yeah, if you just kind of play, you should do it anyway. Just like by itself, you know. Screw it. Let's just do some backups while we're chilling. Okay. Alright, good stuff. How's the download looking? Don't know. won't be there yet. My internet isn't that quick. Also doing the classic download upload at the same time. Ooh. I did see the M120C, yes. Does anybody know the difference between the ones we have and the C? What's the big one? The difference? Oh my god. This thing does not like to turn. Agility? Oh. There we go. I do have, in the beginner's guide, Sky Reaper, there's some stuff about Naval. But the thing is, they've changed how it all works now, so... making a tutorial on it is pretty much impossible. Where the hell is the Turkish day? Do I have to restart my game? $10 for the download for me. That's what it is. It's a lot closer in range compared to the ER. C7 is basically the same range. Still locked? Yeah, but we can have a look in the files, you know. See what's in there. Have a bit of fun. Go forward again. I prefer the US Sky Reaper when it comes to Naval. They're a lot more fun. There we go. Okay. What's the difference in the P51D and H? Massive difference between the D and the H. The model itself is different, the flight model and the engine. The F-109Z isn't worth it, no. It's gonna be a miss. Shot it over. I'm just trying to think about how we're gonna cover all of this stuff on the dev server. Like how we're gonna focus on everything. Should be fine though. What are those tier 3 Yak 3s and 9s like to operate? Low altitude? Mid to low altitude. You basically start off a mid and then push and then go down and then smash. That's how you do it. Mm-hmm. Why am I bombing an arcade? I have a special task. And I'm just doing it while we're doing all the other things. What update was the 2A4M added? Does anybody remember? Oh, wasn't too long ago, was it? But yeah, we're basically just waiting for the dev server, so...
The enemy is winning.
So we'll get this done, or at least close to, and then we'll focus on the dev server. Right now, I'm just trying to set in my mind, like, what I want to do. Damn. Seek and destroy? Seek and destroy. Mm-hmm. What, do you remember what number that was? Was it last year? Like 237 maybe? Yeah. Can I make a Canada one? Nope. Mm-hmm.
The enemy is winning.
Okay. Alright, that's that done. Sorry, I'm just I'm in that mode of trying to do like multiple things at the same time. So we will get everything done. It's just gaijin, as I said, The issue is they've released like a bunch of other shit today, so we're slightly behind where we should be. But that's okay. We'll get to the other stuff. This video is done. What was my favorite, Sam? I like the slam run, man. I think that one looks the funnest. Looks the one that you can just like run around with and have a good time. When's dev server? Don't know. We'll find out. Hey Juan, nice to see you. The eternal struggle must be felt. Damn, I missed. Okay. What's up with the M120C? They put it on a few vehicles. For some reason. I don't know why. Okay, right. It's the Russian stream on YouTube now. Okay. I'm gonna check if the dev server is live. If not, we can have a look in the files. I have a squadron I can join. If you're looking for naval class CLAS. Alright, I'm just seeing if the dev server's open or not. If not, we can have a look at the files. Hey, Rexcraft, nice to see you. It's open? Is it actually open? Or are we? Seems to be open. A little work in progress thing is kind of funny. Why is the launch range so much more? Jesus. It's pretty crazy. These look fun. Like it. Right, I'll be back in just 2 seconds, okay? And then we'll continue. I just need to take a piss. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Abby, nice to see you. This is the dev server, yes. I was just getting some food. See if anything's reset. Mm-hmm. Hey, there we go. Sounds good, Abby. So many vehicles in this update. Please show the PT 95. Yeah.
What's up?
We're looking at the PT 95, Alex. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. What does it have?
120 millimeter, 250, 2 dual 50 cals.
Looking good.
Nice. Okay. Now to the real vehicles.
Oh, you're already up? Oh, yeah, you're up.
Yeah.
Is the preliminary changelog out?
I haven't seen it.
So you stole it.
It's in my back pocket.
I can grab it. It would be sexual harassment.
I'll have to steal your breast milk.
He work at EA. And guess what is Nagai Bergman?
What?
One of God's most perfect creations. Honey.
You eat it by itself?
Yeah.
I have mushrooms, plantain, chicken, and peppers.
Pretty fancy.
Okay, what did Germany get? The Iris.
The Iris, the Bismarck, and the Swiss.
Oh yeah, the whole fucking Swiss tech tree. God damn it.
He was forgetting about our Swiss comrades. Man.
It's not a real subtree, so it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, it's not a real subline. That's another one. There was some pretty.
Some bangers.
There were some pretty good ones.
You are fake news.
You are fake news. This is the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals, maybe ever. That is some top tier quote.
No, the Mirage doesn't get crazy missiles. It's similar to the Belgian Mirage. Okay, Soviets, what do they get? T-72B3. Oh, it's not folded.
The Sovietny Venishny.
Sovietsky Soyuz.
Yeah. And the Albatros.
Die Sevastopol. Oh yeah, the Albatross.
Oh yeah, that one as well. Or can you?
Oh, the
Can you
Gneiser
lend
now.
me?
What
Can you
about it?
lend me $220?
No.
For electricity expenses.
I need to become a professional War Thunder player. Could you lend me $2,000?
for food. Actually goes and buys the Sevastopol like a boss.
Hey Donnie, be nice to see you. Okay, Britain. What did Britain get? They got the pack.
The Vanguard, the Overlord Park, and I think that's it, right? I don't think they got a plane.
I don't think so.
Didn't show anything. Ah, the Badger. The Badger.
Oh, let's try the fire
The
rate.
Badger.
Where is it?
Ooh.
Okay, let's see. How plinky plonky is this?
Shout out to Tony.
Let's see. It's fine. Pretty
It's
standard.
like a Bushmaster.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like it doesn't have that hand-loaded stuff and everything.
Oh no. It has 40 rounds, then it has a crazy reload.
Ah,
What is this
well,
shit?
it's a smaller magazine.
Oh, I overheated it actually.
Ah,
Alright, let's try and shoot it without overheating it. It has that dumbass tracking IRST thing.
oh.
Why not?
At 9.0 and everything.
Yeah.
Well, these machines are not very strong, but it would be unfair for the other ones.
It does have a dumbass reload after 40 rounds. God damn it, man.
It was what's the
And
what
then
was the magazine size for the Bushmaster 30? I think it was like 100 something.
I can't remember, but my
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know
Not
what is
40,
happening.
definitely not 40. Definitely not 40.
It seems like it gets bugged after it tries to reload, so that's not good. Poor.
That's why it's not in service. Maybe they just
Why is Finland
Avoiding
scamming
a bullet.
people, man?
I don't know. I think it's because they just got accustomed to their comfortable lifestyle, and now they're just overcome by greed.
Just scamming everybody. No, that is not a skill issue on my part. I literally reloaded the shell. And it overheated after I fired that shell. One single shell overheated the gun. That's not me.
Oh my lord.
Finland scamming who? Everybody.
It's coming tech. I have to connect the camera for the. I got a meeting in like 15 minutes.
Yamato.
Gonna appear in camera and say like, "Hey, did you guys see the new update?
Are you hyped?
Yeah,
Bismarck?
what's your favorite beagle in the new update? You hype about the Bismarck?
I didn't forget about the Avenger. It didn't unlock for me for some reason, so... Sometimes that happens, like the F2 is the same, so... The 182 was the same, as you can see here. Could I review some of the BR changes of Naval? I'd rather wait for the updates come out and then talk about that stuff, because that stuff changes so much. Any Dutch voice lines? Let's find out. Nope.
Oh man.
Still British. To battle!
Loader up. Gunner up.
Alright, Italy got the Leopard 182. They got the
The
Roma.
And I think that's that.
Disgraceful. France got the Richelieu.
The Leclerc.
Leclerc.
The Clemcies. And the Premium Leopard.
Oh, let's see what round they gave it, actually.
Probably the G1 if I had to guess, to keep it low.
Yeah.
120 G1.
Let's see. It is. It doesn't have a gun. Never mind. Yeah, not fully modeled. Let's put it like that.
Just a second.
You are armed with smokes. It doesn't even let me test drive it. That's kind of fun. All right, so for Sweden, we have the Elder. Is there anything else for Sweden? There was the D. Oh no, that'd be for France, wouldn't it? Yeah, there you go. The D21. Oh, the premium F5. Yeah, you're right. No, the premium F5 was for France. And 24 for Sweden, that was it.
My brother got injured playing football. What an idiot.
Clown behavior. Oh, the M24 DK.
The Drift King. That's what it stands for. If you didn't know.
Oh yeah, they got the MLU.
Everything for this meeting that is just interrupting the Friday update. Update Friday.
Fucking Spider-Man. It's just unbelievable vehicle.
Pretty quirky creation. Pretty quirky. Do the Israelis even use it, or is it more like a commercial proposal?
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
The Derby has an 80-kilometer launch range.
What's the range? What's the lock on and everything?
16. But if they add in that lock on after launch thing, it might actually work.
I'm curious about that one. At least to simplify the stuff, right?
Mm.
A bit of automation. You and your shenanigans. You and your shenanigans.
Hmm. All right, let's just quickly spade everything. Oh, it does have the AIM-9X. There you go. Doesn't show you the stats, but it's there.
Oh shit. Pretty cool, huh?
Macho. The vehicle requirement? Sure. 4. 6. It looks like it's literally just all of them. Yeah, it is. Yep. So if you want to unlock the next rank of Naval, you need to research every single vehicle of the rank before.
Oh,
They are really squeezing. They're really trying to squeeze it. Crazy.
A great crusade.
Why is this thing 11.3? It's got the Fluzzle missiles.
Which one?
The
The
F5E.
Oh, let's have 9Js.
No, the Fluzzles.
What's the? How many does it carry?
2.
2? Only 2?
Yeah, I guess the J's.
Does it get the couple Mavericks that the other guys get?
No. It just gets
No?
the
Oh,
AGM 65s.
That's the Maverick. Okay, so it's the same one.
Oh, I thought it was the bullpup. My bad.
No, don't worry.
Is that toast with Nutella on it? Yeah, hell yeah, it is. During dev streams, I'm allowed to eat what I want. It's great.
It's a lot of stuff to keep yourself safe.
Energy.
Yeah. The good old Swiss. They need to introduce their tanks, some of those wanky designs.
Would you stick them in the German tree though?
If you ask me, probably not. But I feel like it's already written, right? Like it's already in there.
We'll get to the weapons on all the vehicles, don't worry. The Overlord pack has 3 vehicles, it's just they didn't all unlock for me. So I can't put them all in the lineup. There are all the weapons on the F2. Oh, we need to check the ASMs.
Ah, you're right. What kind of
Active
guidance it
radar
has?
homing IOG. What?
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 So you have to like lock them or something? Like how does it work in practicing ground? Put in the test drive right now.
Does this thing have a ground driver? It does. Interesting.
And can you lock in a tank or not even?
I'm gonna see. Let's go a bit lower. Why is there 2? To get people to buy it. Oh, this flight model is not done. Whoa, okay.
This is insane.
Oh, maybe
This
it is.
insane.
No, it just like, it hooked hard to one side.
Oh.
See if I can do it again. Yeah. Nah, it's fucked. Alright. The ground radar can't see anything. I suppose technically you could use these anti-ships as a funny missile against planes.
Extra missiles.
Break lock so we can reset. Does it see any of the moving targets here? Because there are targets which are moving. Oh no, they're all stationary, aren't they? Where the hell are the moving targets on this map? Weren't they like over here? I swear they were. What's on the back of it? I think that's a parachute. Need to use the penguin. I swear. Wasn't there some targets which move on the fucking... on the test drive? Did they get rid of them?
In the ground test drive there are. So there's a Chilka or something going out. But in the air one, I don't really remember. It's not one of the far off AIs? The ones that are a bit further away?
I think the scan got set something weird. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll reset it. There we go. I think the TWS fucked it up again.
Right. They sent me a link that we got to enjoy like an hour or something.
Sounds good.
Okay. Have fun, have fun.
We're gonna have to just stick in a mission and have a look. Hey JJ, nice to see you. Alright, let's get this purchased. This one's a fun vehicle. I'm glad they added it. Okay. Roma. So sad about the fact that this thing's just not there. Kind of sucks. There a stabilizer on the Leopard? There shouldn't be. Nope. On the Elder. There we go. It's kind of cool to see the updated models of these things. Did they do the updated models for these guys too? I mean, I suppose that's updated, but like when you make everything just one thing. Oh my god. I am the lilac. $5 millimeters of survival. Right. Let's try and work out how all these new mechanics work. Ooh. Woohoo! Woohoo! And I'm going my baby all my life. Okay, so we sit it here. C alt. U alt. How do I like place a vehicle? Slave unit switch, slave unit spawn. Okay. Oh. Aha! Alright, so now... Oh, it's literally as if I'm like using it. Oh, that's so weird. So I can like... Let's see. Oh. What? What? What are you doing? Jesus. Okay, I can just make it fire by itself. But I can also just like switch to it, right? Boom. Ooh, got a new aimer, look at that. I can't, so I need the lock from the other one in order to fire, I'm guessing, since it's one of those. Brother, could we not just stare at the ground? How do I... What the fuck is going on? Okay, so my aimer for this one is just upside down. That's good to know. Did I flip the radar without like realizing or something? Is that what happened? Oh. No, the aimer is just upside down. C Alt. There we go. So I can do that, and then it's locked onto that. So now I can get it to lock and then fire. Oh. What did I do? I'm very confused. Boop. All right, can I change the mode maybe? That might be make it a bit easier. Nope, can't. I can change what it locks onto. No, well, it's AR in it, so. So I can shoot at multiple targets at once, which is kind of fun. Bonk. This one has C5s. And then it was just like spacebar to fire the AIM-9X for some reason. So I can spawn like another one. There we go. I love it how it makes the drone noise when you when you do it. This thing's quite nippy, you know? Whoop. Needs a bit more weight on the back end. There you go. So our launcher's over there, right? So we're over here. Right, let's see. I can't see anything for some reason. Are we too low? Oops. Oh, what the fuck? What are you firing at? Okay, middle mouse button, which is like my standard button to lock onto things. For some reason, they just fire their IR guided missiles when I click that button. But my radar's not seeing anything, unfortunately. Okay, so if I want to switch to the other ones, I switch between them? I can. Okay, so it's just a quick switch. Let's see if we can get missiles back. Oh, we can. Oh, we can. Yeah, the major thing is I wonder if it's just this radar just has a really low thing to it. No, it should be able to see these guys. So the ASPA can capture without you occupying them. With how far you can place them, these things, people are going to choose capture points. I mean, why not, you know? The max range of the radar is 10k, which is enough. Actually, I can make it 40. But like, yeah, it can't see these guys. I think there's a problem with the AA. I think there's a problem with the radar. I think it might be upside down. Big city life. Da 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 da. Oh, Big Bertha. This thing has a 100-kilometer range on its radar. How far can I place it away? Mate, that's pretty far. That's a significant distance. So can I use the AA? I can't use the radar with this one. You could technically place these things, I'm guessing, in areas that other people can't get to. Which will be funny as shit. So we just need a lock on for a target, and then... So I'll leave this one here. And then we could, like, set up another one. Which is, like, over here. That is so far away. That's just insane. You could probably do it over stuff as well. A poor heli is going to be the one that gets hammered. Okay. Let's see if we can switch. We can. Okay. So if I lock this one. Oh! Where are you going? Oh, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh! Success. What you could do... Oh, we lost him. That one's never gonna hit. He's way too close. All these guys are way too close. Bonk. Oh, damn. Javier, do you think this will hook around? Oh, no way that hooked around. How about this? Mate, they're right next to it. The bone on the right of the hotbar? You mean this one? Yeah, this just opens this up. But I don't need that. Because I can't see if that happens. It basically just shows you like a big radar. But I want to, you know, see what I'm doing. Okay, our other one's out of ammo. Whee! Thank you for the donation, Dracronia. Can you engage multiple targets at once? We did that with the other one, so yeah. That's pretty crazy. It just depends on the seeker head of the missiles. This one just has the arena, like, I don't know. Loyal. Oh, the deforming tricolor? Yes, we do. I wonder if this gets the little testing area. Oh no! Not an M901! What am I gonna do? Ha ha ha! Get fucked! That still hurt my thing. This thing just seems to be everything else, just a T-Sims 2. Still 4 km/h reverse speed. Oh dear. Oh no, not another M901. What are we gonna do? Haha, get fucked. So it has 360 coverage. You can see it back there. Like them being used. So we're gonna have to turn now. Absolutely destroyed. What I want to see, though, is if it can stop cast stuff. But we can just check the stats on that. The stats will show us the way. Plus or minus 180. Plus 40 vertically. It's not a lot, is it? It's not a lot. Not a lot. Everything else about it's nice, but... Well, 40 degrees from, like, here? I mean, that's, like, here, right? Might be okay. And the weird and wonky albatross. We'll be out the L39, 6.7 at the moment. I really like the look of these guys. I think they look really cool. As usual, the Soviets get the coolest with the additional armor on it. 10mm of steel. We have a new Chicken Wire Express. New updated T-34. Okay, I just have to do one thing, and then we can look at everything. The 9X doesn't seem to be working at the moment. Or at least the lock for it doesn't seem to. It's a little chaffy. Kind of cool to see the D21. The Finnish Hornet can carry 10 M120Cs. Mm-hmm. Whoop. So where's the SWIP? We've been told it's coming for a few years. It's never coming. Whoop! Where are we going, Buster? Did it lock onto the other one? This does have a heads-up display. Whee! I think this thing has like everything you would want. Love tap. It also has 700 flares and 700 chaff. Fins aren't messing about. Good old BOL pods. Does the Euro also get the 120Cs? No. So the way the spawn system works is as long as you have ground, you can spawn it. So for example, on those areas in cargo port where it's blocked off with the containers, you can spawn the SPA instead of them. That's kind of fun. I will enjoy a new M18 to my collection. You said the T-44 122 is a new model? Did they actually redo it? I don't know. Kind of looks new, but sure. Let me do this real quick. They still haven't moved the T-34 to rank 3 yet. Do you think this has the German voice lines? Damn. They thought about it, man. Very sad and unfortunate. Okay. This one is like super limited with its shells as well for some reason. Mm. Is the change log out? Hmm. Back turret's still not on. Fun times. Okay, there's that. Why don't they fix the light? I need to fix my custom hanger. Lampado! Okay. Hey, just give me the goddamn light. No, there isn't any 40 no play for China. Not right now. Dev server. Dev server change log. They've updated the textures. Hellcat's getting a makeover. Which one's the easy 8 again? Is it these two? The packs will probably be the same as the cost of the German one. So basically just the pack vehicles got updates. Okay. I think the guns are different. Yeah, the guns are different. So this one gets the MG 15115, right? This one gets the 20mm. So it is different from the German one. They updated the model of the Chinese T-3485. But only one of them. Yeah, it's the new one in it. Okay. Ooh. Hold up. UE upgrade. That's right. It's updated, detailed model time. Boom. There you go. It's what we like to see. Z10 also gets an upgrade. Hey, Floopy Moops, nice to see you. Helicopters doing this to confirm, true. That comment. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. They've added aircraft carriers to a bunch of maps. It's kind of funny. Destroying all aircraft carriers in one team does not result in an instant win anymore. Pretty fun. Super Hellcat. Oh, the FA-18C late, the F-15E, and the F-15 Ram get the C5. There you go. That's what it looks like. Do. Just looking at the data mines, making sure I didn't miss anything. Don't think I did. Goddamn badger is probably the biggest weird one. You think we'll get a tech tree version of the Comanche? Probably not. I'd be very surprised. The T30, the finished T34 gets a remodel too. So these ones have all the camos. Coolio. Not very useful. Get some pictures of these things. Did they add any new sites? I didn't see any. The Iowa. As I said, completely wild that this is in the game. Crazy. Imasa's in, yeah. There we go. I wonder if... So if I put a camo on this one, do you think the other vehicles also have the camo? That'd be kind of interesting. Do, do, do. I got annoyed at my camo choice. Let's see, does that work? Oh dear. They've changed the flooding and survivability systems again. Well, hey. It's what we like to see. Obviously, the game is annoyed at me. This is just a silly vehicle. No other way to put it. Just ridiculous monstrosity. True wonder. The Bismarck. It's the big boy. It's the one that people enjoy. It's a lot shorter than the Iowa, isn't it? You think the ship armor get changed before the update? Usually it does. B-17 flying home, killing machine. What does this thing get? It does get missiles. These are like AIM-9Es, right? The Flugluwf LL6570CY. It doesn't Sarge, no. Oh. Yeah, it looks like a 9E. Yeah, it's a 9E. Okay. Yeah, it just sucks that the one in the squadron vehicle is just better than this one. Seems weird. Just another hunter that's gonna get eaten alive. You think they'll add them later? I don't know. Well, let's see. This one has a very dodgy mod. Oh, it gets the boosters. Nice. Right, what the fuck is the Falco? Anyone know what this is? It's not a Falcon. Or name for. They look weird. Standard search radar, classic. Is this a name for? Kind of looks like a phoenix. This one is a Nord. Woo! Is this a new missile? God, it's fat. Lock on, man. Use your dumb missile. Wait, what? How do I fire? Because that's the aim. That's the standard missile. The other one doesn't want to fire right now. Hmm. The Falco. Okay, so I'm guessing it just doesn't work yet. So this is actually the aim for Falcon, literally. We finally have the Falcon in the game. After all this time, we have the Falcon. Wild! Does this one have a proximity on it? Or is it the dum-dums? Ah! Why? Make it rain, make it green. So this is just the same as the American Premium. It's voodoo time, Nocturnal. You ready? I'm ready. The X one. I don't think it's modeled properly yet. So is it an AIM-4 Falcon or is it a different one? Do we have confirmation? Or is it one that the Germans changed? It's an AIM-26B. What is that? It was a larger, more powerful version of the AIM-4. Does it have a proximity fuse? Thing looks so funny. Looks like it should be in like fucking Bosnia or something. Okay. So we got the AIM-4, and it isn't for the US, but US mains on suicide watch. They'll be fine. They have big ship. Everybody rejoice. Big ship time. But Dub, sorry. We will be test flying the Albatross. I don't know why, but just tiredness has overcome me, so just trying to preserve energy for when we start recording. Badger, badger, badger. Braka, braka, braka. Please test the Falklands map. We will get there. Don't worry. I don't know if the Falklands map is on the dev server. Oh, sad Nocturnal. It never ends. This one looks so goofy. Yamato. Oh, I need to test something. Let's see if it crashes the game or not. The last few dev servers doing this is just straight crash the game. Nope. This is the new seaplane, by the way. Okay, it's good that it works. Yeah, the SC-1 looks like a very generic American naval aircraft. I don't know how else to put it. You ready for truck? Mm. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I sleep all night and I work all day. I like the work in progress icon. I think it's a nice little touch, actually. Looks better than the old one. Oof. Sad. We jazz this one up a bit. Ooh. Good old Leopard 182. Oh, Limbo's pretty cool. Sneaky. Might have to have a look. The Roma. Big guns. Oh, the inside of the guns looks weird. There's a lot of vehicles in this update. Feels like there's a lot. We have the N-word missile. Let's see. So this is just the J. They have exactly the same stats. Nice. What we like to see. Hope you guys are looking forward to another F5 because you're getting 2 more in this update. I just remember the issue I had with Tiny Tina's Wonderland was the fact that I was one of those people who found Tiny Tina to be an abhorrently annoying character. And I did not understand the hype around it at all. And then, as the guys behind Borderlands seem to do with everything, they just bled it dry. So, they just kept doing stuff around it. You've had enough after the 70th at 5. You will enjoy the 71st. You have no say. You will play it. This one looks like it's wearing a torn dress. How odd. Yeah, there's finally a Dutch Fokker in the house. There's also this boy, but he's not finished. They gave him the camos though, at least. Shit. It just doesn't have any composite armor. $10-7, okay. So US, let's go Abramovich. Oh dear. Oh dear. That ain't good. That ain't good, boss. Let's see. Pull down tier. Oh, they don't have anything. T64B, 3BM42. Oh dear. I mean, I'm pretty sure it has like 10 millimeters. Yeah, 40 millimeters. It goes up to 100, so. Hey, this might work in its advantage. Did you see that? The round literally didn't spool because there wasn't enough armor. Just go straight through. So many pods, so little time. Why, Delilah? Bum-ba-da-ba-ba. This is the dev service layer. The funny truck. Sure, Logsmart, just give me a second. Just get the pictures. It does chicken Alfredo, yes. Then we have the Spite. How insane is this vehicle, man? Oh my god. Oh, fuck. That's unfortunate. This thing doesn't have thermals. I can't believe that. There's no way. There's one thing I wanted to test. So as I said, if this thing has a camo, do the other vehicles also get camos? Oh, I forgot to put it on. Oh, it does. Nice. That's fun. It doesn't have the same scale, though, but that's okay. Uh-oh. So silly. Hey, Alex, nice to see you. Just having a bit of fun with the multi-vehicle thing. Alright, let's just see if they've added in the new maps or not. So we can have a look at them later. Okay, Berlin's in. Yeah, it's got a new map. Nice. Kuban. And Falklands, I'm guessing. Damn, Falklands isn't in. Very unfortunate. Just finished work, that's fine. We have... Anything in the files? There's like a Japanese ship. I don't know if there's anything. To be honest, I haven't been looking. Well, it's supposed to have bad transmission. What, this? Maybe going forward. Yeah, this thing has 4 kilometers now reverse. Same as all the other ones. You see how there's just like a little bit more cover? For that. Just increase the hills a little bit. This has relic TRA on the sides. Even though it looks like it doesn't exist here. Oh, they definitely put more trees. Little sense to. Oh. Okay. Interesting. All right, I'll be back in a sec, okay? I'm just gonna get some water and we'll start recording. I'm back. Right. Is there anything anybody wants to look at before we start recording? I have a freezy. So you have the time that it takes me to eat it to ask any questions before we start recording. Mm-hmm. If the Italian euro is the C5, I don't think it does. Nope. The Swiss premium does seem to be pretty much the same as the American one. Yeah, you can go upside down, Jeff. It's pretty funny. I think there might be a problem with the radar slow. The vehicles that get the M120C are the F-18C late, the F-15E, and the Rat-Am. And also the F-18C MLU. Yeah, they are peanut. Mm-hmm. No, I haven't, dog. There's a new kill cam. By the way, later on, I'm gonna need some help testing the SPAs if anybody's interested. They should do Loracle. F404G 402s. Yep. Yeah, the German one, Jeff. Radar on the Japanese F2. Oh, sorry. No, it doesn't, green bean. Did you see they increased the vertical speed of the T64? 3.3, 3.5? Wow! Crazy. No, it's all good, Sly. Right, you wanted to see the Comanche? F-18C late rated. I'm halfway through my Mr. Freeze Jumbo Freezy. So if you have any more questions, this will be the time. Or if there's anything you want to see before we get recording. Did the F-18 see you get the bowl? Nope. Let's get these. The badger. Big fat boy. That's the 258. Can you show the UK lineup? Would like to see what's new and where they are. So there's the Firefly Overlord, Crusader AA Overlord, and then also there is the Avenger Overlord. Then you have the Badger. Then you have the Vanguard. Hey Drew, play, nice to see you. The new Leclerc isn't finished. I show the German SPA? Sure. Boom. Big boy. No, we don't yet, Diabolic. The Amato is on the left-hand side. We can test out the Amato later. No, there isn't a replay. This is the new T-72. Is the Tam-Sam truck working? Yeah. See? Damn. Whee! The Badger does have a tracking site.
Into your vehicles! Driver ready!
Okay. So this is the radar for the slam ram. I do read YouTube comments. Yeah, I was just eating. Whoopsie. Yep. Whee! What are my thoughts so far? Yeah, it's pretty fun. I'm kind of worried about some of these mechanics though. Worried? Just because of how people will abuse these types of systems. So if I die in this one, what happens? Does it just send me to the other one? Or am I stuck here? Oh no, I'm stuck here. I can't get back to the mothership. It won't let me. Oh, that was weird. Alright. The FA-18 late got the missile. We will have a look at the German SPA later. Do you think the eye will be a paper tiger this update? No idea. All right. Which ship am I looking forward to? I'll show you. The PT-95. Boom. Do, 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 do. ARHs and semi-ARHs. That's the difference. It makes everything a lot easier, crazy hippie. It's nice. Okay, right. I was just reading about everything so we can do the extras videos and sort everything out. All right. So switch this. Bonk. It is time to record. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. We are on the dev server for the Leviathans update, and it is time to have a look at the ground vehicles that are coming in the next major update. Understand this, in the dev server there is always a bunch of bugs, there is always a bunch of problems, and just take everything that you see with a pinch of salt when it comes to the game. But we're going to cover all of the new vehicles in separate videos later on, and then we'll do the bulk videos now so you can see what's kind of here. So this video will focus on the ground stuff. It'll be the first video that you see. We'll also do an aviation video and also a naval video, and we'll do some videos looking at the mechanics for stuff like the multi-vehicle systems and also the maps, which are turning up as well, so you can have a look. There's going to be a lot coming over the next few days, so hopefully you enjoy it all, and hopefully I'll survive. As always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and like the video. Let's get started. So, the first thing to have a look at is they're introducing some new packs which are coming into the game. These are very similar to the Tiger packs, or the Tiger pack for Germany. They're coming in for USA, USSR, and Britain, and you can find the American stuff basically in the mid ranks, which I think is generally pretty cool. You can see right here, you have the Hell Sherman, the Hell Hellcat, and also the Hell Skink. These are just copies of the standard tech tree vehicles, which have premium bonuses and also unique camouflages. So this is the Sherman Helm, this is the M4A376W HVSS, and then here's the Hellcat Hell, which actually has a really cool camo. All of them do have their own camos as well, so you aren't just like limited to the standard camo. You can also use any of the other drabs and any of the other ones, and the actual kind of camouflages that are on the vehicles will change depending on what you're using. There's also a skink one as well, which is also really cool. So that's going to be one of the packs in. Also, during the time of these being added as a pack, they have also updated some of the models. So, for example, the Hellcat has actually been updated and looks rather nice. The Easy 8 has also been updated. So both of these vehicles on top of the standard packs will get updated models in the standard tech tree. So that's all the ground vehicles that are coming in for America, apart from the special one. This is the US Slam Ram system, or as I like to call it, Humvees with missiles and radars attached. So this is the radar vehicle that you can see right here. It's kind of interesting how this is all set up. So I'll give you a brief explanation here of how these systems work, but later on I'll do a full in-depth video showing you all the mechanics, how it all goes. So in the standard tech tree, you have one of the vehicles, this time the AMRAAM FCS, and what you can do is you spawn in the vehicle, specifically the radar one, into the game, and then you have options to spawn other vehicles on top of it. So you can see here, we have the radar, which is right here, and you can see the new controls in the bottom, the C alt and also the U alt. So what you can do is you can literally just spawn a vehicle right there, and then if your radar locks onto an aircraft like that one over there, you can see it will turn for it, and then you can actually engage using it. So even though you're just researching this vehicle here, you're actually researching a set of vehicles, which is kind of cool. Now, the modifications, or sorry, the missiles aren't working properly on this thing yet. Give it time, it'll get there. But also you have some other mechanics, like you have this, the new complex menu for everything, which is a little bit confusing. But once again, I'll talk about how it works later on. And yeah, so the other thing you can also do is you can quick switch between the vehicles. So this is the Slam Ram. I'll actually spawn another one just to kind of show you what it looks like, because you can get 2 of these vehicles per thing. So you can see this is the one that we already fired, and then you can just quick switch to the other one, and then you can just quick switch back to the radar system. As long as the radar system stays alive, you stay alive. So you can kind of sacrifice these guys or do like different stuff with them, which is kind of fun. So this is just a Humvee with access to AMRAAMs. They're specifically the AIM 120C5s, and these will actually turn up on some other vehicles that will be around. And then also you have the AIM 9Xs. Now, the AIM 9Xs do fire, but unfortunately, they don't seem to track anything, and they just fire like standard missiles. So you can see there, if we use the aimer, it doesn't really track, it just goes forward. So yeah, they haven't fully implemented them yet, and I'm sure they will at some point. But the M120s, I mean, they work once you have a radar lock with the radar machine, and then you kind of go from there. There is some bugs with these vehicles, so it'll be easier to show you how it all works, such as, look at this, the optics are upside down. But yeah, that's the general gist of the situation. As I said, we'll do individual videos on each of these vehicles so you can get an idea of what's going on with them. In Germany, you have another AA system. So this is the IRIST SLM/TADS. This is the Target Acquisition and Designation System. And then once again, you spawn the launchers on top of it once you're in a battle. It's going to be after the Thorakrad, which really shouldn't be too surprising. And I'll just show you how interesting this one is. Now, there is a bug right now where you can shoot multiple missiles at the same time. So if you see that happening, don't worry about it. They'll get it fixed. But this is the radar system that you kind of control, and then you can spawn in a bunch of these. Like, look how far you can like spawn them in, by the way. Like, look how far away that is. So you could straight up just like spawn them miles away from each other. And then if you have a vehicle locked, so you can see there, you could actually fire both of them at the same time, and they will loop to the target and hit it in the face. So how beautiful is that? These guys use the SLM missile. Unfortunately, we don't have any of its stats yet, but I'm sure we will soon. Once again, just firing off the missiles and hitting the target. But as I said, they shouldn't fire at the same time. They should only fire one at a time. So you'll have to get used to that. You can also like quick switch between targets. So if you want to like fire a bunch of different ones at the same time, you can see there, we straight up just shot at 3 separate targets all at the same time, and they all just died. So yeah, it's crazy to think about how powerful these things are going to be. They're also huge, so they're more mobile than I thought they would be. And also the big thing about it is if you are moving around with this, you can actually stop pretty quickly, and the launcher will set up pretty quickly too. Another thing is you can actually also, from this vehicle, just aim at the target and hit it yourself, as long as the radar machine sees it, right? That's the most important thing. You can also, at the same time, you can reload these vehicles if you get to a capture point. I don't think at the moment they actually have access to any of the different setups. And you can see here with the complex menu, it's actually showing you where certain targets are compared to where you actually are. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, this is a big truck. This is one of those where if you only use the actual, if you need to keep the radar vehicle alive to be able to kind of push forward. If this dies, then your whole kind of, let's call them squad of vehicles, dies at the same time, since in order to use the IRIS, you need a radar. This is the radar. So yeah, but no ammo box, at least right now. And also the other thing is this thing does actually get scouting. So that's going to be its use when it comes to dealing with ground vehicles. You won't be able to target them with the missiles, but you will be able to scout them at least. The next set of vehicles are for Russia, and we have the T-72B3M. The T-72B3M is very similar to the T-72B3, which you find in the tech tree. It's basically got the same kind of stats. The major difference between it and the standard one is this, the Arena M APS. This is basically a APS which should be able to defeat all types of missiles and also be pretty good at dealing with certain aircraft munitions too. You can see that its threat velocity can go up to 1,000 meters per second, and then also at the same time, it has plus 40 degrees on the vertical, which is quite nice. Everything else about this is basically the same. There's nothing really to write home about it. If you like the T-72, then you'll like this vehicle, but it's following along stuff like the Black Knight and the Macarva Mark IV, where they're adding in these APSs to the game in order to try and make them a little bit better and more survivable. One thing to also note is they have improved the explosions on vehicles. You can see the APS there. You can see like the little boxes on the top right. So those are the part that actually, you know, is able to stop the stuff going in. Doesn't always stop it, as you can see, but at least it tries its best. So they've been working on explosions and improving them over time. So there's that, which is kind of cool. And then also they have just been trying to make them look a lot nicer. You can see here how beautiful the explosion looks. So every time that you fire and make something go pop, you will generally feel like you've done a lot of damage to a vehicle. So that's really cool, and thought I'd just show you that while we were over here, since, you know, we're getting smashed by the M901, the mighty M901. So yeah, the explosions look slightly better. Everything looks really nice, especially if you have very high-end graphics. So T-72 B3M just gives you a bit more protection against stuff which isn't APF SDS, I think is probably the best way of putting it. So the APF SDS will still annihilate you, but anything that isn't APF SDS will struggle. For the pack for Russia, you have 3 vehicles, and they are also at rank 3. So these ones are slightly different than the standard ones. You have the IS-145. All of these are labeled 45 because they're called the main 1945 ones. So basically end of the war vehicles. So what these are bringing is also some updated models. All of the T-3485s in the game after the Partisan was added are getting upgraded models, including the Chinese one and also the Finnish one, and also all the Russian ones. But the IS-1 1945 has a kind of a little camo net on it. It has the more different hull compared to the standard IS-1, because you can see it's actually missing some of the track guards, and also you have some boxes and stuff on the back of it, but it'll basically play like a standard IS-1. T-3485 also has some additional armor on it. It's got the chicken wire, which is pretty fun, 4mm, and then also it has 10mm. So this is kind of like a uprated T-3485E, which is in the game too. These new T-34 models look really nice, and I'm super glad that they have them in. Then you have the Hanomag 45. Now you may think, well, we've seen this before. It's in the German tech tree, right? You can actually find it. It's the SDKFC 25121. Nope, it is slightly different. So this one is 3.3, right? And the good old USSR one is 4.0. Why is that? Well, this one actually uses the 15mm MG151s, where this one, the Hanomag, uses the 20mm. So the German one uses the 15mm. This one uses the larger caliber 20mm. So that is quite nice. You also have 4 crew, which is kind of fun. And then you have the MGesh, and then also the API, which pens up to 26mm. You also have 3,000 rounds worth of ammunition, so good luck running out of that. And that is part of the kind of Russian pack that they have. For Britain, they also have a pack. So let's start off. We have the Firefly, which is from Overlord. Well, that's at least what the pack's going to be called. So you have, first of all, a Sherman Firefly, just a copy of the standard Firefly with a nice camo on the top of it. So this is the second premium Firefly that we have in the game now. Then also, you have another vehicle, which unfortunately I didn't guess. This is the Avenger Overlord, which is, once again, it's just an Avenger with a camo net on top of it. And just to kind of show you the camo changing when you use different colors, you can see here the net actually changes every time that you change camo. So it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. Instead, it actually blends in with everything that you are, which is really cool. On top of that, they do also have an AA, which is the Crusader AA. This is the Mark II, not the Mark I. The Mark II is way more of an AA than the Mark I is, basically because it has the Oerlikons instead of the 40mm. The 40mm is very much more an anti-tank vehicle, just because it's got a slow targeting speed and also a pretty slow fire rate. So to try and keep the skies clear, this one I think is a lot better. It's also the Princess. Then you've got the Badger. So the Badger is a South African massive vehicle that is coming in. It's at 9.0 at the moment, and it's going to be in the South African area of the subtree. And what else can I say? It's a Patria hull that you can see here. So one that's very similar to the CTCV 105. And it has access to a 30mm Denel GI30. Now, this is a slightly different gun from some of the other 30mm that we've seen. Slightly different fire rate, slightly different reload, but mostly it's the same. You have some smoke grenades. You also have access to the SS-77 machine gun, and you, funnily enough, get the track IR on this thing. So you can actually, you are actually able to be able to lock onto planes, which is really funny. You can see that this thing also has an autoloader for it, which I find really weird. It has a first stage ammo stowage of 40 pieces, and then you have to kind of reload after that. So that is a pain. And also, I don't think it works right yet in game. So just, you know, bear with me on that one. You also have 4 crew, 2 right next to each other, buddy, and then 2 in the turret. So survivability won't exactly be great. And then also you have the 543 horsepower engine to move yourself around. Since this thing is a 30mm, it gets the MK258 APFSDS. It also gets a laser rangefinder, optics, thermals, smoke grenades, you know, all the good stuff. But at 9.0, I still think it's going to struggle a little bit, which is kind of sad. Then for Japan, we have the Tansamkai TADS. This one is also at 12.0, just like all of the other new SAM systems. And this one actually fires out some Type 81s. So the interesting thing about this one, you know how we talked about before, by the way, you have the SAM active radar homing 1C that you can see here, and then the Type 81C, which is the missile you should be used to. So you know how we talked about before, if the radar machine gets destroyed, so this is the machine. If the radar machine gets destroyed, then you're kind of done for, right? Well, when it... Well, you can put it on houses. Can I? Oh, no. Ooh. Maybe if I just, like, glitch it. No. Okay, I'm not gonna screw with it. But basically, the way that it works is if you are playing this set of vehicles, since these guys... technically they can kind of play by themselves, so they don't need a artillery vehicle, a radar vehicle to help lock on. Like you can see, like we can lock onto this target even without it. If the radar vehicle gets taken out, then you can still play along with this thing too, which I think is pretty awesome. It basically means that even, you know, not all the vehicles, you're just going to have to shoot at the radar and then nothing else. So it just makes it a little bit more fun and also a little bit more useful for the Japanese themselves. So yeah, you get 2 Type 81s. You do get some new missiles, which is kind of cool. We'll have to see how that all works. And then you can also, you know, control the radar as you go around, which is pretty fun. So yeah, looking forward to that one to see how this works. But the actual radar dish and the radar machine seems very powerful for the Japanese. And let's be honest, they kind of need it because they've always struggled in the AA department. Another AA which is coming in is the CSSA-5. This is for China and it's not finished. This one is cool. It's interesting, but it's not finished. And that kind of sucks. So it's at 12.0, but the missiles that it has, the FP-10As, they seem to be copied Iglas at the moment, so we can't really glean that much from that. It's also a very tall vehicle with absolutely no armor. I haven't been showing a lot of the armor of the vehicles on this. The reason for that is because, first of all, it's a dev server. Usually the armor changes. But one of the things I have to mention is that a lot of the vehicles just don't have a ton of armor. like this one has 15 millimeters around. So these AAs are incredibly lightly armored, and they're just going to get hammered every time that they kind of spawn. But the idea is, can you fire enough back at the enemy before you get killed? That's kind of the feeling that I get with this. Also, you get the 30 millimeter rotary gun, which does have an incredibly nice fire rate. You get some smokes as well, some good mobility with this massive behemoth. And unfortunately, you don't get scouting, because technically this thing can defend itself because of the minigun. Now, the minigun is here, and it only has -4 degrees of gun depression. So because this thing is really tall, it's going to be very hard to actually get the gun on target when you're actually hitting stuff on the ground. But the idea is at least it can shoot at things, unlike the other vehicles that are about. So this is kind of the gun depression that you have. It's kind of funny how like the gun goes like in and out. I'm pretty sure they're going to fix that. But just to give you an idea of like the fire rate of this thing, like this is the basic fire rate, so it's pretty good. And then also the missiles are here, but I don't think the missiles are correct. And that's kind of what I said before, right? I don't think that these are actually acting the way that they should. So don't put too much stock into that as we go through. It is and will be quite fun. Oh my god. Some of the explosions are pretty nutty in this. Also love how you can still spam the commander. For some reason, we're completely out of ammo already. Did I really go through that quickly? God damn, that can't be right. But yeah, so this one looks really fun. It's like a all-in-one system. It has search, it has track on the radar, and also it has the fun gun. So overall, that's pretty nice. You can see the search radar here, 40 kilometers, and also a good search look at. And this is the tracking radar, which has BVR ACM. It can also, as you can see, data link 8 targets at the same time, which when it has 8 missiles, technically, if you're being like really, really good with it, you could actually, you could lock 8 targets at the same time and, destroy them all, which would be kind of funny. So this is the Leopard 1A2. This is the new Italian Leopard that's coming in. It's more similar to the Leopard 1 than the Leopard A1A1. It has additional turret armor, which is pretty cool. It keeps the L7, the 105, and it basically keeps all of the other factors that made it very good. There was a few differences when it comes from the Leopard 1 to the Leopard 1A2. Not a massive amount, but you can see at least on this Italian vehicle that it is slightly different in the terms of the turret and also what is there. It has the standard rangefinder, has the DM12 and DM13, also has the smoke grenades. So if you like the Leopard 1, you will also really like the Leopard 1A2. You can see they're the same BR. Like they don't see a huge difference between the two vehicles. Then for the French, we first of all have the Leopard 2 LES. This is the premium Leopard 2A4 Dutch edition that's coming in at 10.7 for the French as part of the Benelux tech tree. This thing doesn't have Dutch voice lines yet. I really hope that it gets them. We'll have to see. But the major thing is that it does have this really cool camo on it. And also at the same time, it does have some nice little drip. So you can find it in the tech tree on this side, and it's going to be at rank 7, which is also the same rank as a new vehicle that's coming in, the French Leclerc MSC. Now, this is the prototype Leclerc, okay? It's very similar to the standard Leclerc, apart from they've removed pretty much all of its armor. Everything else seems basically the same. The major difference is that, and I'll show you what I mean. So this is the Leclerc when it isn't fully bushed like a moron. There we go. So this is the standard Leclerc, okay? So the first one that you research. This is the prototype. So you can see how flat the turret is. That's because it doesn't have the additional armor on it, and also the same on the front there. So you can see here with this Leclerc, you have all this composite armor. You also have this composite armor here. Well, on the MSC, you don't have any of that, at least right now. The MSC isn't finished, okay? So we'll have to see what happens with it. It's a 10.7 at the moment. It can get penned by absolutely everything, but it does have the 5-second reload, does have the 1500 horsepower engine, and also does have the good optics and laser rangefinder, so it'd be great. One of the things that you may have noticed is it doesn't actually have a gun. So we can't see what rounds it has, and we can't see what's here. But basically, I think what they're going to do is they're just going to take the round, which is from the AMX-40, the G1, and they're just going to add it to this one, and that will be what it has, because they're right now putting it at 10.7. They won't give it the F1, they'll just give it the G1, because if they gave it the F1, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, and it would have to go up in BR. So yeah, it's very similar to a Leclerc. It's not ready yet, though. So if you have any questions about it, that's all good. Just understand it's just not ready. For Sweden, we have 2 vehicles. We have the Elder 98. This is another AA system, which is coming in. And this one is going to be at the end of the AA tech tree after the ITO, surprisingly. And what this is just an IRIS TSL SAM launcher. So you actually have different missiles from the German version. The German version has missiles that go up to 40 kilometers, whereas this one seems to have missiles which just go up to 12 kilometers. Now, they did talk about the idea of adding a lock-on after launch feature, so therefore your radar sees the target, you fire the missile, and then it will follow it. So that may, the range technically may extend, not really past 12 kilometers, but past the all aspect lock that you can see here. And then also it has the scouting, and it doesn't have any like thermals or anything like that, weirdly enough, but it does have a cute little search radar, which will basically mean that you can get these guys on target. One of the things I should also mention is the weight of the kind of truck, the track things is not right. So you can see here that with our little kind of Arctic Explorer, it's not really going to kind of show what it's supposed to do. Oh, I quickly just changed target there, but you can see there how quickly it actually moved around, right? Which is pretty awesome. All right, can I get another lock on something? Let's see. I thought I could. Oh, it's locking the thing behind me. So if if a guy is pretty close, you can donk them really well, which is pretty cool. But even if they're like far away like this guy, as long as you can get a radar lock on it, then you'll be able to kind of go for it. But the problem is going to be getting a radar lock. One of the cool things about this, though, this one does actually get smokes, which is one of the things that a lot of these other guys don't get. So that's actually pretty cool. And I don't think you can launch these things without a radar lock yet. And then that is a bit of a problem. But I do like this vehicle because it just looks really cool. Like, I don't think it's going to be crazy good or anything, but it's just, it's a nice option to have. And sometimes that's what you need for an AA. Just something that can donk something out of the sky really quickly. Another vehicle that's being added to the Swedish tech tree is the M24DK. So this is just a chassis. It may have an updated model, but I don't think it does. This is just a standard chassis. The nice thing about it is it's rank 3, and it's also battle rating 3.7. So that means it gets access to all the dailies, all the specials, everything, which is really nice. And then also the 75mm M6 cannon. This is technically a post-World War II chassis for the Danes, but it doesn't really work like that because obviously in War Thunder, you know, they're all basically the same. So it's not going to have like better ammunition or anything like that. It's just used at a different time compared to when a nation like America used it. So yeah, it has the 30 cal, doesn't have a lot of armor, but does have the nice stabilizer on the gun and also the 5-man crew. So that'll be really cool. And then the Behemoth. This is the Spider AIO, or as it's known, the all-in-one. This has access to some ridiculous things. First of all, has a very, very powerful search radar, the TRML-4D. It also has a bunch of different kind of missiles that it can bring. And at the same time, all of these new vehicles I should have shown you have updated models when it comes to it. So you can see on the Elder, it has all of this electronic equipment in here. Stuff like the Tamsam Kai has all the electronic equipment. Same with this one. So yeah, they all have the updated models. But what this is just a massive system. Like, it's huge, and it has access to the Type 81C missile, which I'm sure it didn't in real life since that's the Japanese one. But it has access to the Derby. The Derby is the active radar homing missile that the Israelis use. Technically, this thing should also be able to fire the Python 5, which will be quite interesting. It also has access to thermals and some pretty cool animations. So yeah, this one is another vehicle that's coming to the high tiers for Israel, which is desperately needed. And it's coming in at 12.0 to follow the Licks, which is, the vehicles that have been sat here for ages without really any help at all. So you could see that the actual camera basically is in the back of this vehicle, which is generally not great. But as you can move around, it does actually put the launcher down, which is pretty interesting. And at the same time, you can put the radar down too. If you turn it off and then let it go down, there you go. So you can technically make the vehicle shorter if you really want to, but then you won't be able to use the missiles themselves. So yeah, the Derbies that we have, they should be very good at long-range warfare, at least from the ground. You can see that one over there. The only issue is the fact that it's very hard to actually see with this vehicle because it is just so huge. Like, I don't know how they expect people to use this. You can see the Derby just straight up missed there, by the way. But yeah, I don't know how, you're supposed to use this thing. They're going to have to move the camera. It's just way too close in terms of the vehicle. But that's how the Derby works, and then that's kind of how the Aimer works. You can see here it does actually have really nice thermals. Super, super detailed, which is awesome. So you also get that, which is pretty cool as well. So yeah, the top tier AAs are looking pretty juicy. A lot of vehicles to try and stop the CAS horde, which has been happening for about the last 2 years, and definitely will help against them. Another thing to also mention is with the new setup here, maybe it'll be a little bit easier to use, but not right now. Maybe in the future if it doesn't take up the whole screen. So as always, hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Oof. Oh, damn. Didn't realize how long that would be. I suppose there is a lot of ground vehicles, isn't there? You have to get the Survivor Award, Common Sense. Okay, so for planes, we have all the Swiss stuff. We have the Albatros, the F2, the Fokker, NF5, F-18. I don't think so, Atlantan. It is Winkle, yeah. Have I seen the F5E radar? This one looks pretty powerful. There you go. Oh. Okay. Voice sufficiently rested. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. We are back on the dev server for Leviathans, and I thought we would have a look at the aircraft which are coming in the next major update. There's a big update to the German tech tree with the Swiss vehicles coming in, and also there's a few other aircraft which are smattered around the place, which I know people will really like. As always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and also like the video. Let's get started. So first of all, let's have a look at the Swiss stuff. The Swiss stuff is going to be in the German tech tree. So we've had a few Swiss vehicles previously, the FFA P16 and also the squadron vehicle Hunter F58. It looks like now on the right-hand side of the tech tree, they're adding a few more, which will be really nice. And then also, you have access to the FA-18C, which is going to be a premium coming in for the German tech tree to make it much easier for you to grind through. So this is going to be coming in as a Swiss FA-18 as well, which we'll have a look at. So the first vehicle in the new area is the Hunter F58A 1971 edition. This is a standard Hunter, which the Swiss used. It has access to the Avon Mark 207 engine. It also has access to the 30mm Aiden cannons and a few missiles, but no countermeasures once again, and also not too many other options. So you get access to the Floods LWFs. I love the name of the Floods. These are the CWAs, and then you also have the 63s. 63s seem very similar to AIM-9Bs, and these ones seem very similar to AIM-9Es. So I'm pretty sure they're just AIM-9Es. The CWAs. You also get access to some Sprenger bombers, which are the 450 kilo ones. You get some napalm, you get some other bombs, but guess what? They're all in the same pylon, so it doesn't matter. You'll never use them. And then also, it does get some fuel tanks and some rockets, some tiny ones with the rackets, which are there. So these have 300mm worth of pen, which is quite good. But once again, you will just take the missiles and you will shoot people with the missiles. That's basically how this is going to go. So yeah, it's another Hunter, which is in a weird place because it doesn't have the ordnance that you'd want, or doesn't have the speed that you'd want, and also doesn't really have the mechanics that you'd want. So yeah, it's in kind of a weird place. CCRP on the bombs though, so I suppose in ground, if you want to fling bombs, that will be quite fun. The next vehicle is the Mirage 3S C70. This is a Mirage 3, which has access to one of the weirdest combinations of missiles I think I've ever seen. So, number one, it has access to the Snake Morotar 9C, which if you've played the French tech tree or other tech trees you'll be used to. It's the standard kind of delta wing design with the little canards that the Mirage is. It's a super maneuverable vehicle. It'll generally have a fantastic time. It also has access, you know, to the standard 230mm cannons, which is really nice. And then if you have a look under the hood, you can see some odd stuff, right? So with the missiles, this thing, first of all, gets that fun liquid propellant rocket booster, which is on some Mirages. So really cool to see that. But you get the 6375s, the CWAs. So once again, these look very similar to AIM-9Es. And then you also get access to the LB66, which looks like the AS-30 or something similar to that, the big kind of Nord missile, which is designed for the French. It's also an M-close missile. You get some bombs, which are generally very weird, the Sprenger bombs, and then also some drop tanks, and of course the gun that you have to mount, or the dual gun you have to mount. And then you get these. Well, this is known as the Falco, the FLZ LWF LL6479. Now, this missile, if I can just do this real quick, this missile here looks very similar, if not exactly the same, as one that we haven't seen in the game yet. And it even says Falcon on it. So, what is this? Well, this is either the AIM-4 Falcon, or it's the AIM-26 Falcon. The 26 is kind of the upgraded version of the Falcon. The AIM-4 is the standard one. I'm not entirely sure which one it is. I'm guessing it's the one which is a little bit more upgraded. You can see there it actually says AIM-26A on it. So yeah, looks like this is the upgraded one. If you don't know what the AIM-4 Falcon is, it is the missile which is American-based. It was one of those which completely failed as a missile at a very low interception rate, mainly because it has an impact fuse on it instead of a proximity fuse. Now, some of the Falcon variants did have a proximity fuse. I'm really hoping that this one is one of those, otherwise it's not going to be very good in the game. And you can see here, it's a semi-active radar homing missile, which it has good overload, it has pretty decent speed, so if you can get it working, it might actually work very well. Unfortunately, when it comes to the game, first of all, this Mirage has the Serrano radar, which if you've used this before, it isn't very good. And then number 2, I can't get the Falcon to fire right now, so I don't think it's actually fully implemented in the game. But that would be really cool to actually see working. Then you have an F5E. So this is different from some of the other F5Es. First of all, it has a slightly different countermeasure set. It has 30 countermeasures. Then it has the 15 on top of it, the large caliber countermeasures. It doesn't have like the weird kind of flaps on the side, which is very reminiscent of the earlier F5s. It does have access to the GE21A General Electric afterburning engines, which is really cool. And also the good old 20mm FLZ Can 76s, which have exactly the same amount of ammo as other vehicles. Like if you have a look at the F5E in this tech tree, you have 560 on the M39. So I'm guessing they just renamed them once again. But this also has access to the CWARs, which, as I said, I'm pretty sure are AIM-9Es. And then it also has the 6380s, which are much better than the other ones, which look very similar to AIM-9Js. So I'm guessing they're AIM-9Js, but I might be wrong on this. It also has the incendiaries, it has bombs, rockets, and also the Mavericks. So once again, another vehicle that would be very nice for ground support when it comes to Germany. The one thing this vehicle does have, which is very different from the American one, is this, the APG-69. It has quite a lot of random uses, this radar, and not really any that actually fit the vehicle very well, but it is a pretty upgraded radar, so you'll actually be able to use it to pick your positions very well that you want to on the battlefield. You also still keep the EEGS, which is really nice, so generally that's positive and really cool to see. You also have access to the FA-18C late. This is going to be the kind of crowning on top of the tech tree right here, and that means that people can get access to some cool stuff from it. You also have the premium FA-18C. The basic difference between these two is the FA-18C gets different secondary ordnance. It gets the AIM-7P and then also the AIM-9L. So no AIM-9M, no active radar homing missiles, and then it also gets a bunch of guided munitions in the form of bombs that it can fire, and then also Mavericks, the E and also the G. When it comes to the late is slightly different. So they are adding a new AMRAAM into the game. This new AMRAAM is the AMRAAM 120C5. This is coming in for a bunch of vehicles that are already in the game, and also a bunch of new vehicles that are coming in too. So the C5 has much better statistics than the standard M120A or B, and the basic difference is it has way more range and also much better tracking, so you'll be able to fire it from much further away, and it'll be able to get to the target a lot better. So yeah, you can bring AIM-9Ms, you can bring AIM-9Ls, you have the AIM-7Ps as an option too, and then also all of the different weapon modifications that you would want, plus the incendiaries, which is kind of funny for the vehicle itself. So yeah, you can bring along 10 AMRAAMs, and then also some AIM-9Ms if you want to, or you can bring along less AMRAAMs and then add some AIM-9Ms to it too. If you want to see any of the other stats of this vehicle, it's basically in the American tech tree, so you can just have a look on the live server because they're exactly the same. Like the only difference is the missiles, and guess what? The American one is getting the missiles too. So the next vehicle is the L39ZA Albatros. The Albatros is a kind of vehicle which is more designed for training flights and training pilots for jets themselves. It's a jet trainer, and that means that it doesn't actually have a lot of capabilities of its own, which is why you can see it at 6.7. The vehicle has access to the 23mm cannon, which you can see right here. It also has access to a bunch of secondary ordnance in the form of bombs, some drag bombs, and then some standard ones, and some rockets as well, the S5Ks, but that's really about it. It doesn't get access to any of the internal systems, no CCIP, no CCRP, no RWR, no radar, no nothing. Basically, it just doesn't have a lot going for it. Has a pretty standard also engine as well on the light vehicle, and that's why it's 6.7. It shouldn't also be that maneuverable. It's got a tiny elevator on it, so it's not really going to be able to flip and dip all over the place. It'll probably roll pretty well, but yeah, the elevator looks like it's going to really hold it. It's also a premium, which annoys me because this L39 as a vehicle is actually really cool, and it would have been so cool to grind this out. If this wasn't a premium, this would be one of my picks of the update because I'd really want to play it. But unfortunately, it is a premium, so I'm not that interested in it because I already have that area of the tech tree researched out. So it's not going to be really that useful for me. But it is there, and hopefully people will enjoy it. Hopefully people will have a good time with it. The next vehicle that we're having a look at is also probably one of the poster boys of the update, and that is, of course, the F2A. This is the new Japanese Mitsubishi vehicle coming in, and it's going to be at the end of the F16 branch, so shouldn't be too surprising. They're also bringing in another one, which is the F2A ADTW, and the difference between this one and the F2A is the armaments that it has once again. So similar with the FA18s, this one gets the AIM-7M and the AM-3, whereas the Tech Tree one, which is a higher BR, gets access to AAM-3s, but also AAM-4s, which are the active radar homing missiles. What's interesting about these vehicles too is they do actually get access to some anti-shipping missiles, and they have an active radar homing head with an IOG guidance on top of it. And I just wonder if somebody can get these working and actually use them in ground, because this thing also does have a ground radar, which can follow moving targets. You also get the 2,000-pound bombs, some of the other guided munitions, such as the JDAMs, and some rockets, LJDAMs as well, and also the Zunis, which is pretty cool. So overall, there is quite a lot of options for ordnance on this machine, and what you're looking at is a very mobile platform. It has the Ishikawa Harima F110 IHI 129, which will give it a lot of afterburning thrust around the place, which will be nice. It'll be super maneuverable, super flexible, and also this radar, the JAPG-2, which has TWS ESA, and also a bunch of other very, very nice abilities on it. You'll be able to just have a great time with it. Also has all of the bells and whistles when it comes to an RWR, and also the pilot having all of his mechanics too at the same time. Now, the only limiting factor for this thing is you can only take 8 missiles on it, which it's 2025 War Thunder, man, absolutely crazy. But the fact that you can only bring 8 missiles instead of more, such as 12 missiles, like on something like this, for example, the FA-18 Seal-8, is a limiting factor for the vehicle. So yeah, you can only bring 8 air-to-air missiles in the form of the AM-4s and 3s. There's no AM-5 yet. Maybe there will be going forward. It does have a nice targeting pod for the ground munitions, so hopefully people will be able to use that effectively. For China and also for Italy, there's nothing in terms of air. And for France, there is one vehicle that is a premium and one vehicle that is a tech tree. First of all, you have the premium vehicle, the NF5A. This is the Dutch vehicle coming in for the French tech tree. It's at rank 7, battle rating 10.3 in ground and 10.7 in air. It's funnily enough, in Naval, it's also 10.7. But this is slightly different to some of the other F5s that we've seen. So, number one, it has the Orenda J85 CAN 15 engines, and then also it doesn't have a radar. The RWR is incredibly limited compared to what's there, but what is here is a new missile, the AIM-9N Sidewinder. Now, I don't think we've had an AIM-9N in the game. We've only had everything else. So the AIM-9N is an upgraded AIM-9J, but at least right now in the game, they seem to have exactly the same stats. So unless there's some hidden stats which are different, they are going to act exactly the same. You also have a bunch of bombs. You have a metric ton of bombs that you can bring, a bunch of incendiaries, and also some rockets if you really need to use those to grind it out. But I think mainly you're going to use this as an air-to-air fighter because of the fact that you lack a lot of secondary things, such as the mechanics to be able to drop the bombs effectively, and also because it's an F5, you know? It's a good dogfighter. It's able to pretty much do whatever it wants, and that, to me, is pretty important. Then you have the Fokker D21. So the Fokker D21 is just another vehicle that is in the Benelux area of the French tech tree. You can see it here between the Gladiator Mark I and the Fokker G1A. The Firefly is also here near the Fokker G1A. So it's really nice that we're getting more expansions of the Benelux area. So this is incredibly similar to a vehicle we already have in the game, which is the Fokker D21. So the major difference between them is the armament. Whereas the D21 in the Swedish tech tree gets 20 millimeters, this one only gets the 4 7.7 millimeter FN Brownings. And you may say, oh, well, that sucks. You don't have as much firepower. Wrong. It's actually better because you're not as heavy. And one of the problems with the D21 for Finland is it's super heavy, meaning that it just can't move around the place. And that, to me, is a real problem with the vehicle. And it means that a very maneuverable vehicle is actually stunted by its armament, whereas the D21 will not have that issue. It's also powered by the Bristol Mercury 8 and has access to not really anything else, has a ton of ammo, enough to be able to kill like 3 or 4 planes, and that's pretty much it. Like, it's a very simple aircraft, and as we've said many times for France, they have a really weak rank 1, so having another vehicle here to be able to help them out is always going to be a positive. And the last vehicle that is in this dev server for airplanes is the FA-18C MLU-2. And this is basically the FA-18C from Finland, but massively upgraded. So number one, it gets the HMD stuff and also all of the other parts that you would want, HMS and all of this. And you get a bunch of air-to-ground ordnance, plus you get the new Bang Zinger AIM 120C, which is right here, the C5. So the C5 is coming in, as I said, to a bunch of vehicles plus the Slam Ram, but this one also gets it with BOL pods. So you can actually bring 1,280 countermeasures on top of all of your missiles, and that's just insane. So if you want to bring like this loadout, you have access to 6 AIM-120s, 6 AIM-9Ms, and 1,280 countermeasures, plus a drop tank. You also have access to GBUs, which you can use whenever you feel like as well, since that is another big upgrade for the MLU-2, giving it access to ground ordnance. You have some JDAMs as well that you can bring in. So yeah, this is just going to be super powerful. It's going to be really good, and it's just going to have all of the countermeasures, all of the armaments, all of the everything. Like the fact that it gets nearly, what is that? Well, it gets 1,400 countermeasures. Nuts that we're in this period of War Thunder now. Everything else is the same though. So it uses the F404G 402s, has the same gun in the front, the 20mm, and also the NAPG 73. So none of that is really changing. And you'll also find it after the standard F-18C in the Finnish part of the Swedish tech tree. So a lot of cool vehicles coming in. Expansion of the Hornets, expansion of the Japanese tech tree, and also the Swiss stuff. Pretty cool. As always, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Okay, sorry. I had some stuff in my throat, but we got through it. Big bomber, big ship time. Big bombs. Okay. Yeah. Do we want to do helicopters next? Hey, Abby, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good.
It's because it's 10-0 in air and 9-7 in ground. I don't think so, Peter. We could try it though. Just real quick for you. Or we just let the voice relax a bit. What's my opinion on the new SAMs? They're pretty fun. Don't think they'll... I think it'll be interesting to see what goes on with them. A little bit high here. Yeah, the F2 looks fun. One of the things that'll help is it's the only vehicle coming out at its PR, so people will flock to it. Big bomber. Pretty. Oh dear. Ooh. Okay. Do. Fuck you. Fuck you. Vote for me. Okay. Should I have someone test this out with chaff and flares? Yeah, if you want to. Oh, you want me to? Yeah, maybe. Ooh. All right, can I put the thing in my lineup now? Why? Why do you hurt me? Da-da. There is a spider for Israel, yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. We are back on the dev server for the Leviathans, which is something I will continue to struggle to say. And now we're going to have a look at the new helicopters. There is only one, but there are some updated models, so we'll have a look at those too. As always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and also like the video. Let's get started. The first one is the UH-1B, which is right here. Basically, it's got an updated model. So they added in the flight control system. They also added in the avionics blocks, which are for all the different things. You have the weapon controls, you have the NVDs, you have the guidance weapon controls, and they've also really highly modeled the engine, which you can see here, the Lycoming engine T53L11, and then they've also added in the little kind of traction control surfaces for that with the updated transmission and propeller shaft. So now, once they get all these updated models in, you won't have any issues in terms of knowing what you've done damage to, and also the helicopter pilot knowing what's going on. The other vehicle that got updated on the dev server is the Z10. The Z10 that you can see right here. This is the high-tier helicopter for the Chinese, and they fully updated it. Like you can see here, even down to the avionics block at the front, they've actually added wires into the flight control system, and also they have split the two flight controls as well. The optics look beautiful. Everything on this just looks insane. Can you imagine the amount of work that has gone into this to make it look like this? It's just crazy to think about, and also just really cool. So yeah, all of the individual avionics blocks are all modeled, so if you take one out, it'll take out that specific system. The engines themselves have so much work done to them. The Juju, or the Zuzu Aero Engine Factory WZ9, and then also you have the transmission, the propeller shaft, and the pilot with all of its cool stuff on it. So a really good job to whoever modeled this. This looks really awesome, and generally you should be very happy with that. So let's get to the Comanche, which is, as I said, the only helicopter, at least that we know of, which is being added into the game right now. This vehicle is a stealth helicopter. Now, when it comes to the stealth that will actually have access to in War Thunder, not entirely sure how effective it will be because of the fact that you have the hard points out the side. Technically, what you can do with this thing is you can just take the internals, so you can make it way slimmer than it actually is. And what happens is when you engage to actually fire the missiles, then they'll come out of their pods on the side, which I actually think is really cool. So you can see here, once you hit the button, there you go. They're ready to go. But you don't actually have to do that. You can just kind of hold it in, and I'm guessing it will actually chill when it comes to your signature that you create on radars. Because one of the things that you may have noticed with this vehicle, which is kind of important, is it doesn't actually have access to any countermeasures. And without countermeasures, defending yourself is actually going to be quite hard to do. So looking at the internals, you have two crew, You have the pilot and then also the gunner. You have 2 different flight control systems. You have a 20mm XM301 cannon with a decent amount of ammunition, 500 rounds to be exact. You have an electro-optical station on the front, which deals with your targeting. You also have the systems on the side, which are the avionics blocks for the weapons, and the MFD and HUD, and also NVD at the back, where they just need to calm down with the brightness. You also have the engines, which are the General Electric T700 G701s, giving it some pretty good thrust and also power, if we're honest. And then a really cool updated transmission, propeller shaft, and also the radar on top, which is a CR radar, which gives it a decent amount of setups on it. Now, I know there's a lot of people, when it comes to the Comanche, who want it to have different armaments, but at least in the game right now, it's pretty limited. So you either have the 6 Hellfires, which are in the body, or you have 14. You have 4 on either side, and then the kind of 3 in the middle. There's no Stingers, there's no rockets, there's no bombs, there's no nothing like that. There is literally just this, and that's all. Since it's a premium vehicle, though, and you'll find it in the tech tree at rank 6, you'll be able to research the whole of the tech tree basically by itself. It does at least have those bonuses, which is quite nice, and it does get thermals, so you'll be able to use the Hellfires a bit better. These are only the 114Bs, so it is not like the really good ones. It is actually just the ones which are okay, I think is probably the way that I would put it. It's not the vastly upgraded ones that a lot of American players want, because they would be pretty overpowered, but, you know, at least they exist in some way, shape, or form. Surprisingly, the armor is really well modeled on this thing, and you can see here the way that it's actually named is just really funny. So you have the Kevlar Graphite Sandwich. You also have the Kevlar Sandwich and the Graphite Sandwich, plus some graphite on top of it, some fiberglass, composite, Kevlar, boron, carbide as well. They've really gone in to Funky Town to make this armor kind of sorted. Obviously, the armor itself isn't really going to do a lot. Like, it's very, very light and only like 12mm at a time. But yeah, generally, it is quite funny to see what's going on with this one. So yeah, I do like its overall design. It's incredibly slender, like in terms of helicopters, but the fact that it doesn't have any ways of defending itself, apart from making itself as oblivious as possible with how small it is, don't think that's going to be great for the vehicle. They have also added in quite a lot of little buttons at the bottom of helicopters, which you can see here. So you have the gear, which, you know, you can't toggle because we're going a bit quick. Then also you have access to the hover. You have the SAS mode. You have the manual roll mode. You also have the multifunction menu and some other stuff too. So the manual roll mode basically means that you can control the where you're rolling with the vehicle, and then it will kind of like sit there. Or if you set it on off, it'll automatically do it. This is something that you should do anyway. Like, I'm kind of surprised that that is something that isn't just kind of off by default, because it's really annoying when it comes to the game how that actually works. Also, for some reason, the good old MVDs aren't working, so I can't show you what that looks like either. I can basically just show you what the missiles look like kind of going in. The good old Hellfires, which are just going to hammer down and smash anything that you kind of shoot at. And, you know, the Hellfires have that fun ability where they can go upwards and then lock down onto a target. Then they have other abilities where you're able to do quite a lot to targets as well. So the actual cockpit itself also isn't here. I'm pretty sure that's going to come in at some point. When it does, I'll make sure to cover it because, you know, as it is a stealth helicopter, it's going to be quite different compared to a lot of other ones. So generally, I think the setup for it is actually pretty cool. Actually kind of struggling to like lock onto targets here, which just seems quite odd. But yeah, the simple fact is this vehicle in life didn't really get a good lick because other technologies came along and kind of made it obsolete. Whereas in War Thunder, stuff like that doesn't really matter as much. So you can basically make it work if you want to. The vehicle itself, with the Hellfires, with everything that it gets access to, will have a pretty good time. And then also, you'll be able just to have a bit of fun while you wander around with this hyper maneuverable and also pretty quick vehicle. So, you know, look forward to it. If you want to pick it up, it'll be available in the next major update. As always, I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you next time. Here we go. Well, I meant it was more like slender Diaboli. Like, I know it's still a very big vehicle, but yeah. I was just more commenting on its, What is that noise, by the way? Are you hearing that? Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. Trying to rest my voice a bit because it started to hurt. Okay. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. We are back on the Leviathans dev server, and it's time to have a look at the Leviathans themselves. Basically, the Leviathans are a bunch of big battleships, so every nation that has a naval tech tree is getting one, and in this video, we'll have a look at them all. We'll probably do individual videos on some of the major ones as well, which will be quite fun. So yeah, it will be awesome. Anyway, as always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and also like the video. Let's get started. First of all, we have the PT-95. So slightly less of a Leviathan, more of a little squib. So this is just a coastal vehicle that's coming to the American tech tree. It's going to be a coastal fleet one at rank 1 between the PT-20 and the PC-451. It has 12 crew, a little bit of wood armor. It also has some Mark 8 torpedoes, some 50 cals, 4 of them to be exact, and then also a 20mm Oerlikon on the back. So this one is turning up, and it is here. Now let's actually get on to the proper ships. We have the Iowa, which is the big American battleship, which is going to be coming in. And you can see it's in one of its earliest versions when it comes to real life. So this vehicle, as a capital ship, is coming in at the end of the mid area of the Blue Water Fleet. So it's going to be the first rank 7 vehicle. One of the things I should mention for these new vehicles is you will have to research all of the rank 6 vehicles in each of the tech trees to get access to the one at rank 7. So for example, for America, you have to research all rank 6, all of these 6 at rank 6 to get the Iowa. And then for Germany, all of the 4 to get the Bismarck. For the USSR, you also... 2 seconds. Hello? Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Are you good? All right. Oh, it's all fine. All right, I'll chat to you later. Bye. Okay. Damn it. My voice is really struggling right now. Whew. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. We are back on the Leviathans dev server, and I thought it would be right to have a look at the Leviathans themselves. So let's have a look at the big battleships that are coming, the big capital ships, and each nation in War Thunder that has a navy is getting one of these ships, which is actually really cool. So watch out for them. There's also a few, at least one naval vehicle in the files. There is a Japanese one, which maybe we'll have a look at later on. But right now, let's just focus on these. So as always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and also like the video. Let's get started. The most important ship out of all of them is the first one we're going to be having a look at, and it is the PT-95. This is a coastal vehicle that is coming in for America. It's a rank 1 battle rating 1.7 little boy. It has a bit of wood armor, has some Mark 8 torpedoes, has a 20mm Oerlikon, and then also some 50 cals. So yeah, just a little bit of fun. You can find it in the coastal fleet between the PT-20 and the PC-451. So yeah, there you go. All right, on to the actual vehicles. So the first one we have is the USS Iowa. This is a capital battleship, which is coming in for the Americans. It is part, of course, of the Iowa class, and this is one of the earliest versions of it. So the Iowa was one of the longest serving battleships when it comes to, well, real life, and it went through a series of upgrades. This one is the 1944 version, so you don't have any of the crazy missiles or anything like that. You just have good old American guns. And those American guns are 3 triple mounts of 16-inch guns. These Mark 7 turrets. You have 2 on the front and then 1 on the back. And then in terms of secondary armaments, you have a bunch of 5-inch guns, 10 dual-mounted ones. You can see them all right here. And then also it has 19, yes, 19 quad 40mm Bofors. And you can see them in these like little mounts here. So you can see the dual ones. And then they basically just stick 2 of them together. You also have 52 single-mounted 20mm Oerlikons, which are here and all around the ship too. So in terms of AA firepower, you don't have a massive amount of huge guns, but you do have a million tiny guns, which is just insane. So yeah, just to also point something out, number one is they have massively reduced AA kind of accuracy of guns. So it will take you a bit longer to actually destroy aircraft with these types of things. So even though there's a metric amount of guns, like you can see here, just the general firepower of this thing, with the 5 inches, with the 40s, with the 20s, and they will hit vehicles which are going in a straight line, but you can see that it's actually struggling to be able to hit it as well as it used to be able to in, you know, other updates. So yeah, pretty much as simple as that, right? So just to kind of take that into account when looking at this amount of AA armaments that's on the machines. They're not as useful as they used to be. Now, the Iowa is at rank 7, and in order to get access to it, you're going to have to research all of the rank 6s. So one thing to know, in order to get any of these ships at rank 7, you have to research all of the rank 6 vehicles, unless you have event vehicles. So for rank 6 America, you need to have 6 of them. For Germany, in order to get the Bismarck, you need 4 of the rank 6s. And then if you want to get the Soyuz, you need 4 once again. So everything basically is designed for you to have to grind through all of the tech tree in order to get access to these vehicles. Armor-wise, for the Iowa, not as impressive as other vehicles. And just remember, this is all subject to change. It has a 200mm belt, which is very light. It also has access to this 300mm kind of belt underneath. So don't be surprised when this is actually the proper one. And then also it has some nice front turrets. You have 254, but the main one is the 431mm that will be able to stop the shells. Then you also have a 439mm around your ammo elevators and also around the bridge, and general armor pieces that are all over this machine to try and keep it alive. These massive ships have a ton of ammunition in them and also have a ton of engines, a massive amount of armor, and also a bunch of hydroplanes. By the way, this one gets a new hydroplane, which is really cool. We'll have a look at it later. But yeah, just to kind of give you a little inkling. Now, these 16-inch guns, they fire HE, which has 70 kilos of explosive mass and pens about 100. Then you have the APC BC, which is the one that you'll actually use. Nearly 20 kilos of explosive mass, nearly 900 millimeters worth of penetration. Wow. 900 millimeters worth of penetration. 857 to be exact on the maximum amount, and around 800 for most of the distances. It is just kind of insane how much this is going to be able to penetrate stuff. Even at range, it's going to be able to go through pretty much everything. At 15,000, it still pens 583 millimeters. So that is pretty nuts in general. And I don't know about like you, but I'm very, very happy that they've added in these large machines. The next one is, of course, the Bismarck. The Bismarck is coming in, and this is another one of those iconic battleships that is turning up. If you want to see where it is in the tech tree, it is on the left-hand side of the German Blue Water tech tree after the Sachsen, but once again, you're going to have to grind out everything. This has the 380 millimeter guns, which have access to HE. They also have the APC BC, and they have the good old standard HE with the base fuse and the HETF on the main guns. One of the things you may have also noticed for Naval is they've massively increased the battle ratings. So a lot of these new ships, the max battle rating nowadays is 8.7, but a lot of these new ships are kind of by themselves on this island. So for example, you have the 7.0 Sachsen and the Scharnhorst is 7.3, but the Bismarck is 8.3. So what this means is there's a massive gap between the new battleships and other battleships that are around. So if you're worried that these things are just going to kind of donk on everything, that's not going to happen, because of the fact that there shouldn't be, they shouldn't see each other in the matchmaking. So in terms of the armor that is on the Bismarck, you have this kind of like outer shell once again, which gives you only 40 millimeters of protection. And then after that, it looks like they haven't actually modeled the armor yet. They seem to have done a bit of the turrets, but yeah, there isn't really a ton here. So we'll have to have a look later on to see if the armor profile is a bit better. Only 80 millimeters on the turret as well. So yeah, this is definitely not finished. Let's just put it like that. For secondaries, it has a bunch of 150s, 105s. It also has 37s and 20 millimeters that are all over the place. So once again, you can see the red. The red is ammo, and then also turrets. You can see this thing is covered in turrets all over the place. But the main ones being the 380s, where there's 4 dual-mounted sets, which is really cool. So another ship that just has a lot going for it. For Germany as well, I should say, sorry, because I was about to miss one. They also have the Gneisenau. The Gneisenau at the moment is at 7.7. The Gneisenau is a Scharnhorst. The only difference between it is the Gneisenau is the vehicle which got the refit. So there's technically, and I really mean this in quotations, there's technically 2 Gneisenaus. The Gneisenau is a Scharnhorst class ship, right? The one that existed is pretty much exactly the same as the Scharnhorst that we have in the tech tree. The Gneisenau that you see before you, oh god. The Gneisenau that you see before you is the post-refit version. So the Gneisenau went to get refit to change the turrets to give it the bigger turrets, but it never actually got them in real life. So basically what this vehicle is what would have happened after the refit, but it never got there. Instead, they decided to stink it and then kind of get rid of it. So basically, this one has the big guns. It has the 380 millimeters, which pen a ridiculous amount and do a lot of damage. It's also the premium vehicle that you can get for the rank 6 area, which generally I think is kind of cool to see. So people can pre-order this, they can purchase it, and it's there and available. The next one we're going to have a look at is the Sovietsky Soyuz. So This is the paper vehicle that never existed, unfortunately, in the way that we see it in the game. And it's another rank 7 blue water vehicle. You can see it right here, the Sovietsky Soyuz. It's going to be at 8.7, so the top BR. And in order to get access to it, you're going to have to research all the rank 6 again. So it doesn't matter if you want to go down one line, you're going to have to research it all. So the Soyuz has access to the 406mm cannons. It also has access to the triple mounts. So you can see 2 on the front here and then 1 on the back. You also have a bunch of 152s, some dual mounts to those, and 4 dual 100s plus 8 quad 37s, which are in these kind of weird turrets that you can see here. So generally a very odd setup. So very, very weird. Then you have the 406mm cemented armor, plus some extra armor as it goes forward, and a little bit more standard 375. Then the turrets, 495 on them. Jesus. The 425 is also here. Then the 425 on the bridge too. And every little piece has its own little set of armor, so it would be very hard to penetrate and get through to them. What is kind of interesting about this, and I don't know whether this is supposed to happen, but my feeling is it's just once again not finished yet. You can see with the turrets that the shell rooms and the magazines don't actually line up with them. They're kind of by the side. But then again, I suppose when you don't actually fully build a ship, you can just make it up as you go along. But yeah, so they're not really connected. So we'll have to see how that goes on. So these 406mm guns, you have SAPCBC, which pens 620 with a lot of explosive mass. You can see that 88 kilos of explosive mass. Insane. And then you have the APCBC, which has 40 kilos of TNT equivalent and also pens 850. So very similar statistics to the Iowa, apart from it has double the amount of TNT in the rounds. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane for a vehicle like this. So it's going to put out a lot of damage. It's going to do a ton to other ships, and also at the same time, it has a really, really nice armor set on it, so it can survive a bit more than many others. So pretty nuts. Then you got the Sevastopol, another ship that wasn't finished. This is just a Kronstadt Project 69. So this one is very similar to this one that you can see here in the tech tree. There's not really much difference, apart from this has the different turrets. It has the 380mm once again, which are the same as the German ones that you can find over in the German tech tree. So yeah, basically you're getting the Gneiser now, and you're getting the Sevastopol. They're very similar to each other in their general setups. This one will have okay armor, but the major reason why you pick this up is for research, and then also just the massive amount of massive amounts of armor penetration you're going to get at 7.3 for this type of vehicle. The next one is another battleship, and it is for Britain. You have the Vanguard, which is turning up. This is the 1946, the last battleship that Britain ever built and ever really developed. You can find it on the left-hand side of the tech tree after the Warspite, after researching all of rank 6 once again. This one is slightly worse than the others. It only has the 15-inch guns, the BL Mark 1s, which means it's 8.0, and also has the 5.25-inch guns, which you can see in these little turrets. You may remember from other machines that are in the game already. And then also it has a bunch of 40mm all over the vehicle, including some 10 sextuple 40mm, plus some duals and singles, which are all over the place. Now, this vehicle also has a realistic belt of 330, plus 381 back here near where the actual ammo is for the vehicles, so that's kind of nice. Doesn't get that on the front though, which is a little bit odd, so maybe they should kind of check that out. You also have a bunch of ammo in the bottom here under the turrets, because this vehicle actually existed, and they need to model it properly, unlike certain other vehicles that exist, well, in the game. So you got the CPC round for the 15 inches. You have the APC BESA round for the 15 inches. And then also you have the Mark 22 BSC APC round as well. 20 kilos of TNT equivalent, 650 millimeters of pen on this one, 727. You can see that it's definitely a step below a lot of the other ones, but at the same time, Britain eventually, I'm sure, will get one which is nearly equal to the ones that they're adding in for everybody else. Then we have the big boy, the one that many have been looking forward to, the one that I would say is one of the poster childs of the update, the Yamato. The Yamato has huge guns, 460 millimeters. You have 3 triple mounts of them, so 2 on the front, 1 on the back, and that is supported by what can only be called a beehive of other guns. It has 2 triple mounted 155s, which are sat here. It also has 12 dual 5-inch guns sat around here, and then 50 25 millimeter triple mounts, 50, and then 2 dual 13.2 mounts. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. None of them are individually modeled yet, but I'm sure they will be. There's 660 millimeters of armor on the front of these turrets. You also have 560 millimeters around the ammo elevator, 500 on the bridge, 410 millimeters on the belt, and then also just a ridiculous amount of ammunition in here. Absolutely nuts when it comes to this vehicle. Now, the 460 millimeter guns, they have HE, which has 65 kilos of TNT, which has 73 millimeters of high explosive penetration. And then you have the APC BC. So you don't have the crazy star round. You don't have anything like that. You just have a ridiculous amount of damage with 25 kilos and also 870 millimeters worth of penetration. So absolutely nuts on these guns. Absolutely crazy how much damage this thing is going to be able to do. And when it comes to the guns themselves, 1.6 rounds per minute. Now, just know that my kind of skills are not 100% right now, but that's basically what you're at. So when it comes to all the 25s and all the other guns, the good old 25s probably won't do too much, but at least they'll look pretty, and that's what matters, you know? And then when it comes to the guns, you know, you have some quite lovely sounding ones, which will end up just like firing at many, many different things. Not too shabby. So yeah, the gun sound is really nice on this, and I'm very, very happy that it's finally here so people can enjoy it. It's also at 8.7, and just to show you, it's on the left-hand side of the tech tree after the Fuso. So you'll have to research these. You can actually see they've moved up a lot of these in BR as well, trying to decompress this area, which is pretty cool. For Italy, they have the Roma, which is another 8.0. This one has the 381mm guns, 3 triple mounts of them, 2 on the front and then 1 on the back. It also has 4 triple 152mm and Saldo Mod 34s, plus a bunch of 120s, 90s, 37s, and 20s. And I've got to say, Italy, you make the ugliest turrets known to man. Right? Okay. Let's see if I can just find it. Might be a little bit too close. Like, what are these? What are these? What are you doing? Why do they look like this? It's so ugly. Insanely ugly on this ship. But anyway, it has a bunch of secondaries. And also, it doesn't have as big guns as some other nations, only 381s, which have access to the SAPCBC, the semi-armor piercing capped ballistic cap shell, with 30 kilos of explosive mass and only 390 penetration. But then you have this one, which has a lot more penetration, 771 on the APC-BC. But it only has 10 kilos of explosive mass, which is so much less than everybody else. So you'll be able to penetrate with the Roma, but you won't be able to actually do any damage. Kinda sucks. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem with this machine. If you want to get the Roma though, it's on the left-hand side after the Conti di Cavour. It does have some pretty interesting armor layouts on it, including only a 70mm setup, at least on the outside. You also have some 15 here. On the turret fronts, 380, and on the bridge, 280. So I don't think this is the full amount. You can see here, there is actually a plate underneath, which is 280mm, which still isn't fantastic compared to everything else. Then we have the French boy, the Richelieu, which has a lot of fun guns all on the front of it. This has 2 quad mounts of 380mm, plus it has all of the other ones in the booty. You have 3 triple mounts of 152s. You have 6 dual mounts of 100s, which are right here. You also have 14 quad 40mm Bofors, and then also 50 single 20mm, because why not, you know? If you're gonna do guns, make sure you have a lot of them. I really like how the front of this here, you can see that they've actually made an arrow with all of the 20mm, which I just think it looks really cool. So yeah, another machine with 380mm guns, another machine with quite a lot of armor on the side, only 330. Then the ammo elevators, 405. Then you have also 430mm on the front of the turrets and 340mm on the bridge. In terms of the ammo for these things, you have massive ammo loadouts in the front, and because all the main guns are in the front, you also have some increased armor on the front to try and keep it going. So 355 here, 233 here, and then also the additional 170mm above the ammo. So a very heavily armored front compared to a lot of the other machines that you'll see, or maybe I should say heavy concentration of armor at the front compared to other areas. Then for the actual guns, you have 380mm HE with 62 kilos of explosive mass. You have the APC-BC with 20 kilos of TNT equivalent plus 700mm of pen. Then you have 20 kilos with 730mm of pen on the APC-BC. So once again, double the amount of TNT equivalent as the Italians and very similar penetration, which is why the Roma will struggle compared to others. This one also has the 1.5 rounds reload, which is quite nice, and also pretty maneuverable too. So as you can see, every nation in this update is getting massive battleships. A lot of people have been asking for these for a long time, so it's time for them to come to the game. Hopefully people appreciate them. Hopefully people enjoy them. As always, I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you next time. Okay. Whew. All right, I'll be back in just 2 seconds. I just need to get a drink. My voice is just really struggling, but yeah, I'll be 2 seconds. Okay. I have a muffin. Yeah, I don't know what it is about my voice today. Usually it's pretty good. But yeah, it's struggling a bit. But we'll be fine. Right, so what do we want to cover next? Do we want to do how the multi-vehicles work? Or do we want to do something else? We could have a look at the maps. Could you show the German tree? Which one? You mean for the Bismarck? Cover the pack vehicles? I could do that, Abby. That'd be nice. New effects? What new effects did they add? The army? There you go. We'll do the individual. We'll do the individual ones as we go. What? Hey, hold up. What's this? They added new achievements, by the way. Oh! Stop adding these after the fact, you twats. You motherfuckers. We're already fucking spaded the vehicles. These dudes, man. No, they didn't wonder. Visual effects of ground vehicle, boat, and ship explosions and their variety have been improved. So they should look nicer? Bloody hell. They seem to have changed the spawn of the AA. Or it's getting stuck here for some reason. There's some weird lines in that. Did you see that? Does it look that different? I mean, I feel like there's more flames. Oh, that's just because I have it cranked up slow. That was like a mushroom. Yeah, I think there's more fire. It seems to like last longer. Know what I mean? But yeah, it looks pretty similar. I don't know. Speedy boy, Jesus! Look how. Wait, hold up. Did they improve the shulker? Why is that thing so fast? Wait, he's zooming. Did they change? Wait, hold up. He's flying. All right, radar down. Oh, he's in speed mode. Of course. Oh no, he's just stuck. What's happening? All right, come on. I want you to move. He was flying, man. Oh, they added the fuel dump. We should have a look at that. Alright, how do I get across here again? Alright, let's see. He's fucking zooming! Wait, how fast is he going? Is this... okay. Like, seriously? The Shilka was never that quick. I'm gonna have a look at the ground changes. I've got a feeling they might have buffed it. Cause like it's just going. Oh man. They did fix something on the Shilka, but it's about its targeting. Look at him go! There's no way! Look at that turn! What the fuck? Woo! Right, how fast is it going? Can I match it? Oh, I'm nowhere near. He's going like 60. He's like 55. Yeah, he's going about 60. He's going faster than 60 kilometers an hour. See you later, Jonathan. Look after yourself. Jesus. He's just gonna fly past. Yeah, it's going about 60. Gotta put down the hedgehog. The thing's insanely quick. I don't think that'll happen with the standard one unless they've like given it a turbo boost or something. Where is it? You see what I mean? Do I play Naval? Yeah. Let's just see if it happens without the other machines. Alright, we're gonna have a look at the new maps, by the way. We'll see what's going on with them. Because, like, it's weird. The machines are, like, stuck. Like, when they spawn. Let's see if this guy is like normal speed or not. I think the Yamato is probably going to be the best. Or the Russian machine. Hey Zero, nice to see you. Happy Friday. Oh my god. Just flying. Maybe they just made him quicker or something. I feel like it's going the same speed as the Shilka though. You know what? Okay, so I'm trying to think of like, I think of like the Panzer IV, right? The Panzer IV is like the early BR one. Let's just have a look at that, and then we'll be done. For some reason, they're just flying. Yeah, there you go. It doesn't have relic on the upper plate. No, I don't think so. But we'll do a full review of it when we get to it. But I'm pretty sure it's just contact 5. It's got relic on the sides. Right, is this Panzer IV normal speed? No, no, it fucking isn't. Look at that thing go! God damn, it's Barbarossa time. Bloody hell. Oh, look at that turn! Somebody's souped up these AI little machines. They're flying about the place. Are they like in arcade or something? Look at that! That's a Panzer IV just absolutely flying. They must be an arcade or something. They're losing like no speed in the turn. Yeah, it's got to be arcade. Got to be going like once again at 60. I don't think I can even match him. Okay, here we go. So I'm going like 30, and he's just like massively gaining on me. He's got to be going like 50, 60. Look at that. Jesus. Okay. Let's stop pissing about. Oh boy. Somebody asked about the T-72. So the vehicle has relic on the sides. It has contact 5 on the turrets, and then it has contact 5 on the upper glacis. So yeah. That's basically its setup. What should we drive around Germany in? Suppose we could use the new vehicles. Why not? Use the new T-34. It is built for Berlin. Okay. Let's get going. So we're going to have a look around Berlin. This is the updated version. It says it has new assets, a more detailed landscape, new vegetation, and effects. I don't really know what the effects are, but they exist. So I suppose we'll have a look, won't we? Oh dear. Because like what type of new effects can you add to something like at the end of the day? Like things exploding, I suppose. The general layout's the same. Mainly because this is actually based on actual Berlin, so. Oh, look at that. They added some stairs. Oh, that's nice. Let's see if you can just shoot straight across. Whoop. Nice. So you can still kind of do this, but you have to be way more exposed to shoot across. At least from this position. I suppose you have like this area, but you're not as high, so the shot's a little bit harder, but you can still do it. And you have like the trees to cover you too. The Yamato probably shills. Okay. So you can still do the cross shot. As I said, it's a little bit harder, but you know, you still have these areas that you can shoot. Yeah, this area will be fine. Can you actually shoot across here? Oh, you can. Yeah. All right. Well, this position's still going to be very, very strong. They have made this area deeper though, so if you do want to move from this position, it's easier to do, which I think is quite a nice change. Because usually you just kind of like get stuck here and then not really be able to do anything until the enemy kind of ran out of tanks for you to shoot at, and then you push forward to here or try and go into Bravo. Alright, let's see. Can you still do the amphibious landing? You can. Nice. So there's a little like ramp there. So what you can do is you can fall into the water and then like go around. See if they've changed Charlie at all. Yeah. With the green, I'm actually finding it easier to see stuff. So you know how we've talked about before, when you make everything just like one color, it's kind of hard to like differentiate between things. Now with the green, it's actually a lot nicer on my eyes. So it isn't just brown everywhere. So the green actually like splits up everything so you can see a bunch of stuff across the way, which is really cool. Well, that was quick. Wait. Look how quickly they're falling. Oh, that one was normal. What the hell? The ones over there just like floop. But this one. Oops. Yeah, I don't know. Has this point changed? No, it's basically the same. The Reichstag. updated model. Yeah, it looks basically the same. There's this little gap here that you can go around. You're able to shoot through here still. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's quite a nice little position if you push a bit more. Can cover that area too, which is where they come out. All right. One of the key areas is also going to be like going from like here and then this way. Like if you're able to get covered or not. So if you're not, then yeah, it's not going to be good. I've been loving adding these trams everywhere. It looks the same. Yep, this is the same apart from the trees are in the way now. Don't really see anything too crazy. Like at least on this side. It's just the hills are slightly elevated, which is nice. The power positions seem still powerful. I don't see any changes with them. Oh, this is like fully open. So what you could also do in this area is you could kind of shoot across into the spawn and then anybody coming out. Looks like you can still do that. And there's plenty of gaps. So. Because their spawn road is like that. Jesus, I nearly shot myself. What the hell was that? You still do it from these positions? Yeah. It's a little bit hard though. I can't remember if they changed this or not. There we go. And then through here. Okay, so they've left this kind of like wall here, which was one of the really nice additions they did to this map. Because it meant if you could get to this position, then you were kind of safe. It does look like they've kind of increased it though. It honestly feels like whoever redesigned it was like, okay, we're going to make everything like 10% taller that's tall and then 5% shorter that's short. Which is good, because that's what I needed. Basustas? What is happening here? Is this your solution to stopping people getting spawn camped? So this area is still open. So yeah. Nothing's really changed on that front. Let's see if this other road has changed. No, you still have to expose yourself to go over. From that position. You could go behind that little hill. Yeah, this is basically the same. I don't see anything different here. Nothing massively different anyway. This area is slightly different with the little lip. Means that what you can do is you can kind of sit behind it, which is good. Two seconds. Hello? I'll be fine. I'll see you in a bit, okay? Hey. I didn't see anything change there. It looked basically the same. Apart from that little random divot. These bridges were always annoying because you could get stuck on them with certain vehicles, and I'm guessing you can still get stuck, right? I don't think you can destroy these still. They look like they're made out of metal, so no. They definitely remodeled the bridges though. They look nice. Look at these. They look like proper proper quick-made bridges. Fun. Let's have a look at this point. Yeah, it looks like mainly just visual changes. They added a few trees and they added the green, but in general, I'm not seeing a ton of stuff really. Nope. This is all the same. Really is similar. So I feel like this is still gonna stay like a low tier map then, since a high tier is like this type of map is just never gonna work. So people get to places way too quickly and hunker down. See if anything changed on this road. Nope. Not really. They have added more like random stuff around the place, but nothing too nuts. But yeah, this area is exactly the same. I don't really fight too much over here, so you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I used to fight a lot in this area, but I got really bored of getting cross-shot here and then also cross-shot here. So I ended up like starting to push like this area more and then going around, and then they cut the map, so then I just sat on the other side. Whee! Can you still get shot from across? Oh yeah, definitely. Jesus. Wow. Okay, well, that kind of sucks. The map looks really nice, okay? Huge visual upgrade, looks lovely. Big ups to the guys who updated it. It still has the same problems that it had previously, and none of them seem to have been fixed, so. But we have more trees, so, you know, thumbs up for the tree massive. This is the same. Yeah, you can still go this back road. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts? I think you can destroy more like buildings and stuff here if you have HE, so artillery is going to do a number on a lot of these. So you're going to have a lot better like line of sights. Like everything can be knocked down, so one bomb should really just make this flat as a pancake. But yeah. I don't know. It hasn't really changed enough for what I would want. But I always thought this map was pretty rough anyway. Like I don't see any massive changes that's going to change the way that I play this. You know what I mean? It'll basically be the same. So just some slight more divots, and then that'll be easy to work around. Yeah, I don't know. Looks fine. Just nothing really massive. We're about to look at Kuban now, Peter. The African light tank? What, the Boxer? The Badger? I can show it after we do this. Let's have a look at the remodel of Kuban. They haven't changed the tactical map, which is odd because I think all of the other ones got changed, right? Pretty sure they did. Wonder why that is. Okay. Hellcat. I hope it's been updated on the dev server, otherwise that would kind of suck. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. Looks quite different, doesn't it? Oh dear. Lots of trees, baby. Breaking line of sight. Is this cliff still here that I'll keep falling off and dying? Oh, it is. Nice. They did say that they did something with trees, so they like fall differently. They like fall quicker or something. There's the branches going off. Boom. Okay, so they added trees. Lots of trees. Let's just have a look over here first. What does the sign say on the M18? New M18 TD. Do not fire on this. Friendly tank destroyer. Okay. This basically looks the same. No difference, really. This position hasn't changed either. I really like the color of this map. I think it looks really nice. They've done a good job on how nice the shadow looks on a lot of these maps too. Like, this looks insanely better than what Kuban looks like right now. Once again, you remember what we talked about with like high contrast, lots of color? That's basically what this kind of update remodel is. Okay. This road looks slightly different, but nothing massive. Might just be like the new foliage. I do actually want to check the position of Alpha. You can still roll over all of these. Is that dip still here? It is. The dip is still here. It's a lower one that you can sit in. Kind of like shoot over and hit people who go over here. I'm back again. Okay. So once again, this looks exactly the same. I don't really see anything different. Did they change the hill in the north? Doesn't look like it. It looks so much nicer though. These new like rock textures they're using instead of the old ones. They just it's so much nicer. Ooh, they redid the pillboxes. Fun. The amphibious area is still there. Oh, this is way more shallow than it used to be, but I'm pretty sure... Did they not do that ages ago? I remember that was with the remodel, right? They just don't really come over here anymore. I go to that side, just not this side. Right, is this still a viable way? Yeah. Okay, so... You can still pop up here, which is what a lot of people do. So you can have a look at Alpha and then over there. You can push forward. This thing has a 30 cal mounted, but it's not actually attached to anybody. You don't fire it. Huh. Cosmetic 30 cal. Yeah, this hasn't really changed. As I said, it looks a lot nicer. That definitely counts for something. Still skim around here. Up, up, up. Hey, Coolin, nice to see you. Yeah, it's Dev Server time. We're having a look around Kuban. So far, so good. There's that weird rock formation that's there. There's the gully. Yeah. This is exactly the same. It's Nothing has changed on this one. Just trees. Right, let's have a look at Bravo. Does it still have the stone like overhang? Yep. It's beautiful. It really is. I feel like I'm playing SnowRunner. That area looks kind of more open. But once again, I think that was after the last remodel. Same with this. Because this used to be just like a sheer cliff when everything began. Bridge is still there. Can we destroy the bridge? Sad. Up, up, up. I do like how the branches actually work now when they like fall off. The trees fall way quicker as well. And this just leads to the spawn. This looks the same too, the little logging camp, okay. So yeah, so far, everything's the same. What's the worst map in War Thunder? There's a really big top tier map which is very unbalanced and I can't remember its name. It's not very fun. Even the same houses. Oh, hold up. I just saw something. Do we have the log cabins with the green moss on the top? Oh, Pradesh is the map. Oh, baby. These are the ones I've enlisted. On that random, like, workers camp map. You have, like, the capture points in them and you have to, like, attack. Oh, that's fun. wonder if you can drive on them. Let's just see if this little cutaway is here or not. Yeah. Even they didn't even bother changing this, so yeah. If this isn't changed, nothing's changed. Just a little annoying position. Yep. So the only thing that I feel like could actually change the gameplay of this map on this rework is the fact that they've used different rocks. So with the different rocks, you'll have different angles. And yeah, you'll have to fight around that. But that's literally it. I don't think there is anything else that I've seen that is any different from what we already have in the game. Did anybody notice anything? Apart from the trees and the green? You know what would be really cool? Doing a comparison between this and the first version of Kuban. It's completely changed over the years. Whee! Bonk. The 7 line, what, when you get on the mountain there? Alright. I just want to check if I can ramp onto these things. Because, like, you see this, right? Yeah! King of the log hut. Perfect balance. I don't think you can destroy a lot of this stuff, though. Whoop. Whee. Really testing the recoil here. Yeah, so now... Oh. Never mind. I was going to be like, now you can go a different way across it. I have been bamboozled. Let's see, can I get myself unstuck? Just gotta like shoot a few more times. Come on. Yeah, even over there looks basically the same. Oh. Yes, there we go. Easy. Yeah, nothing's changed, but it looks a lot nicer. Big ups to the guys for making it look beautiful. I just wish that it was changed slightly. That was weird. Went straight through it. Why can I hit that with fiddies, but not with the HE? These houses are all the same houses, just a nicer texture. If not the exact same. Alright then. Nice to have a look. They have added new AMRAMs, Chanwits. You want to see them? It's a new one. And it goes faster and flies higher in the sky. It's on all the top tier Hornets. Do 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 do. The African light tank. I mean the Badger. There's something wrong with its autoloader. I need to figure out what's up with it. Yeah, this thing's massive. Loader ready. Is the Patcher amphibious? So it says it's 40 rounds in like clips, but it's not 40 rounds. It's a 40 autoloader, and then it has to reload the autoloader. So it has to reload this bit. There's the speedy shilker again. Oh. No, we haven't checked out the Falklands map. It's not on the dev server from what I can tell. Also, why is this turret rotation speed so ass? What is this? Why is it like this? Also, super shilker. Speed. This thing's turret rotation is so slow. It's nearly the same as a Firefly's.
Doesn't that just seem a bit odd? For like a vehicle that's not even in service yet? Like, what's the Pumas? Hmm. Can I check the Leclerc? I can, but it's not finished, so. It doesn't have its gun, so. Yeah, it feels hand cranked. Hmm. Do I know how things are in South Africa? Yeah, I got a decent idea. Do 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 do. Okay. We did talk about the IRIS, but we'll talk about it again in a bit. Oops, wrong one. There you go. Okay. Yeah, we're still pushing through CS2. I was just thinking. Right. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. We are back on the Leviathans dev server, which one day I will say correctly. And I wanted to show you the new kind of multi-vehicle mechanics that are coming into the game in the next update. This is specifically for SAM systems and top tier AAs that are all turning up. So we have the Iris-T SLM TADS for the Germans. We have the Slam Ram, which is coming in for the Americans. For other ones, we also have the Japanese Tan Sam Kai TADS, which is turning up too. And maybe we'll have some more which turn up in the future as well. So let's have a chat about how these things work, because I think it's super important to kind of go through the whole point of these systems. So what I'll do, we'll get into a test drive, we'll talk about the mechanics, and also talk about how they work on top of everything. So number one is you have a radar system. That is the one which is actually in the tech tree. That is the one that you research, right? That is what we'll class as your main vehicle.
such as this one that you can see for Germany. So this one is the one that the research is tied to. This is the one which is seen as, let's say, a mothership, right? So with this vehicle, this is the key one. This is the one you want to keep alive in the game itself. And it'll also be the only one that you'll spawn in normally. So you will spawn in this thing as you go around. And what you'll be able to do is park it up somewhere as you would. And then you can kind of bring other launchers on top of it. So all of the modifications, all of the research, all of the everything is put into this vehicle. Now, you have some new controls. So you have this, which is the action bar item slave unit spawn. And then you also have slave unit switch. So you know how with drones, you're able to basically open and close stuff as you go around? Well, with this one, you can kind of do the same thing. So if I hold C and then Alt, what will happen is this will turn up. Now this is my secondary vehicle that I can actually bring in. Now I can actually spawn this pretty far away from where I am. And this isn't one that, like, I can literally put it all the way up here. But I can put it all the way, like, over here, right? Which is just crazy. So this is a vehicle that you spawn in when you're in a match. So it will literally just appear. So you'll be able to put it down with this vehicle. Now, you have two vehicles, right? You have the launcher system for your missiles, and then you have the radar one, which you can see over there, over that hill, which is running at a slightly lower frame rate. Now, what's interesting about this is now, with two vehicles, we have our mothership, which is the radar, and then we have our vehicle here, which is just the missile launcher. Now, if we die in this missile launcher, we don't technically die. We still have our core alive, which is the radar system, and as long as that lives, we don't end up dying, right? So the idea is you want to take your radar system, which is all the way over there, by the way, at this point, like you can see it rotating, right? And you want to park this thing maybe closer to the enemy, maybe in an advantageous spot. And so when it ends up getting hit or when anything ends up happening to it, you are still kicking, right? So we've just parked that all the way over there, okay? So that is miles away from us. It technically could be like the other side of the map, right? Like you can see it's there. It's targeting that. We're in this machine here. So we just have to see what we can target in the area that's available. There we go. So we lock on and we fire. So you can control your launcher system from either the launcher itself or from the radar system. Right? So that guy is 10k away and bonk, dead. So that's the basic mechanics around it. You have a radar system like this one. This one is the one that actually sees the targets and looks after the targets. And then you have another system which fires the missiles. So once again, if we want to shoot at this guy, we can lock onto him with the radar and then we can fire with the other one. Now, what happens if that vehicle gets destroyed? Because it doesn't have any armor. It's not really going to do anything. You know, technically with this vehicle, you can like scout stuff and all that. And what happens when you're out of missiles? Because eventually you'll be out of missiles, right? You can actually, with that, take it to a capture point. So, aka the one that's over there, and you can restock it. You can also use it to actually, at the same time, be able to take out or be able to capture a zone if you're controlling it in that time, right? And also, let's say that this vehicle dies, okay? Now, I'm not sure this is going to work. No, I can't actually destroy it. It won't let me because it's not seen as a vehicle. What this vehicle has access to is another one. So, let's say I want a launcher over that side. So now I have a launcher over here. And now I have a launcher over here. So we now cover a massive amount of the airspace, basically around the map. And what I can do is I can maneuver them, I can quick switch between them, and, you know, we can use them in different ways. And also at the same time, if we use this launcher, we can shoot it at that aircraft over there, right? And then if we want to shoot, I don't know, like a different one, which is around the place somewhere like that one, I could actually select the other one, and that could fire at it. Yeah? So you could actually target 2 separate planes at the same time with these 2 separate systems. Now, there's a bug in the game right now where what you can actually do is fire both of them at the same time at the same target. Now, this is a known bug. You're not going to be able to do this when it comes to the game. But technically, if they actually leave this in, you would be able to fire 2 missiles from 2 separate places in order to actually take out the target. So even if you lose one of these launcher vehicles, as long as the radar survives, you will survive, right? And you can see that these missiles are super maneuverable. They also have a really good range on them, and, you know, you can have a really good time. Now, there's also something else. They've kind of made this more of like an RTS thing. So now you can actually turn up so you can see more of the radar. And what it does is it gives you a big radar in the middle. It also gives you the more, I suppose you would class it as like a 3D radar. And then you have all of this, which is the targets that you actually see around you. So right now, my radar sees 4 targets, which it's seeing. Okay? So there's one of them. If we shoot it at this time and it gets taken out, then the target will kind of disappear and it will move on to something else. We can also attack that one and the same thing will happen, right? And we can just keep bopping them over and over and over again. We don't actually need, you know, anything to move around, and we can just use this mode to kind of play a strategic RTS setup and then destroy all the planes that are here. Now, as I said, let's say you're out of missiles, right? Now, this one isn't out of missiles, so let's just quickly make it out of missiles. By the way, just like how I can launch missiles from that radar, I can also swap radar targets while I'm on this machine. So, there you go. There's 2 targets hit at exactly the same time with the same machine, while I am using the radar of that while not even touching it. Which is just crazy. Now, I don't know whether you can scout with all of these machines, but you can definitely capture if you are actually, you know, on them. So you can see here, if you run out of missiles, you can then capture, right? Or you can get ammo. So if we go back to this vehicle, then we go back to this one, you can see that this one also is empty, so we could stick this on another capture point and do the same thing. You can see, though, did you see that right there? Look at the ammunition. So if we do that, do you see how it's retreating and then going forward? That's because if you're not directly controlling the vehicle, it doesn't count as if it's on that cap, or it doesn't count as if you're actually there, so you don't get the reload, which is very important for this type of thing. So make sure to take that into account. Now, when it comes to the actual radar itself, the radar can be miles away. It can be on the other side of the map to the launchers. As long as you're on the same map, it won't matter. Okay? Now that is, you know, one of the most important things to this, which is just kind of nuts. So once again, if we want to launch at these things, we can literally just find all of the ones which are around, either using the radar or using whatever, and we can just bop them over and over and over and over again. Now, this is the most powerful one. The other ones aren't as powerful in terms of how they're set up, but it just gives you an idea of what you're able to do. That's 3 targets, bang, 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 only with one of these. And technically, if there are 8 missiles on this, there are 8 missiles on the other one, you could actually end up engaging 16 planes at the same time. If you really wanted to. Right? Which would just be crazy. And once again, 3 targets fired. The radar is over there spotting them, and we're shooting them from here. So while using these machines, number 1 rule, this vehicle has to survive. Because if this vehicle dies, this setup doesn't work. Because if you are using launchers that require radars, okay, then once your radar vehicle dies, you won't be able to use them. So it will act as if you are dead. Now, there is other vehicles which work slightly differently. So, for example, you have the Tamsam Kai Tads, which is this one. Now, the Tamsam Kai Sads is a radar vehicle which has kind of mini worker vehicles that come off it, but they're the Tansam that you know and love. Now, the Tamsam, it doesn't need a radar lock, right, to actually engage targets. Yeah. So we can actually like turn this one off, or there we go. And unless the no, the radar's locking something else. But basically, if we turn off the radar, I wish I could. There we go. So you see how we turned off the radar there, even though we're in control of this vehicle? Wild, right? So if we turn that off, and then we have a look for targets, which for some reason it's still trying to find. But basically, what we can do is we can still use this vehicle. So if the mothership dies in a vehicle like this, which is more IR guided, then you don't necessarily just die. Okay? You can still fight even without the vehicle. So in a vehicle like this, even if you lose the mothership, it is considered that you can still fight. So you won't just get nuked. Pretty cool, right? So yeah, it's vehicle dependent on how the mechanics work, but this is kind of showing you how it's going to work and also how effective it's going to be. Like, it's going to be pretty nuts as long as the radars themselves can work themselves out. You can see here we're waiting on the reload of the Tamsam, so why not just plonk another one down? Then kind of go from there. Now, you can only have 2 of these, and I don't know if you're able to restock them. Like, if I go over here, if we're able to, like, get them back or something like that. That wasn't really clarified. But that's basically how these systems work. And I think it's awesome. The only clarification that we don't have in terms of how the system works is how do kills work. So if you kill one of those, does it actually count as a full kill? Or does it count as something else? And we'll have to find that out going forward. As always, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. Didn't Jan say the small ones can work without the mothership? They can, but I don't trust anything that he says. I trust what the devs say. Because unfortunately, especially when it comes to those streams, those guys say a bunch of shit which isn't true. Did I see the D-Day event tank? No. Oh, God. Hey, let's see if I can get it in. Ba, 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 ba. I did, Manuel, yep. Unused assets, let's see. K60? Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. Goddamn. Yeah, just give me 2 seconds. I have to open up the CDK. There we go. I wonder if they'll change airfield AA for this one. That'd be kind of fun. Wow, there's a ridiculous amount of stuff. Goddamn. What is the K60? Let's see if I can cheat it in. Just give me a sec. I just have to find it. It's the Cossack car. I have no idea what that means. Is it a heli? I'm guessing it is. I'm very, very bad with heli stuff. Is it like the next version of the KA or whatever? Hangar A. Okay. That's the one that I use. Transport heli. Oh boy. I love transport helis. Do you love transport helis? Big fan. I love it. Fucking love it, mate. Fucking yes, bro. See if this works. Do I have that USSR doesn't get a system like that? Not right now. I'm sure it will in the future. I think it's invisible. Unless I typed it in wrong. Which, you know, I have a habit of doing, so. Yeah, I typed it in wrong. Looks like a fun vehicle, though. Why is the gun so long? Ready up. Oh man, it's not showing. Damn, bro. That sucks. I can show you it at least. But just let me get it set up. There you go. What is this? The T-86. T-86 GMC. Fat bottom girl, you make the rocking world go round. Hey, Corona, nice to see you. What is this? Magic. Give me a sec. I just want to make sure. Oh my god, I'm moronic. If anybody tells you otherwise, correct them. My brain, mush. Fat bottom girls, you make the rocking world go round. Nope, still mush. Mate, why can't I make this work? Is it just not in the game? Something is wrong. I can't tell what's wrong, but something's wrong. Oh. Oh, can you take me home tonight? Oh, in the bed of the back bed light. What? What is happening? Why is it just US? Should be USA. Sorry, I think I might be confusing myself. Dun, dun. I think they may have changed the naming conventions or something. Because all my shit's fucked. Like, it's showing vehicles it shouldn't be showing. Yeah. They changed it, twats. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix this. All my stuff is like all over the place. Alright, if this doesn't work, we'll just look in the asset view. Because they've a bunch of stuff has different names now. So I might have just screwed over my hanger. Which is a bit rude. Yep. That one's still here. Every time I like change one, it breaks everything. Ah, man. The screen is zoomed in. That's intentional. It's for this. Look at that. Boat. Okay. So we have this, and then there's the MTB 460. Oops, sorry. This looks like a pretty standard thing. And there's the Yukikaze. Great name. Looks like a very standard Japanese destroyer. Ugly? How dare you? Wash your mouth out. What even is this? A Kagero class. Oh, shit. Guess who got this as a war prize? That's right. Republic of China. Let's go. Is it Chinese tech tree time? There's also another V. Don't be one of the shitters. Oh, man. No. 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 Don't do it. Ugh. Another French 1.0 coastal thing. That's just rude. Very rude. Incredibly rude. Thank you. At least it has a 20 on it. Instead of the goddamn 7.7s. Okay. Right. This is so dumb. Why is there so many drop tanks in this fucking game? It's fucking... Stop adding drop tanks, you shit. Stop it. And the missile. Here's your AIM-9X, by the way. What's weird is Zabi said... Why do I not have this? Is it under a different name? Oh, I can show you after this, El Canary. But just ask me again. After we're done with this. I don't know where the AIM-26 is. Weird. Because I want to get this done because it's, you know, something to get off the mind. Okay. Does this thing have an X-ray? Yes, brother. Okay. What is the Swiss name? FLZ, maybe? Oh, you're right. Boom. Loopy Moops, I love you. No homo. Yeah, exactly, Manuel. We're going to have to grind out the whole stuff again. Crazy. All right, that'll do. What is that? That is the Falcon, baby. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. It's time to have a look in the files of the War Thunder dev server to have a look at some goodies that are going to be turning up, maybe with the update, but definitely with the next event. You remember when Gaijin said that the D-Day event was going to be an American ground vehicle? Well, look at this thing. As always, by the way, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and also like the video. Let's get into all the stuff. So this is probably, obviously not confirmed, but probably going to be the American D-Day event vehicle. And what this is the T-86 GMC. The T-86 is basically a prototype Hellcat, which they didn't need anymore because they put their Hellcat in service and were like, what do we do with this? Let's try and make it amphibious. Because you remember during D-Day, you had like the DD Shermans and you had like all these different types of things. Well, they really wanted to make these things be able to be amphibious so they could support the troops. And that was the whole point of the T-86 GMC. So this kind of superstructure is built on top of a Hellcat. And the Hellcat being the T-70, which is the prototype of the M18 Hellcat. But there's one big difference between this and the standard M18. Technically what they did is they actually added a stabilizer to the gun, a vertical stab, similar to what you find on the later tier Shermans with these 76mm. You also don't have the muzzle brake on it either. And of course, once again, the superstructure. You keep the 50 cal though, so that's kind of fun. But showing the X-ray, you kind of get a picture of what this vehicle is. It is just a standard Hellcat where they've just added a bunch more stuff to it. So I really want to see what this kind of speed is going to be of this vehicle. Because technically, you know, it's going to be a lot heavier. Basically, it's going to be around 20 tons when it's fully loaded. And also it'll have that vertical stab. So it'd be just hilarious seeing this thing run around that 5760 area or even kind of earlier. Now, there is a bunch of other stuff in the files as well that hasn't made it into the dev server. A lot of naval stuff, but also some air stuff. For example, there is an F-35 texture thing, which is kind of fun for the Saab. You got the F-5N, which has a few little texture things about it too. Same with the F-106 and the C-3604. If you want to see any of this information, I'll leave a link in the description so you can check out the Discord where all of this gets shared. And there's also a bunch of other vehicles and missiles that are sat in the files as well that people can have a look at. First of all, you have some boats. So you have the MTB-460. This is a British boat, which looks like it's going to come to the coastal tree. It actually has a dual 20mm Oerlikon on the back, which is pretty cool. Then some Vickers machine guns on the side and the 40mm on the front. This isn't the Bofors one. I can't remember what this one is. I think it's the Vickers Mark something or other. It's basically the worst one because it takes quite a long time to reload and doesn't do as much damage. Also, you got some torpedo tubes, which is nice. So this will be a lovely addition to the coastal tech tree for Britain. The other coastal vehicle which is turning up, which may finally turn France around with its kind of early tiers, is another VTB. Now, you know how the VTBs have a bad rep? For good reason. They all have terrible guns, the 7.5mm. Well, this is the VTB-10. It has some torpedoes, but also it has an Oerlikon, which makes it a little bit better. So comparing this to the VTB-11, for example, you can see with this one, it just has access to the 7.5mm, and that's it. So the VBT-10 is definitely way more armed than a vehicle like that. Obviously, it's not going to be very good still, since it's going to be probably around like 1.3, 1.7, but at least it's something compared to nothing. And then we have a Japanese destroyer. It's another one of those classic destroyers of the Second World War from Japan, the Yukikaze. And the reason you can tell it's from the Second World War is because of the turrets and also because of the torpedo loadout. This vehicle specifically actually ended up in the Republic of China Navy, so maybe the Chinese Navy will come after all. And it has the standard 127mm, the dual-mounted turrets, one in the front, and then you also have one in the back here, and you have the torpedoes, which are sat here too. So This vehicle has the Type 93 torpedoes. If you haven't played the Japanese destroyers and you haven't used their torpedoes, highly recommend them. They're incredibly fun. It also has some 25 millimeters and also the triple mounted 25 millimeters for some AA support too, which will definitely help it out, at least against some aircraft. So overall, you have kind of a late World War II Japanese destroyer, which is more designed around the air defense than, you know, some of the other ones are. So 4 127s, a bunch of torpedoes, and a bunch of AA sounds like a great vehicle to actually add to Japan. There's also some other things that are sat in the files, such as some drop tanks. So, for example, for Japan, with the new F2 coming in, and also with some other stuff coming along, you have the Japanese 220 gallon drop tank, which you can see right here. Not entirely sure what this is going to be attached to, but I'm sure it'll turn up pretty soon. And then also for Japan, we have some other drop tanks. So you have the 300 gallon ones too, which, let's be honest, it looks exactly like it's designed for the F2 and nothing really else. The French also have a drop tank for their Netherlands stuff. So they have a 275 kind of gallon drop tank as well, which is going to be for the Benelux vehicles, which is really cool. And another very interesting little boy has turned up, which is the Falco, which is the Falcon, the AIM 26. So this one specifically, if you read it, I think it says it's the AIM 26A somewhere, but also in the files, there is a B version. So it looks like they're coming in. Yeah, you can see there. It says model AIM 26A in about 3 pixels. But there's also going to be a B model, which has turned up as well. So there's a bunch of stuff that's kind of happening in the files, including some more unused naval guns, the 120mm Ansaldo Mod 37s, and a bunch of radars, the JAPG-1, the MA-1, and the Spider AIO. So just a metric ton of stuff. But the main thing, of course, is, of course, our boy, the T-86. Now, I know the last few events haven't been that interesting for a lot of people, but come on, this is so cool. This is easily an event that you want to play. Get this ridiculous thing, have a bit of fun, and get a nice 76 platform on what can only be classed as a fun, aggressive rubber ducky. As always, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you next time. It's a pretty fun vehicle, isn't it? It's not bad. Hey, Islam, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. It's really annoying that my hanger seems to be broken. Are the R2070As in the files? No, I don't think so. Ooh. Yes, now. Thank you. You wanted to see the bonuses, right? So in realistic, it's 678. There we go. 678 and then 1800. I fixed the custom hanger last update. I haven't even thought about it this update, so I'm gonna have to sort something out. Have a look. Right. What I'm gonna do is I have to get some work stuff done, which I know is very annoying. But what I'll do is I'll leave you for now. I hope this dev stream has been good. We will be looking at a lot of this stuff tomorrow as well. I'll leave the stream to be public on YouTube so you guys can see it all. And the videos will start rolling out very soon. So we'll get out the big ones and then I'll start working on the individual ones. It's been a pleasure today. As always, thank you for watching. I hope you all have a fantastic day. Hope you all have a wonderful time and enjoy the videos later. And I will see you guys in a bit. Goodbye, Godspeed. Good luck.